but I stopped thinking about what they think of me. Yeah, I stopped thinking about what they think of me. I know that we had the power to be whatever we wanted. Light up, just light up, illuminate nature. So light up, just light up, royal breeze away. 'Cause I stopped thinking about what they think of me. Yeah, I stopped thinking about what they think of me. You know that we had the power to be whatever we wanted.
I'm walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your love, I need your love with me for life. Sorry it ended this way.
Hello. Hi. Happy Saturday, everyone. Happy Saturday. Oh, good God. I am living in a hell. Hello. Hi, everyone. How is everyone doing? How is everyone doing over there? Everyone good across the world, across the planet? Across the planet? I know it's like very early. I know it's very, very early for when I normally start streaming, but alas, I felt it was necessary to start early because, first of all, I don't have much else to do given the fact that my electricity is still out. So let me see. Who do we have here? Who do we have here, guys? Who do we have here? So, a few things. First of all, yesterday, for those that were in the stream, my electricity went out because we were having high winds. So we were having 60-mile-per-hour winds, which knocked out. Uh, right now it's hundreds of, I think, like 200, maybe like 100,000 people, and maybe less than that at this point, but about 100,000 people in Ohio do not have electricity. It's probably more than that, to be honest, because of the high winds. Mine is still out since yesterday, so I was able to borrow a generator so that I could at least stream today. Um, but I don't have all my lights on because I got to make sure I got to be careful about how much of the energy from the generator I am using. But anyway, enough to run the computer and stuff. But it's very cold. It's like 30 some degrees, and I can't put my furnace on. So all wrapped up here. I got a nice little blanket, and we're ready to go. Okay, let's see here. Hello, Sir Bartholomew. Hello, Sir Bartholomew. So glad you're here. Yeah, where have you been, Sir Bartholomew? Why have you been out of the news cycle? How dare you? You're not allowed to look after your mental health. Okay, not in this community. Hello, Sir Bartholomew. So glad you're here. What else? We got who else we got here? We got Doug. Hello, Doug. Doug, I'm so glad you're here, Doug. Hello, Doug. How's the weather been over there, Doug? I don't know. I don't know if it's been that bad. Maybe it's been bad. I don't know. Hello, Doug. So glad you're here. Matt Sai guys here. Hello, Matt Sai guys. So glad you're here too, Matt Sai guys. So glad you're here. Of course, so glad you're here as well. Who else did I see here? Diego, Diego, so glad you're here, Diego. As always, Diego, Void Sonic Shuffle, so glad you're here, of course. Lee Lane is here. How are things over in PA? Lee Lane, how are things over in PA? Anything Anything of interest happening over in PA at the moment? Anything at all? How are things going? Macon is here. Hello, Macon. Hello, Macon. Okay. Macon's the best. Gotta love Macon. Hello, Macon. What else am I seeing here? Hope you're feeling a little better today, Macon. I know how it goes. I, by the way, am on antidepressants. I've been on antidepressants since I was in middle school because it runs in my family, the damn major depression. So I totally understand you, Macon. Anyway, I've probably been on every single kind of antidepressant possible. But the best antidepressant is acting like a jester. I can tell you that, though I am still on real antidepressants also. Anyway, hello, Cody. Hello, Cody. Yes, Cody. So glad you're here. So glad you're here. I am alive. Shocking. Shocking that I'm still alive, really, at this point. Shocking about that. Gwen. Hello, Gwen. So glad you're here, Gwen. Gotta love you, Gwen. Gotta love having Gwen around. Gwen, we might actually watch a video or so that Gwen posted today. There's a couple people here who posted videos in the Discord that we're probably going to be watching today because we'll have plenty of time since I'm starting so early. Fox Emblem. Hello, Foxy Poo. So glad you're here. You say I live, just woke up from eeping. I don't blame you, Fox Emblem. It's okay. If you should sleep for as long as you need to. You work a lot and crap. Hello, Big Brain, and Big Brain's here. So glad you're here, Big Brain. Weirdomorphous Blob. Oh my God, Weirdomorphous Blob. So happy. You got half an inch of snow last night. It was real warm. Oh, that's lovely. Okay, that's lovely. That's interesting. Yeah, I know. Same here. It was pretty warm, but now it's cold again. Right when my electricity goes out. All right. The dysphoria isn't screaming at me. Yay! Weird Amorphous Blob. That's a good news. That's good news. Okay. Um, all right. Of course, Macon, no problem. Okay, guys. So a lot is happening in the world, and of course, warning here. I'm trying to keep the generator running. If it stops running randomly and everything shuts down, well, you'll know what happened. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. So we have a few things to talk about here. I know it's very early in the stream, so I wanted to start kind of early to watch a interview with all of you between Kyle Kulinski and Vaush. Now, I know. Please don't yell at me over Vaush. Okay, I know a lot of people don't like Vaush. I've heard though that this interview is very interesting between Kyle Kulinski and Vaush. So just for the sake of seeing what they say, I thought we could start by watching. I know, I get it. I know. I know there's a lot of. Apparently, they have a good interview. Okay, and I thought it'd be interesting to watch it. Yeah, I thought it'd be interesting to watch it because a few people have recommended it to me, and I heard about it. So I just thought it'd be interesting to see what they have to say. We're going to, just for the sake of today, we're going to watch an interview that has Vosh in it, and we're going to just see what they have to say about shit. Okay. So that'll be how we start. And then we will move on to other things, of which there are many things to talk about. But I want to wait until a little bit. I know big brain, and then we'll wait till a little bit later to go into some of the news stuff when there are more people in here because I am starting so early. Okay, does that make sense to everyone? Does that make sense? Happy Saturday, everyone. By the way, happy Saturday. Okay, so here we go. It has been strange. Now, guys, I don't know Vaush very well, I gotta tell you. I haven't watched much of his stuff. I occasionally will go over and see what he's doing because since I'm kinda doing what he does, kind of, I guess, I watch his streams sometimes just to see how he structures them and stuff, basically corporate espionage, right? Business espionage to see if there's anything I can steal from him in terms of how he structures things. Um and how does he respond to chat and shit like that. Okay. I'm O2 open with all of you about how I do things. So I've watched some of him in that regard. I know there's some drama surrounding him. There's some stuff. I got you, Weirdomorphous Blob. And I know there's a lot of drama and stuff surrounding him, other shit. But like there's drama. Here's the thing though. There's drama surrounding everyone. Okay. I was working this week. Unfortunately, by the time you start, I'm at work. By the time you end, I'm usually, oh, I got you, Sir Bartholomew. Fantastic. Okay. So I know, but there's a lot of drama surrounding almost every left wing creator, right? So I'm not like I don't really care that much. I haven't looked much into it. I know there was something that happened with. I know there was something that hello, invalid axiom. I know there was something that happened with something that appeared on his computer screen or something like that. Okay, we're not um I ain't listen. All I'm gonna say is I ain't interested in listening to a brony. Is that what it was? Is he a brony? I don't know, guys. I don't know about it. If you couldn't bring someone up on stream because of drama, you could exactly, Big Braden. And I know a while back something happened in the Discord community where someone mentioned Vosh, and this was when I was still I'm still very small now, but this is when I was even smaller than I am now in terms of having people in the Discord community. It caused such a big blow up that I started getting emails from like Vosh supporters and people who hated him yelling at me, even though like I don't even know who these people were. Okay. So I don't know what it is about Vosh, but okay. Regardless, we're going to pretend there's no drama, okay? So that we can hear what is being said between these two, all right? Because, let's just see what they're gonna do. Vosh got caught with like furry horse on his computer. Okay, well, all right. I mean, I believe it. I'm sure that's the case. So what? Like, like who cares? Like I don't know. I don't know. I thought there was more than that. Okay, I thought I heard that there was more than just the horse stuff. But got you, lolly. Okay, so there was some lolly shit. All right. Well, that's kind of weird, but we are not going to uh, okay, to each their own. Let's just I mean, lolly stuff is kind of strange, but he hasn't assaulted any children, has he? I don't think he has. So I'm not going to regardless, let's just watch. I don't care. Can we just listen to what they have to say? Let's just do that, okay? All right. And let's see what they have to say. Yeah, not a crime or a surprise. So let's listen what they have to say. I've heard that this is a really good interview. And thank you, Matt Saiga. You like my hoodie? Thank you. Ooh, yes. You get to see my fashionable hoodie. This is my fashionable hoodie. Okay. So the name of this video is "You Have No Idea What Trump Just Unleashed," featuring Vaush. Okay. Now, I haven't watched it, but I actually was going to talk today about how Trump is speeding us directly towards like hello Jonas, thank you Jonas, directly towards a cliff globally. If the Strait of Hormuz continues to be closed, it's going to cause stagflation in multiple economies across the globe. And we might see a global reduction in GDP or so output for like from like 2%, which is massive. That's like trillions of dollars destroyed. Um, and on top of that, all America's allies are all abandoning us. Okay, fine, I don't care. Good for them. and mass destruction across the planet. And as the cutting off the Strait of Hormuz will affect the United States less than other countries, it'll still massively affect us, but it'll majorly affect other countries like China, and it'll affect the EU majorly, Japan. It'll have global consequences, which might make the war kind of spiral or get worse, if that's possible. Thank you, Matt Saiga, for the contribution. Really, thank you. Um, yeah, Jonas, they'll spin it as the world being ungrateful for Trump, but we are rushing towards absolute global catastrophe. I don't know how else to phrase it. I think we're getting to a point here where in the United States there's the raising possibility of revolutionary violence if this continues the way it's going. I don't say that lightly. We could talk about it. I don't wanna say revolutionary violence, but, like, in not like, if this really starts to hurt Americans, it'll be a big problem. Now, I heard that they talk about stuff like this, so we'll see. Hello, Paul Squaw, right? I love the terms of service. Okay. I love, so we'll talk about it. I heard that they talk about some stuff like this, but I think if that's what they talk about, they're right. So let's see what they have to say. Okay. Thank you, Jonas. Guys, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Invalid Axiom. A 2% loss is $2.747 trillion. Yeah. And all of that will be blamed on the United States since this is the war we launched. Along with Israel. So, things aren't looking good. All right, for the world, for the United States, which, hey, it looks good for me. I kind of want the American empire to fall. But regardless, let's watch them. Let's see what they have to say. I hear that that's partially what they talk about. Okay. Uh, but that's still a lot of money, Matt Saigai, for like, we're talking like a cessation of growth, like where you have a year where there's no growth. Okay. Right. Okay. And some countries might even contract in size, which could cause a Great Depression level event. Okay. Got you, Matt Saigai. I thought you meant globally. All right. Anyway, so everyone, let's watch at least Jerome Powell one, right? God. So this is great. Yeah, Matt Saigai. It's really sad, actually. So thank you. God bless these United States and our destruction of the planet. Okay, so let's take a look here and see what Vaush and Kyle Kulinski are talking about. Yeah, exactly, Paul Squall. Capitalism is endless growth. It is unacceptable. The line must go up. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Hello, Sammy Lammy. So glad you're here, Sammy Lammy. How do you feel, Sammy Lammy, about America's destruction of the planet? Do you like it? How do you like our war? Do you like our war, Sammy Lammy? Okay, let's continue. Let's see what they have to say.
Talk about the current Armageddon that we're witnessing is Vaush. Thanks for joining me,
Thank
man.
you, Matt Saigai.
My pleasure. How you doing? Armageddon aside.
I'm doing
Yeah,
good. I'm
guys,
doing.
I'm always jealous of Vaush's beard. I can grow a beard pretty fast, but not nearly as fast as this man can, and he keeps it so well kept. Anyway, just a side note there. I also like his kitty in the background.
Personally, I'm
No,
doing
that doesn't mean I support horse porn. I'm going to point that out.
fine, but
lolly.
I feel like the line between personal and real world is becoming like less and less as time has gone
Amazing, Matt
by.
Saigai.
Like I feel like I almost
You're right. Sorry, Jonas. I'm sorry. It's not our global conquest. It's our excursion. You're right. Forgive me.
can't compartmentalize as much as I used to be able to because the shit is getting too real. You know what I'm saying?
No, I know what you mean. I sprained my ankle recently, and I really
Oh,
felt
no.
the plight of the Iranian people. I'm right along there with them.
So, the first thing I wanted to bring up to you is
So some of the things I've heard Vaush say before are funny. Sometimes they don't land with me, but hey, more power to people who like him.
my perspective, what we're witnessing right now, it genuinely seems like a worst case scenario almost across the board.
Yep.
To me, we
Oh,
have like
absolutely.
a totally
We're going to hell. Whoa.
rogue fascist Trump regime that honestly they've totally lost their minds. I mean, Trump is surrounded by sycophants who feed his worst impulses day in and day out. We have a Democratic leadership in Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries who clearly are not prepared for the moment. They don't actually oppose what's happening here, and so they do the soft process criticism on the war and other things. And so
Yep.
I wanted you to talk me off the ledge a little bit because when I look at this, I see Armageddon basically.
No, yeah, it's pretty worst case scenario. I'm very sorry. I don't know if I can do what you want me to do here.
Guys, we also have another problem here. There's something called the escalation trap. So, what we're gonna after this interview, we're gonna talk about some of the news items. All right. And Iran, all the cards are in Iran's hands right now. Okay. The United States has apparently hit every target it can, according to the Trump administration, and still hasn't achieved its goals. And yet is still at war. So Iran knows that the United States is trapped because right now they have lost the war. They haven't been able to accomplish their goals. And the only other step they can really take is to invade Iran on ground. And Iran knows that that's a battle they can win. So Iran has no reason to stop what they're doing because they're going to defeat the United States. Um, and what this means is that the United States, even if Trump wants to get out of the war, Iran will continue the war. So Trump is almost being forced to escalate and maybe put troops on the ground, which will be a defeat. So this was an easy victory. Okay, if it continues the way it is, it's going to be a very easy victory for Iran, and we are spiraling downward. The war is not under our control anymore. 100%. It's not completely under our control. The United States control anymore. Okay, the tail is wagging the dog, if you see what I mean. Okay, so yeah, it's going to get worse. Or Trump is going to basically just stop, and the Middle East is going to continue to be inflamed in war. It's not good. It's so moronic. And of course, there's that little thing called morality where we've murdered thousands of people all over the place, all over Iran. Okay, so there's that too.
Here. I guess I'm very happy that this happened before the United States decided to pick a conflict with a nuclear nation. Like, I'm happy that that we're kind of like running up against the
I know,
wall
invalid
with
axiom.
Iran.
I know I use the word morality too much. I know. Okay, I know you're joking, invalid axiom, but okay.
Country that, like, realistically, and I'm not saying this in a chauvinist way, we shouldn't be struggling here. We have
We're calling you.
navigated Middle Eastern diplomacy. We've used hard and soft power for decades. We've fought.
No, but invalid axiom and Sir Bart, people have come in here and yelled at me for that. They've been like, you can't use the word morality when talking about international relations. What are you doing and shit? And I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever.
Wars. We've done evil in the region. The fact that we're stumbling here tells me that we could have potentially come across much worse outcomes if we had done this, if we had applied this strategy in I don't know, Taiwan or with Russia.
Exactly, invalid axiom.
I guess I'm glad Iran's the one to show us straight, and I'm wishing them luck in teaching us what happens when you touch the hot stove.
Okay, Vaush, I really like that take, actually. Yeah, someone needs to spank the United States, but not in a fun way. Okay. The United States needs to learn a goddamn lesson, and I hopefully will be learning a lesson here. Obviously, I don't want there to be a lesson where thousands of innocent people die, okay? Although that being said, have we really ever learned our lesson? We didn't learn our lesson in Afghanistan. We didn't learn our lesson in Vietnam. So I don't know. Maybe we haven't learned a lesson. We'll find out, okay?
Yeah, I read earlier today that the U.S. government didn't even think that Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz.
They didn't think it was on the table. Yeah.
So when I look at that, I know that the Trump regime are idiots. That's a fact to me. But maybe in my naive mind, I still thought there's going to be some people at like the Pentagon or some people who are generals or some people at like the CIA or something who are like, hey, you know what? You're out over your skis here a little bit.
Thank you, Matt. Yeah, guys, please like the stream if you're on YouTube. If you haven't already, it'll help get more people in here. And if you're over on Twitch, you can subscribe, etc. if you'd like.
No, apparently, well, maybe they did warn him, but he was just like, "Fuck it, I'm going to do it anyway."
Yeah, I think we've lived under rule by expertise for so long that I think we've forgotten for most of human history there was basically.
Yeah, Gwen, great point here, and I know I keep pausing this, but Gwen says, "I'm tired of the UN turning a blind eye when the U.S. is naughty." Yeah, unfortunately, even though I just talked about morality and international relations, unfortunately, that's not really how international relations work. They are based off power, and I'm a realist when it comes to international relations. But yeah, the UN is basically has no power. Okay, it has there's no enforcement mechanism. Correct, TJ. So whenever there's a country that's really, really powerful or a superpower, the UN ain't going to be able to do shit. It's really unfortunate. As long as we have nation states as the main unit of power in the world, the UN won't have really any effect. Which is why, if you're a lefty, you ultimately don't want there to be nation states. Okay. Hey, Alyssa, I'm on this early, Alyssa, because my electricity is still out. I'm running on generator. I know. So I decided to start a bit early, for a number of reasons, but I'll be on for a long time, Alyssa. Okay. Um, so anyway, yeah, unfortunately, the UN doesn't have any power. Okay. All right.
No correlation between power and competence. A
Mm.
king or a pharaoh or an aristocrat could just be some water-brained inbred fuck who sent people to die for literally no reason. And we've, over the past couple hundred years, I think for the most part, the average president has probably been smarter than the average water-brained aristocrat. But I think we're past those
Yeah.
times. The only reason leaders have to be smart is because the consequence of their incompetence is their own death or exile or something similar. And we have insulated the American.
Yeah, we need, oh my God, we need accountability for these monsters. We absolutely need accountability for these monsters at the top. Paul Squaw says, "Oh no, I'm sorry, your power is out." Yeah, so yesterday, Paul Squaw, we had 60-mile-per-hour winds in central Ohio. There are hundreds of thousands of people in Ohio right now that don't have electricity. I'm one of them. Okay. So the electricity has been off since my stream yesterday, because it went out during the stream yesterday. So, and it looks like we don't even have an estimate of when it's going to come back on. It might be a couple days before they get the electricity back on, because there's hundreds of thousands of people without electricity in central Ohio. I have the computer. I borrowed a generator from someone and I'm using it to power the computer. Some of my lights, you notice lots of my lights in the background aren't on. Another issue here is that it's very cold today, which is annoying in Ohio. It's like 30 some degrees. Which isn't that cold, but it's still pretty cold, and I can't use a furnace. That's why I'm, like, wearing warm clothing, 'cause it's kinda cold, but yeah, so my electricity's out. Thank you so much, Sir Bartholomew, but it'll be fine, but again, as I warned everyone when I first started today, if the generator goes out for whatever reason, I'll probably my whole computer will shut down, and you guys will be like, "What happened to him?" Well, you'll know. I'll just have to redo the generator and come back on, okay? Make sure to refill it. I'm gonna go check once in a while to make sure it's still full. Okay. It hit 90 here a few days ago. I know. Oh, yeah. No, thank you, Weird Amorphous Blob. All right. Yeah, no. TJ, I could stream from my phone. As a matter of fact, I did yesterday after my power went out. Of course, I can't really show you guys much. I can't show videos. I can't show images. But yes, I could do that. I've done that before when I've gone to protests and stuff. I've streamed from my phone. Anyway, okay, guys, let's continue with this.
Brass from the consequences of their incompetence for so
Thank you,
long,
Gwen.
Ford pardoning Nixon, Trump being given legal immunity by the Supreme Court. There's no longer any like Darwinistic reason for them to engage in like that defensive behavior, for them to consider what they're doing, for them to check themselves. So yeah, no, we're just getting like the maximally retarded
You forgot a T at the end of that can. Invalid axiom.
outcome in every juncture.
Yeah,
So
I
we
love that.
have-
Okay, so Vaush, this is something I've heard Vaush get criticized. Matt Saigai, thank you so much for that. Really, thank you for handing out all of those subscriptions over on Twitch. Really. So the thank you so much. Okay, what was I about to say here? Oh, Vosh gets criticized sometimes for his language. You heard he just used he said retarded. Okay, but hey, I don't mind. Let's put it that way.
Like here's what I'm forecasting, and I don't really think I'm out on a limb here, but I see market crash, I see inflation going up, unemployment going up, gas prices skyrocketing, being abandoned by our allies because we gave them the middle finger in like 40 different ways. And when I look at that, my rational brain says these actually are like revolutionary conditions. The only reason why I hesitate to like make that prediction is because we have so many tricks to do escapism in this country, where oftentimes it feels like people can go off in their own little bubbles.
Yes.
And you have fucking Netflix and you have video games and you have 1,000 different ways to sort of distract you, and we also still have a relatively high
Jay
standard of
Shadow.
living, all things considered. But do you see the same thing that I see?
Guys, it's true. One of the issues with American capitalism is that consumerism is a form of social control. We have access to such abundance in terms of consumer goods, right? We do. Like you can buy almost anything, and a lot of stuff. Even though we complain a lot about our wages and stuff, even people who are pretty low income have access to a lot of junk. Okay, they do. And it's sort of a form of you're espousing abundance theory. Screw you, invalid axiom. So like we have access to a lot of shit, okay, and it can be a very repressive. Okay, this access to this shit, all this distraction, this consumerist distraction around us all the time. Um, yeah. Okay. And then, yeah. And then we're constantly told through the media that, oh, do you want to lose all your shit? Okay. Like, don't keep love the United States because the United States is what provides you all this shit you have. You don't want to be like someone from Africa who doesn't have all this shit everywhere. Okay. Okay, you see what I mean? I know that sounded racist, but that's literally the kind of things that they show you on TV and crap. Okay. Anyway, it is a sort of appeasement by bribing everyone with a bunch of inexpensive shit. Okay.
that like in a world that made sense, these almost would be revolutionary conditions where there would be hundreds of thousands of people in the streets basically demanding that Trump no longer be president.
Yeah, I think the thing that's stopping us here is that so few people have a vision of what comes next. Even the progressive Democrats, even the people we look to, like AOC and Bernie, mostly spend their time prescribing policy solutions. Right? It is a fact that our healthcare.
Oh, absolutely, Eleni. And this is you're right, Eleni. So I want to be clear. Africa is not how as we view it to be. It's a massive continent. There are, it's not like every place is the same, and there's a growing wealth in a lot of places there. But that's the kind of presentation you're given in like a lot of American media. Well, at least, you may be poor, but you have all this stuff, and at least you're not in Africa or India, or at least you're not like in South America in a Brazilian, slum, or like it's this really condescending language that is sort of tries to present your suffering as compared to suffering elsewhere as a way to excuse it, if that makes sense. And most of the time, it's a lie. Anyway.
System is broken. They propose a better way of arranging the money, of arranging the incentives. But there are very few people out there proposing a fundamental reorientation of the way we govern. In the French Revolution, we had the Enlightenment thinkers, the upper middle class. In the Revolutionary War, all the founding fathers were
it's worthless, but that's what they do.
Ginned up on Enlightenment thinking. You had people who were willing to make an argument against what we were experiencing. But now, I don't know. I mean, you've got Twitter commies, I guess. But outside of that, can people really imagine the alternative?
Yes, Jonas. Okay. No, Eleni, that is not what I'm saying. Of course, you can feel bad that there are people in the world who are very, impoverished. There are places much worse off than the United States. I mean, partially because of the United States and Europe. Okay, but I got you, Eleni. Forgive me. Okay, but yeah, Jonas, you said it right. You get to be poor, surrounded by wealth. Stop whining. Exactly, Jonas. That's kind of what it is. All right, that's kind of what it is. Very true.
This is why I think the Democrats is a greater long-term threat. They don't do damage as much as the Republicans, right? And just like a one-on-one, comparison between how much harm they do, the Republicans win out. But I think it's the Democrats' responsibility to.
Yeah, Gwen, and forgive me, guys. I know I'm pausing now. Gwen, you have it right, and that's like the average in America. There are places in the U.S. that are like rural Mississippi or West Virginia that are deeply impoverished. Okay. But the majority of Americans, although there is poverty, it is sort of buoyed by access to things, if that makes sense. I don't know how to describe this. I like how Jonas said, you get to be poor surrounded by wealth, so stop whining. Yeah, okay.
Look at what the Republicans are doing and to say, this is so bad that in order to preserve the republic, we need to offer people the belief, the hope that we can recover, that there is an alternative to this. We don't need to spend the rest of our lives every 4 years fighting with just a collection of subhuman retards over whether or not it should be legal to rape people or whether or not climate change exists.
I mean, come on, though. It's kind of true, right? That's who we're fighting against at this point, are like a bunch of people who just want to assault children and want to continue to destroy the planet. Hello, Fetty Spaghetti. So glad you're here. All right. So he's right. I mean, we don't have to every 4. Why does this have to be our reality that we every 4 years we have to convince Americans to not go for the people, right, Eleni, that are like their whole thing is we want to assault children. We want to let people who assault children get away with it. And we want to loot the planet for everything and destroy everything for the sake of the wealthy. Okay, yeah.
This isn't a fight we need to have. And I think, unfortunately, the Democrats have done a very bad job pitching that alternative. They need to gin people up with something. I don't think they're going to deliver, right? Or I don't think that they're capable of fully committing to that. But even in their own self-interest, you'd think they'd give it a shot. You'd think they'd give somebody.
Paul Squaw, that's Vaush, right? And I'm not. You all can have your own opinion on that. I get it, right? The Paul Squaw says that makes them PDFs, okay, and rapists. Why is he saying the R word? That's Vaush for you, Paul. I get it. A lot of people don't like how he talks. I understand. You know,
Something to work with.
Yeah, so my question for you is how many Democrats do you think are there in the proper place? Because from where I'm sitting, I feel like when we launched Justice Democrats and it was in Trump's first term, we kind of missed our window. We missed like when the revolt would actually happen where the Democratic base no longer trusts Democratic leaders and you have these like outsider Democrats sort of rise up. And I see that window happening now. I see the rise of people like Graham Plattner, who's winning by like double digits against Mills, who's the handpicked Schumer candidate. I see people like.
I see it happening, but I don't think. Yes, yeah, you're right, TJ. He has a lot of problem. Okay, he has a lot of issues. Okay, let's put it that way. All right, Vaush does. I'm not saying. But anyway, let's not get back into Vaush. You weren't here, TJ, but I already kind of mentioned all this. There's a lot of drama around Vaush. Regardless, I see what Kyle is saying, that there are right now a lot of lefties, lefty or not lefty, but progressive candidates coming to the forefront, like Graham Plattner, like Tallarico, who we could debate. There's a bunch of other ones too who are becoming really popular in this moment. I don't know if it's enough though. I don't know. No, it's okay. Don't worry about it, TJ. I don't know if it's enough. Okay, so I don't know if it's a moment, but we'll see. We'll see what they say.
Katabu Ghazale. I see people like Abdul El Sayed. I see people like Oliver Larkin is his name. I see
To
all
an
these.
extent, I think Tallarico, because I think that like
Tallarico, right.
a willingness to speak
Yeah.
against Israel is a willingness to speak against the complicity of the centrist Democrats.
Right. And so
Okay, I know I keep pausing it, but I really like this. This is giving me a lot to talk about. So I have noticed for the Americans out there especially, and I know even Jonas and Outer Signal mentioned this as well, there has been a massive sea change in a lot of how people are thinking in the United States very recently, okay? I never thought I would see in my lifetime a moment when the majority of Americans support Palestine over Israel. That is crazy. That, like, you never would expect that. There have been a lot of people, guys, I think you've seen it, who have been moving very far to the left because of Trump. We are okay. Like it is a big issue. There's a lot of changes happening in the United States right now. A lot of people are fed up. Okay, a lot of people are fed up. I mean, hell, 20 or some percent of only 20 or so percent of Americans support the war against Iran. If you look at past polls for other wars, like the Iraq war, like the bombing in Libya, the bombing in Libya was about 40 some percent. All right. The Iraq war was above 50%. You have seen over time a reduction in support. And now we've gotten to this war and it's only 20 some percent of Americans. I mean, dear God, that is a massive change. All right. This is a very good thing. If you want some positivity, guys, there is a massive change going on in the United States for how Americans view their government and whether they trust their government or not. Now, I am concerned. Though, that this is only because of Trump. I am concerned that a lot of people might suddenly go back to being blindly obedient if a Corpo Dem gets in charge. So let's hope this continues. If a Corpo Dem gets in charge, let's hope that distrust continues and that we go and people actually start trying to push for major reforms versus just let's go to the other party. But I have also noticed a lot of liberals and mainstream Democrats starting to concede that the Democratic Party needs to go left. Okay, yeah, you're right, Jonas. It should be very obvious. It should have been obvious. But because we don't have a democracy, it takes a lot more than just a majority of people, right, believing something. You need overwhelming pressure. So, okay. So there are some good things here happening. All right.
I guess my point is, even though it's the worst of times in many ways, I see a window opening that I didn't see previously where there's no complacency among the new.
Exactly, Elaney. That's what Kamala did. She ran on abortion and then not being Trump. That's not enough, right? We need,
crop of ascendant Democrats. The old guard is still
Yeah,
there.
Elaney, oh my god, I'm sorry, guys. Elaney had a beautiful point here. Kamala just run on abortion and not being Trump, and then Elaney said that's fine. Abortion is good, but women eat food. Correct, right? Women are we're also struggling economically. All right. Yeah. Okay, exactly, Fox. And this doesn't mean that there will be big changes, but I have never seen this amount of leftiness on in the Democratic Party or on for amongst Americans. We'll have to see if it translates into actual changes. I hope it
We
does.
still have to topple them. We still have to finish the job. But I see young Democrats who are
Invalid.
coming up who actually do give me a little bit of hope. Now, it's possible that I'm being completely and utterly naive here, and the same cycle continues where even if they get in there, then they sort of betray the movement and they go back to being standard Democrats. But I
What
don't know, is
Fox
my
Emblem
hope
said.
misplaced in your opinion, or do you feel like this is actually the Democratic Tea Party? Because I kind of think it is.
I hope so. I like a lot of these people, you know? I think it's so this is the anarchist critique of entryism, right? Like you can have the best hopes, the best dreams, the best ideas. Once you enter the electoral system, once you try to improve the party from within, you get caught by all these incentive structures that drag you down, and eventually you're making the
Yes,
same
Glenn.
compromises as the people who you're trying to replace. I don't know if that's going to happen. I do know that the Democratic electorate right now has not been sold on a widespread solution to the problem we have within this party. And I
Correct,
know
Fox.
that because if you take someone like AOC, much more popular than Schumer. If AOC ran for Senate against Schumer, she would win. I think most people accept that. I think Schumer knows that. But
So, guys, remember how okay, so he's talking about AOC running against Chuck Schumer, and I do agree. I think she'd have a great chance of winning. Remember, we've talked about military strategy, though. Okay, why am I talking about military strategy? You can take a lot of the lessons from military strategy and apply it to politics, and it works pretty well. Okay. Okay. See here. Karan Bot. Hello. Main issue on ruling party comes up is not accepting affordability crisis. Absolutely. Wait, main issue on ruling party comes up. Oh, you're saying that they're not accepting the affordability crisis? Absolutely. I completely agree with you, Karan. We need them to actually advocate for economic change and shit. Okay, absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Anyway, so you can apply. Going back to what I was saying, you can apply military ideas somewhat to politics. So when you say that, when he says that AOC will win easily against Chuck Schumer, I don't fully buy that. This is why, right? Remember how I said there's something called friction? He is saying that, assuming that Chuck Schumer won't fight back effectively. But there is friction. Chuck Schumer will be planning for how to fight AOC at the same time, so he could do some dirty tricks, right? So just be aware, it might not be as easy as she would win no matter what, because Chuck Schumer will be doing what he can to counter her victory. That's just a note there. It's just something to think about. You can apply those sort of ideas when you think about politics too.
right now, the most popular potential candidate for 2028 for the Democrats is Kamala Harris. And it's like, man, Kamala Harris is Schumer. Kamala Harris is Hillary Clinton. She is the same. She is Biden. She
Yep,
is
you're right. The only one creator, correct. You mean James Tallarico warned everyone about this happening on 2008 in a Fox News Hannity interview? Yep, yes, he did.
everything that led to low turnout from the Democrats in 2024, everything that depressed their engagement. So maybe people are ginned up on these individual, like, competent, do something Democrats. I don't know if
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know who James. Forgive me. I don't know who James Trafficant is.
they yet have this like an understanding of and disgust for what the centrist Democrats really represent. And we need that. And this is why I'm so critical of AOC, not for anything she proposes in a positive sense, but in a negative sense. I think she should be critiquing party leadership more. Why the hell are Jeffries and Schumer still in their positions? Why the hell is there
Agreed.
not more widespread?
Why the hell are Jeffries and Schumer still in their positions? Guys, oh my God. We all know that Jeffries is like the least charismatic person in the in existence, right? He is the most boring. It is awful. Okay. I can't. No, thank you. He is an awful politician. He's boring to listen to. He is a corpo dem. He like has the same voice when he says everything. Same thing with like Schumer. Schumer is awful. They're awful politicians, and yet they're in power. Yeah, Cuomo is worse, but the reason they're in power is because they are good with donors. They know how to get the donations in, and if you're in the Democratic Party and you're good at getting bribes into the party, that's all anyone cares about, right? They're very good. They're very good at raising money. Okay, that's why they're there, which means they don't have, okay. You see what I mean? So they should not be in office anymore. Gotcha. Thank you, Matt Saiga. James Traffic Hunt was an American politician who served as a Democratic member of the United States House of Representatives. Interesting.
Outrage.
Right,
Nobody
yeah.
likes them. Their own people don't like them. The constituent doesn't like them. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries is, I think, tentatively popular, at least in his district. Schumer is very unpopular.
Mhm.
There should be more outrage against these guys.
So,
the Republic.
only one creator. I'm not going to do that because we're doing this right now. If you want to summarize it though in the chat, you can. I mean, if you want to say what was the general vibe of what he was saying?
Seconds replace their unpopular leadership. I don't know why. It contributes the impression that the Democrats just run a loyalty club, where the most senior geriatrics get leadership because it's their turn, and the will of the party has nothing to do with it. And that stuff
Me too,
depresses
Jonas.
me. I don't know if we're on the eve of a solution.
Yeah, so I think the part that's not depressing to me is that
Yeah,
I do
Jonas.
see in the
I
new
think Jonas. I'm not sure what district he represents. Does anyone know where is Jeffries from? What's his district?
crop more of a willingness to say we need like a page one rewrite here.
I'll take a look.
I brought up Plattner. He's probably the best example where he's like crusading against the Iran war. He's calling Chuck Schumer out. He's willing to mix it up. I just saw Ro Khanna earlier on Twitter today was fighting with people who were saying it was anti-Semitic to mention
He's
the
good.
Epstein class and stuff like
Ro.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess my point is these old taboos are shattering. Now, they should have shattered a long time ago in the Trump era because it's like to have any sort of taboos like that when Trump clearly, like, there is no playbook and he says whatever he wants. It's kind of crazy. The Democrats are slow to learn. But I do think we are getting to a place like that now where there's a sort of default recognition of the Republican Party, certainly among the entire Democratic electorate, like the voting base, that the Republican Party truly is a terrorist, fascist,
demonic,
imperialist, death cult, like absolutely
my God,
demonic.
they are.
And so that is spurring Democrats to.
It's true. Okay. Oh yeah, only one creator. Yeah, I mean, people have been saying that for a long time. You're right, only one creator. So okay, it is true, guys. It is a giant death cult, right? It is a giant goddamn death cult. The Republican Party and their evangelical base are a giant death cult. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Think about it. A lot of them are evangelical Christians make up a giant portion of their base, and they want the Jews to. I'm not okay. This sounds crazy. Look it up. They want the Jews to return to Israel so that the apocalypse will kick off, and in which case most of the Jewish people will go straight to hell. So it's an anti-Semitic theory. And we can have the glorious apocalypse for Jesus to come down. And it is crazy, all right? It is Christian Zionism, right? And literally, there's articles for those. I talked about them on stream, did I not? That a lot of soldiers have been complaining about since Pete Hegseth has taken over the military, there have been speeches given to soldiers around bases around the world, basically saying that this is the war with Iran is an apocalyptic final battle in order to bring about the second coming of Christ. Right? I mean, like that, and they're saying it openly, and soldiers are complaining about it. Soldiers complain about religious. Let's see here. What is this? Yep, here we go. The Guardian, CNN, all these sites. So here, let's go to the Guardian since this is the first one I see. U.S. troops were told the war in Iran was all part of God's divine plan, and they were basically saying so this organization received more than 200 complaints from service members, basically saying that they were telling the troops that this is all part of God's plan, and he specifically referenced numerous citations out of the book of Revelation referring to Armageddon and the imminent return of Jesus Christ. Like, God, okay, so it's like they're a death cult, and it is a very scary thought. A very scary thought that, by the way, fascists generally, this isn't specific to the Trump administration. Fascists generally are a giant death cult. Fascists love battle and war for the sake of battle and war. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Laney. Yeah. Capitalism is also a death cult. Okay. So, right. That's what it is. So, okay. It wants war for the sake of war, struggle for the sake of struggle. Fascists often think that war, violence, and struggle is good for is self-justifying because it allows the strongest people to rise to the top. Trump's rhetoric is all about that. It's all about like we'll just flex our strength, do battle all the time, and we will ultimately win because we're stronger. All right. It's all very, very insane. Okay. It is. It's insane. So that's the situation we're in, guys. And we have all the nukes, and Pete Hegseth is a right-wing lunatic, and so is Donald Trump. So that's good. And they're getting pressured by a giant death cult. All right. So that's fun. Love that for us.
To have to be a little better than they were in the past, no?
No, I do think so. I think that the understanding that Republicans aren't just like because this was the myth that the centrists wanted to push, that the Republican Party was filled with good people and they
Right.
disagreed with Democrats on how to do the same fundamental
Right.
things, to lower prices, to make the country better, whatever. In reality, they just want to maximize corporate profits and child rape. As long as those two lines are going
Yeah.
up, they're fine. That's it. That's all they care about. They'll burn the country down if they can get those two things.
I mean, is he wrong? That's all they care about is raising their donors' profits and protecting the Epstein class, right? As in protecting the people who were assaulting children, right? All those elites, all those powerful people. That seems to be their big deal right now. Isn't that great? Don't we love our country right now, guys? God bless America. That's what our big thing is, right? Okay, dear God.
So knowing that they're a terroristic entity, which I completely agree with, yeah, I think a lot of even liberal Democrats, right, like the constituency, they're waking up to that. And what we need to see is that translate into results at the ballot box, because that does not gel with having Chuck Schumer as your Senate majority.
Yeah, now, guys, okay. As I said, he's right partially that a lot of Democrats are waking up. Does that mean that they will my concern is that they will translate this into, well, we just need to vote in another Democrat, a corporate Democrat. A lot of them think that the issue is Donald Trump. And once you get rid of Trump, all the problems will be solved. No. Okay. What we need major, massive reforms in this country. So I am worried that a lot of the corpo Dems will be like, okay, we just need to vote in a corpo Dem and everything will be fine. So we need their anger right now to translate into more radicalization and move in advocating for massive reforms. We also, by the way, guys, we can't do a thing where you after if Democrat gets elected, all of the illegality of the Republicans just it gets ignored, and we're like, we have to think of the future. No, we need some major accountability for these people. We need major accountability for these people. Okay. I don't want them to get away with any of their shit. Okay. I want everything they've done in the past 4 years to be scrutinized. I want it to be investigated. I want them to be held accountable and publicly humiliated, preferably arrested and thrown in prison. Any of these Republicans or these Trump administration officials who engaged in illegality, we need to make an example of them because we need to hold the elites accountable. And I'm sick of us not holding the elites accountable or holding people who are trying to destroy accountable, not holding them accountable. They need to be held accountable. So, all right, the rule of law no longer exists and the Constitution is no longer. Why the fuck should the common man sit back and be civilized? If they want animals, give them animals. Sir Bartholomew, you said it. I didn't, right? So, okay, that's something else to be clear about. Okay.
Leader. I think that we're going to enter a dark period for a while because there is this spark, but we are not yet at a point where the competent Democrats, the do something.
No, Paul Squaw, I'm not talking about Democratic politicians. I'm talking about average Americans, right? The average Americans, I guess I'm talking about Democratic voters, need to hold their Democratic Party accountable and either need to get rid of them or form a new party or do massive protest or a massive strike or something to pressure the system because the Democratic Party itself is unfunctional at this point, okay? Can't do a damn thing. It is part of the ruling class. It is massively corrupt. Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries are all idiots. They're all horrible politicians. They're all about corruption. But the people themselves need to do something about this because, as I said, we need to do more than just electoralism at this point, guys. We do.
Democrats can it affect their will electorally. So we might be in for 4, 8, I don't know, 12 years of people on the left essentially saying, why won't you realize we're right? How long will it take? And every election cycle, things shift more and more towards us, but there's
Yeah.
going to be so much suffering along the way. And maybe a
Yep.
couple of really bad Democrat presidents, like Newsom types, who just reinforce the point, but they get people's hopes up and then they get disillusioned.
Yeah, will they will they be able to pantomime being us? That's the thing, right? Because if Newsom is able to successfully be able to pantomime being one of us, then I agree he can dupe the Democratic electorate and probably get in there. But I've already seen signs of I don't know if you could pull it off. And it
Israel.
might be the case that, well, exactly, it might be the case that Newsom is going to be the most wrong I ever was when I thought DeSantis might be the nominee for the Republicans in 2024. Yeah,
Who?
2024.
Okay.
Right? I think it might end up being like that, where, your point on Israel, he criticized Israel tepidly. He gets pushback. He immediately comes out and his spokesperson's like, he actually wants to defend Israel more than anybody else does. And so that's my hope, right, is that the Kamala types and the Gavin Newsom types, while they will try to sort of mimic.
Only one creator. You're right that there is some divide and conquer going on. I'm not quite sure. But I'm not quite sure what you're referring to in this case.
The way we are, I don't think they have it in them. I think they're going to shoot themselves in the dick. And then I think when they do that, you leave the lane wide open. In a weird way, think about it with the election of Barack Obama. He genuinely and sincerely came out of nowhere, where
Yeah.
everybody expected Hillary Clinton was going to win that election. Then here comes this young senator who hasn't even been in the Senate that long. And all of a sudden he fucking, barnstorms his way to victory. And I think we're sort of primed for something like that now, where it could be a politician who.
Yeah, but we don't want Barack Obama, do we? Because Barack Obama was not that radical. Okay, he was a corpo dem. He made some good changes, but they were not good enough. We need much more than a Barack Obama at this point. Okay, that we need. Okay, we need. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Eleni, you're right. Okay, thank you. Stop trying to divide the Democrat base, casual revolt. You're a controlled opposition. How much as much is the RNC paying you? Yeah, I know. Okay. So, yeah. So, Obama was really good at co-opting revolutionary and change language, and pretending like he would bring about change, but he didn't. Okay, he didn't. He didn't at all. All right. He barely did. Do you remember when he accidentally bombed a wedding party in Yemen and then claimed that we didn't do it, and then secretly paid the family of that bombed wedding party money because he knew he had accidentally killed a wedding party? Or how the Obamacare, even though it did get a lot of people access to healthcare and made a lot of good reforms, it was a Republican plan that basically forced you to buy healthcare from private companies. There are a lot of issues with Barack Obama. He was very good. He was very charismatic, but we need someone who actually makes reforms, major reforms.
Comes out of nowhere, who says the right things and believes the right things. It could be a celebrity. It could be somebody we're not even thinking about or talking about right now. I almost feel like Kamala at the top and Newsom at the top at this moment is almost like a placeholder from name recognition, in the same way that
fully.
Rudy Giuliani was leading in the 2008 Republican
Yeah.
primary. Then the second the fucking thing starts, he falls off a cliff.
Yeah, right now Kamala Harris is still a lot of Democrats still like her, which is deeply disturbing to me.
I think that
Correct and
Israel
valid
is both
axiom.
a blessing and a curse here within the Democratic Party because Zionists are so whiny. It's really tough for people like Newsom to feign being on the left because the moment even a milquetoast critique of Israel, every donor group, every funding group, every consultancy group, they all step out and they're like, you can't say that, sir. Sir, how dare you? And then they have to walk it back. So it's really easy.
Only one creator. No. Okay. No, I'm sorry. COVID was a massive problem and it killed a million some people. So can we not do? What are we doing? Why are we doing COVID denialism in 2026? I'm not okay. What are we doing here? Okay, let's not go down that route. You can stay around here, the only creator, but let's not pretend that all this shit is manufactured. Are you crazy? Okay, that is insane.
To tell there because they demand like total loyalty, absolute fealty to the state of Israel. But on the negative side, there is so much pressure out there, man. I can't imagine. Like, we only catch glimpses of it from the outside. They are probably squashing so many potential presidential hopefuls, you know, like Van Leyen, for example, right? There are so many people, I think, who could potentially run a really good presidential campaign for 2028 from the Democratic side, who are probably facing a lot of internal pressure. And they need to fight that, because if that's the line, like, if you cannot be a Democratic president without bending the knee to some extent, then we're caught in a death spiral. Like, at the very least until 32, we're caught in a death spiral.
So the good news, though, is AIPAC has recently had to get creative. And so they've had to, like, run ads against the candidates they dislike that don't mention anything to do with Israel, because they know how unpopular Israel is
Creating
among
other
Democratic
PACs
voters.
with different names, or like
Yeah, guys, this is true. So AIPAC recently, a lot of these pro-Israel groups have actually been changing their names or not donating, rather having individuals from them donate. Okay. So all this, because they're so unpopular, they don't want their names connected to their donations. That's a good sign that people really don't want to, these organizations know they're unpopular, so they're having to try and hide their donations more. Okay. Yeah.
progressive. Yeah.
Right. And so to me, that's a sign of, like, oh, these motherfuckers are on the retreat. They're still on the offense in the sense that they're trying dirty tricks in order to, like, you know, fool Democratic voters into electing the wrong people. But that shows that they can't just
For the members of my community who are asking a certain question, you're brilliant. And if it works, I will do what you wish. Let's put it that way. Do you see what I'm saying?
rightly argue for the things that they believe in, because it's totally out of lockstep with the Democratic voting base. So I take some solace out of that. I guess one of the things I'm concerned about is I wish I was wrong about this, but my gut instinct tells me we're going to deal with another scenario where, even if we get a great Democratic president, that you're going to have another Obama scenario where they go, we look forward, we don't look backward, and, like, we're not going to criminally charge all the people who literally just went on a 4-year-long crime spree. And that, to me, like, I almost want it to be a litmus test in 2028 that, like, you need to openly be on the record. We're going to investigate, prosecute Elon Musk. We're going to go after Stephen Miller. We're going to go after Donald Trump. Like, we cannot let this fucking criminal syndicate get away with everything they've done, because if we do, then genuinely and sincerely, there is no more United States. There is no more rule of law. Like, it's just like you have an emperor and they decide anything and everything, and they don't care about the Constitution.
No, I that is a litmus test for me. I'm not voting for any Democratic presidential candidate who's not pledging that.
Yeah, no, I agree. So remember, we need major accountability, like I said, for all these crimes and shit. We cannot let this go unanswered, guys. Come on. Like, we cannot let, at least get Miller. Like, we cannot let these folks, get away with this. Like, it'll just enable worse behavior in the future. Come on, can we please, like, all right, like we just do.
You're completely correct. We literally don't have a country if this is the standard. If every 4 years the Republicans have the opportunity to rape the country to death, and then afterwards they just get away from it, the next Democratic candidate, we saw what happened when with Biden, right? With Merrick Garland, we saw everyone was so hyped up. Trump was.
I'm sorry. I just noticed only one creator. You're what are you talking about? So, excuse me, one creator. You're saying that we don't know who created the Fed? Yes, we do. What do you mean? I'm a historian. We know who created the Fed. I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean what do you mean? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Only one creator. We know exactly who created the Fed. We know we know who created Bitcoin. We know all this shit. I don't know what you mean by we don't know. We know exactly who did these things. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Would you clarify? Who do you think created these things? Let's put it that way. Who do you think created these things?
Incredible.
Oh, shocking. Is it? The Fed isn't a federal entity? I didn't know that. Yeah, I know that. It's an independent bank, but what do you mean?
Unpopular, even to an extent with Republicans after Jan 6. Everyone was like, oh my God, I can't believe he did that. Fox News wasn't defending him. There was a window of time where the culture turned against him, and everyone thought, okay, well, Biden's going to come in, Merrick Garland's going to annihilate him, like everyone affiliated with this is going down. This is going to be unthinkable, like no one will ever do this again because Trump just fucked up. If he had won, maybe there'd be a different outcome, but he lost. So now he and everyone around him is going to get eviscerated. Then nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. And now look where we are. This is what happens when you let lawlessness fester. Any Democratic candidate who refuses to enforce the law, I don't think is worthy of being president. I think that the idea that we can allow these people to get away with this is insane. I want every single gas station receipt these people have ever racked up to be brought in and scrutinized. I want everything they've ever done. I want every security camera that has ever caught them, every text they've ever sent or received. I want a nonstop criminal spectacle of them, and I want there to be results. And I would, and I am
Yeah,
so
I would love
hardline
there
on
to
this.
be results.
I would
That'd be
prefer
nice.
an economically moderate president who annihilates the Republican Party over the crimes they've engaged in, over an economically progressive president who does not. Because I think the long-term consequences. Look, don't get me wrong, not a choice I want to have to make, and probably not a choice the
Yeah. Oh God, I agree. Like but we need to hold these people accountable, right? All right. Let's see here. I'm just checking. I saw a lot of. Okay. What are you guys talking about? Are you talking about Bitcoin? No, so I guess okay. So technically, Bitcoin, there was like an anonymous person who made Bitcoin. I guess, yeah. I guess you're right about that. I was just kind of speaking generally, as in we know that there was this person. What were they called? Like I forget their name. They had like a what is it called? A fake name. I can't remember their name. That created Bitcoin, but we don't. You're right. We don't really know who that person is. That's for sure. I was overgeneralizing here, but we know who created the Fed. I'm not sure what you mean. Thank you. So Satoshi Nakamoto, but that's not their real name, obviously. They were anonymous. Okay. Okay. Loy, so stop being an ass. Okay. Do you even read what's happening in the chat here? I'm trying to make a point. All right. Okay. So let's see here. Bitcoin was used for snuff. Okay. Okay. Only one creator. All right. You know what? This is what I get. This is what I get for daring to engage in this. Only one creator. Who do you think created the Fed? Who do you think created the banks and things like that? If we're going to be debating this nonsense, okay?
universe is going to force on me. But I think the long-term consequences of letting the most criminal presidential administration in history, by a long shot, get away with it, is far worse than almost any other outcome. It's like the doomsday scenario. They're just going to do it again. You're telling them to do it again because all they're doing right now is winning. Like Trump is unpopular, sure. Yeah, his poll numbers are going down. The country's falling apart. He doesn't care. All the people
Correct,
around him, every
Amorphous
time there's a
Blob.
market spike and then a dip, everyone around Trump who insider traded to buy the dip beforehand, they get $100 million. They're going to walk away. They don't care. They'll just do it again. They don't care how the country's doing. They're winning. They're winning and they're laughing at us and they're fucking kids. And
Oh, is that true? Only one creator. Now, so forgive me. Forgive me. So you said the Rothschilds did this. Okay. So if you so who was it that so you think that and whoever was top dog. So the Rothschilds are the ones who created all the banks. Is that what you're saying? Because we all know where comes from, right? That idea of the Rothschilds. Now, okay, you know what? Let's continue watching this. All right.
and the idea that they can just get away with this it's unconscionable to me.
Totally agree. Now, let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
So my reading of the situation is that I genuinely think the empire is already over. Like, in name, it still might be occurring. The dollar might still be the world reserve currency, but I think the groundwork is already laid and the seeds are already planted where, like, it's going to blow up. It's going to,
Yes. So
eventually,
this is
the
like
dollar is no longer going to be the world reserve currency. Eventually, all of our allies are going to, like, run into the loving arms of China and totally abandon us. And, like, this is what happens when you launch a trade war against your allies, when you don't give a shit about your own treaties that Trump himself, in many instances, came up with and then pulled out of in his second term. When you use diplomacy and negotiations as basically a lie to drag somebody somewhere and then murder them, like, you can't act like this on the world stage and then, like, just have everybody accept it and everybody act like this is normal. And so I really think that probably within my lifetime and your lifetime, like, I think it's a wrap for the empire. And when that happens,
it is, guys. I've been saying this for a while. It is a wrap. Right, Bit Future, exactly. It is a wrap for the American empire. I'm very happy about it. I'm glad. I'm very glad that The empire is falling. The American empire is falling. It's falling everywhere we can see it, right? Trump is accelerating that process of the collapse of the American empire. What typically happens when an empire collapses, one of two things: either it peacefully collapses and sort of collapses and slowly. Um, okay, we're not going to talk about this. Only one creator. Bye bye. Only one creator. I don't like weird anti-Semitic conspiracy theories in my goddamn chat. Bye bye. Love you. You're the best. I'm sure. I'm sure you're a great person. You're just a little bit confused. Bye. Bye 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 bye. Bye. Okay, there you go. Bye. All right. Uh. So, moving on. So the empire is collapsed. The American empire is collapsing. An empire can take a long time to collapse. Ours has been slowly declining for a while. So, for example, when past empires have fallen, there is sometimes this idea, oh, it collapsed immediately. No, no, it typically was a long process. Okay. I did invalid axiom. Okay. So, all right. But Grindcar says you don't know it's just going to fall. I never said, Grindcar, that it's just going to fall. Okay. I'm not going to say, I never said it was just going to fall. It is on the verge of like, it is in the terminal phases of this, and this could last many years. It could. Exactly. They wobble. They kind of, America has been wobbling for a while, but what we're seeing now is a lot of times when an empire starts to fall, it starts lashing out wildly in an attempt to maintain its empire. And that's what Trump is doing. He's lashing out wildly at various countries in almost sort of fascist attempt to maintain the empire. We saw that happening in Venezuela. He's doing something like that in Cuba. He wanted to gain hold of Greenland. He's doing it in Iran. It's sort of this, um, what's it called? Lashing out at all these countries in an effort to maintain hold of the empire. But the problem is that it is a terminal decline mainly brought upon by economic realities. So like it is like we can't escape this decline, is imperial decline we're in. We can lash out a bunch. It might slightly make the decline happen less quickly, but more often than not, it's going to accelerate the decline. Okay, because it's going to cost a lot of money. It's going to cost a lot of lives. It's going to push our allies away from us. So yeah, this is sort of the last few breaths of empire, and Trump is lashing out wildly. I know, right? Invalid axiom. And so yeah, the end is coming. And honestly, guys, I'm happy about it because I can promise you, the American empire did not really help Americans. It was a waste of our tax dollars for the sake of corporate entities. Okay. You see what I mean? Like it was good for the corporate entities. All right. And shit like that. Okay. So like, all right. You see what I mean? Okay, like it didn't help us, and I would rather spend that money here in the United States. Guys, we are very safe here in the United States. We don't need an empire to protect ourselves. We're geographically very safe, all right? We got two massive oceans on either side of us, okay? Two massive oceans on either side of us, etc. And like we don't we don't need all these hundreds of military bases all over the world just okay, we don't need it. We're fine, right? Okay. There you go, right? Biff Future, why not? You know, YOLO. We have no money. It's getting worse. Let's spend $1 trillion on fighting unwinnable wars, right? Why not? Okay. Yeah. There's a good argument that a lot of outer signal. There's a good argument that a lot of wild foreign policy is prep for Fortress America and return to isolationism. Yeah, and that we've seen that historically, outer signal too, right? Okay. Yeah, it was weird and worse ball. But anyway, it's just okay. So they're right. By the way, look at Kyle Kulinski's face. I paused at a really weird moment. Okay. Anyway, they're right.
When that day comes, when the
Invalid
dollar is no
axiom.
longer the world reserve currency, we're looking at like a Great Depression, the likes of which people can't even wrap their minds around. It'll make the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis and Great Recession look like child's play. Is this an analysis that you share as well, that it's already over, it's just a matter of time until we get the worst effects?
I think it's pretty likely, yeah. Our economy is pretty much entirely built around the service sector, tourism, and financialization. And the only way the financialization bubble keeps afloat is if we remain the global reserve currency and if we remain like the place
Trump
to
failed.
invest because we guarantee pretty consistent yearly 3 or 4% S&P 500 returns. Outside of that, there's like that is what our country is built on, you know? If China had a big economic collapse, it still has its factories.
100% Lincoln Ward. Lincoln Ward, I love you. Lincoln Ward says all the money we spend supporting Israel could be applied to providing free health care in college. Yeah, yeah. I was a teacher. I had students coming to class who didn't have food, and I would have to feed them with money, with things I bought because their parents couldn't afford food or they didn't have access to food. Or, we have people dying every day because they don't have access to health care, people suffering. Like, what are we doing? This empire isn't working for us, folks. It isn't working for us, okay? We could use, we are one of the wealthiest countries in human history. That's a fact. Why don't we feel like it? Because that money isn't being used on our own people. It's being used for the sake of corporations and the wealthy. We need to use that on ourselves, right? So if I'm okay with the American empire falling. I think it'll be civilizing for the United States and we can focus more at home. Um, and why are we, by the way, someone mentioned, why are we sending so much money to Israel? By the way, Israel has a budget, at least before the war, had a budget surplus, has universal health care, has all these things that we don't have. And we send them billions and billions of dollars, largely because they're bribing many of our politicians. APAC is bribing our politicians. Christian Zionists are also bribing our politicians. There's lots of politicians being bribed by Israel. Okay. And this war is partially connected to Israel's desire to dominate the Middle East because Iran stands in the way of Israeli hegemony over the Middle East. So why are we, why are we letting the tail wag the dog, right? Um, oh, I'm gonna lose my mind. Okay, moving on. Let's continue with this, shall we, guys?
It'll always have its factories as long as it keeps maintaining them.
Yeah, no,
France, Germany, Spain, Italy, these countries have a local economy that isn't entirely built around foreign investment, but
Yep.
hype is all we have. And if that falls apart, yeah, it's going to whiplash like crazy and the global economy is going to go to shit. And that's not even to speak of the debt. I mean, our current debt to GDP ratio is equivalent to wartime spending, but we're not at war. I mean, like proper wartime spending, right? Like World War II
Right.
wartime spending. We're nowhere near there in
Yeah,
terms of what
Drusilla.
we're committing with the Pentagon, which suggests that like these levels are unsustainable. There's no way to fix it except for mass taxation, and no one has the balls to do it. The Democrats don't have the balls to do it. Like the most they can offer is a tepid wealth tax. And listen, I'm in favor of a wealth tax, but like that's not far enough at this point. We
Yeah,
need like a
Grindcar. Because that's part of the empire, right?
mass restructured like tax code out the window.
Yeah, TJ, it's insane.
Just a flat.
Personally, guys, let's put it this way. I have a big issue with our tax dollars being used to blow up children in hospitals and crush baby skulls and kill women, in a mass genocidal violence, okay? I'm not a big fan of that. I got to tell you, I'm really unhappy with that. But let's say you don't care about that. Let's say for some reason you don't view Gazans as human beings or you don't think their lives are worthy, okay? We still know like that's still our money being spent on doing that, right? Like it's not helping America. By the way, it's actually bad for America, but how do you think that's going to make people in the Middle East feel about America if we are helping Israel do colonialism against Muslims and Arabs? And by the way, also killing Christians in Gaza, bombing Christian hospitals. So that's not good for America. We all know that one of the reasons Osama bin Laden attacked the United States was because of American aid for Israel, right? And American bases in the Middle East. Now, you may not have learned that in school, but that is 100% the case. So again, this is whether even if you don't care about human beings and you don't care about the murder of innocent people, it's still not good for us, okay? If you want to be fully selfish about it, right? So, right, Jonas, and then I'll be called anti-Semitic for saying that, right? Okay, anyway, it's just true. Okay, move on. All right, we'll keep going with this. I like this conversation, though.
Progressive, well, it's not flat, I guess, but like a sturdy progressive
Nope, right.
tax.
Yeah, Drusilla, how do Norwegians feel about Americans? We got a lot of people, a lot of people in the world here, from all over the world here. How do you all feel about Americans? How has American imperialism and aid to Israel helped America's image elsewhere? I'm just curious. Do you all love us? Do you all love us very much at this point? I'm sure you do, right? You all love America. Biff, I don't know if Americans are psychologically equipped to exist in a world where America isn't the greatest nation in existence ever. I think they are, Biff. I think a lot of Americans are actually coming around to that. I really do. I do. But I see what you mean. That is a form of social control. That is a form of social control. The fact that the elites are always promoting the idea of America being the best on the planet, the greatest ever. It's a way of suppressing dissent because then any suffering you have in the United States is like, well, at least it's not elsewhere. You're in the United States, right? I think that if a lot of Americans are starting to realize that we're not great, which will then push them to advocate more for reforms in the United States. So I am seeing that happen already. You're seeing a lot of Americans starting to advocate for reforms, and it's hard to convince people to advocate reforms if you view yourself as the greatest in the world. Okay, it is. Um, okay, let's see here. I got some comments here. Question: do you think the argument about being able to send the money back home is a good one? I'm taking this because they would then say, "Why are we giving money to Ukraine?" Or rather, use that money for us too. You know what? That is a fair point, Matt Saiga. Or those who are using that, I can see how that could lead down that path. Uh, yeah, you know what, Matt Saiga? That actually is a good point. I'd have to think about it, but that's a good point. We have to sort of, yeah. I don't know how to answer that, but I think I'd have to think about. That's good. All right. All right. Outer Signal, the genocide has rotted your image. Final nail in your misadventures. Most educated people think Trump is a massive dumbass destroying the U.S. from within. Absolutely. Okay. Mythful, we had 2 U.S. bases with nuclear missiles in the 80s. I never felt great about the U.S. There you go. There you go. Okay. All right. That's a good question, though, Matt Saiga, really. Scapegoat lottery. Yeah. All right. What do you mean scapegoat lottery here? Okay. So anyway, let's continue, guys. All right. Moving on. We get the idea.
Taxing unrealized capital gains, higher corporate tax, it just fucking level the playing field. Really, just like a scythe going over wheat. Cut up all that excess wealth, bring it into the economy, reinvest it. But no one's going to do it. I don't know what this country has going for itself outside of the yearly 3% S&P 500 gains that it promises people who invest in its industries. And outside of that, I don't know. I'd like to believe this country has more to offer the world. Certainly, like in terms of our resources, we're a
Grindcar. Okay, you know what? I'm going to pause it again. First of all, I like what Vaush was saying here, but Grindcar says, well, yeah, Europe makes the USA the scapegoat. That is actually true. I will say a lot of times European politicians will scapegoat the United States. A lot of European countries could take a lot more actions against the United States, but they don't. A lot of European nations, well, Drusilla, allow me to explain, okay? I'm talking European politicians will often scapegoat the United States to remove their own responsibility from their decisions because a lot of European politicians are reliant on the United States for military protection and things like that. So, and that's not to say that the United States still isn't the empire, okay? Isn't the empire and isn't the one that has all the power. But I do wish a lot of European politicians would stand up more to the United States and maybe take more responsibility for their actions instead of blaming the United States when they're the ones deciding to side with the United States. You see what I mean? This is a case by case basis. You know what I mean? For example, the UK, Keir Starmer, is allowing America to use British military bases in the Middle East after America sort of strong-armed him. And yet, he didn't have to do that. He did not have to do that. It's not like the United States. There you go, Jonas. Right? Starmer took a very strong stance. So, and a lot of times those politicians will then use will be like, well, the United States is strong arming us and stuff. Well, yeah, but you can still say no. All right. That doesn't mean, again, so you see what I mean? Does that make sense, Drusilla? So I do wish some European politicians would push back more against the United States. All right.
bountiful country. We're large. We have a lot going for us, like in a in a sort of map allocation way, right? We have a lot.
Laney, the UK does sometimes pretend to be helpless, and I'm like, no, Drusilla, you're absolutely right, and I don't mean to say that America still isn't the big culprit here, but it is true that a lot of politicians in Europe scapegoat the United States when they, or at least make it seem like that they have less power than they let on. Okay, they do have enough power; they can resist the United States. But they don't. And then they blame the United States when they could have resisted. But that doesn't mean the United States doesn't have a lot of power. Okay, anyway.
To take advantage of, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. It won't cushion our fall, that's for sure.
So the debt right now is not a problem, and I've never been like a debt fearmonger or anything like that because I generally agree
Jonas.
with like the MMT philosophy that like this really isn't an issue because we have our own sovereign currency. However, having said that, the debt becomes a problem if the dollar is no longer the world reserve currency. Then all of a sudden
Yeah.
it actually matters.
Guys, classic empire thing. A lot of times, guys, when an empire falls, the world reserve currency changes. So the dollar eventually is no longer going to be the world's reserve currency. That'll really mark the end of the empire, okay? And when the empire falls, by the way, we are essentially going to allow that'll probably cause a global depression, or at least it'll cause a depression in the United States. So we have a lot of suffering ahead of us, unfortunately, when the empire does fall. But I think in the end it'll be good. Now, if we are wise about the collapse of our empire, which will probably not happen, we could offset some of those problems. But all right.
That we have the massive amount of debt that we do, and we can look at something like hyperinflation with political instability and the dollar not being the world reserve currency. When I look at that mixed with like our economy, to me just looks like a massive amount of AI hype. It looks like gambling that's now being legalized in like ways I can't even wrap my mind around. It looks like OnlyFans.
Mithril, that's brilliant. That's a good point. Not the best analogy there by Vaush, but okay, like it still.
And it looks like everything in this country is a scam.
Yeah, Gwen.
And the only jobs we have are like less than living wage service sector jobs. When I look at all that, I just don't see, without like a massive reorganization of the economy, I don't see a way out. Like you need, at the very least, a New Deal level.
I know, Mithril, you're right. Okay, I agree with you. I've some of the things Vosh has said. He kind of talks like European exceptionalist. I like what he's saying in here. I will say, and I know, guys. Well, as I said at the beginning of the stream, I know there's a lot of controversy around Vosh, but I heard that this was a great conversation, and I kind of like what they're saying so far.
Change of the economy. And I think that's even understating it at this point. I think we need more
You're right,
fundamental
Lincoln.
reform than
You're
even
right,
what the New
Lincoln.
Deal offered.
You're right.
I agree. That's pithy compared to what we need to do. I am a big debt fearmongerer. I'm with the Keynesian on the Keynesians
Agreed,
on this
Gwen.
one, right? Like the government should spend and invest freely when the economy's down, but you have to tighten your belt a little bit when things are good.
Right.
And we just never did. We have been untightening the belt
Correct, Global.
constantly. And like eventually
Offer tax cuts for the rich. It's all going tax cuts for the rich.
nonstop. And it's only gone. And the funny thing is too, there's like a reverse bell curve in this too, because very poor people in this country don't pay income tax either. We have a lot. The bottom 50% pay very little, and then the top 1% pay very little. Relative to their income, of course. And then like the middle class up to the upper middle class pay.
Mithril. So Mithril, let's talk about this, okay? Mithril says Europe tends to value diplomacy over fighting. Mithril, is that true historically? Has historically Europe tended to value diplomacy over fighting? Because historically, Europeans love killing each other. They don't love killing each other, but like historically, Europe has always fought, like has constantly fought and killed itself, right? I don't think it's true that Europe fundamentally cares more about diplomacy. I think in this current historical moment, Europe has been forced to care more about diplomacy. Got you, Mithril. Okay, I got you, Mithril. Okay, Europe has recently, as you just said, Mithril, since World War II, they have cared more about diplomacy because they have been under the tutelage of a superpower called the United States, which has military bases all over Europe. And things like that. They have not really, and they also have, now that there's a shared currency for a lot of Europeans, if they were to fight each other, they would be fighting against their own currency, right? It would be like destroying their own economy. So I think that the diplomacy focus is simply a matter of being forced, okay? It's a forced diplomacy because right now they don't really have another option. That's not to say, so I do think if Europe still were a bunch of independent states that didn't have a shared currency, yeah, they'd be fighting more. Which is why I would like to see Europe kind of coming together more and uniting so that when the United States does withdraw from Europe more, which I hope it does, there will be less likelihood of there being all these different states competing with each other. You see what I mean? Okay. That's not to say that the United States holds complete control over Europe, but I hope Europe pushes back more and tries to unite more. And I think they are. in some ways trying to unite more to prevent that. Yes, Drusilla, I do. I think one of the big reasons why there isn't as much conflict in Europe is because of a shared currency. That's not to say that's the only reason, but like if you go to war against a country with your currency, you're attacking your own currency. Now, not every country in Europe shares the same currency, the UK being an example, but there are but I do think that's part of the reason, right? There's also the American Empire on top of that is there's also a fear of Russia. There's other reasons why there's unity. There's other things too. Um, okay, so going on.
The highest proportion because they are neither poor enough to pay
Correct,
little nor
Gwen.
wealthy enough to get in with the loopholes, and it leads to this
Yeah, the European Union.
begrudging.
The European Union.
Or I think people feel like they're being taken advantage of because this hits the
Yeah, Drusilla. So like currency has helped, but you're right. The European Union has also helped. There's lots of other things. You're right, Drusilla. I'm not mentioning everything. There's also the European Union, which was basically the mutual destruction of World War II and World War I. Really, it was no longer sustainable for European countries to destroy each other, if that makes sense. Okay.
economic sectors where people are successful enough to be comfortable, but not so much so that they feel like they're guaranteed a lifeline their whole lives. They're worried about saving. They're worried about spending. They're worried about like maximizing their outcomes, but they're not quite there yet in terms of like being able to coast off of interest or whatever. And these people are the ones that are getting taxed the highest, and I think it makes them feel like they're rubes. Everyone thinks that being taxed, that makes you a
Yeah,
sucker.
Gwen, I
you
know.
If you're being taxed, it means that you're in that unlucky bracket. If you were just a little bit wealthier, you could have an accountant figure out some finicky way to avoid it. And I think that like at the end of the day, I'm with the old, I guess, liberals on this one.
Mhm.
Taxation is the price that we pay to live in a civilized society. It is the way we facilitate currency. The government creates currency so that it can recirculate.
I like what Vaush is saying. Some of the language he uses, I know I use this language sometimes too, but like living in a civilized society. I know, maybe I'm being a bit woke here about the language, but like, what do you mean a civilized society? Hunter-gatherers don't really have a taxation system, and they work perfectly fine. But anyway, I know, just a little note there.
And be taxed. I think that it is good. It is
Yeah,
good that this
Meowsword.
system functions. We should all be paying a strong tax, the wealthy far more, of course. But we need to reorient how we think about it. I mean, as a civil service, we should be proud to know that our money goes towards local infrastructure. If it did, right? It'd be nice if that's where our fucking money went rather than to Israel. I guess this culture, this attitude that being taxed means you're being fleeced in some way, it guarantees the government will never, ever, ever have the balls to tax people the way they need to be taxed. Because if they
Well, but the reason why people feel like they're being fleeced when they're taxed, especially in the United States, I'm sure it's probably similar elsewhere, is because our taxes don't help us, right? Who here from America is happy that your taxes are going to Israel, are going to pay for a multi-trillion-dollar military industrial complex, or how are our taxes benefiting us? Now, if you lived in a country where your taxes went to things like providing you health care or making sure your roads um making sure your roads are intact, or making sure every kid is fed, or making sure whatever it may be, you still may not be a big fan of taxes, but you might be a little more inclined to be okay with the taxation, right? So there you go, Drusilla. So like in our country though, we all know we have all these taxes, but like we don't feel the impact of those taxes. That the government takes those taxes and then they give them as subsidies to some of the wealthiest corporations in the world, whether it be defense contractors, oil companies who we literally directly subsidize. We send them to Israel to murder Palestinians, okay, for Israel's sake. We send them, okay, like if those taxes benefited you, I bet a lot of you would feel still uncomfortable about taxes, but not as uncomfortable, right? Or like, come on, who here has been to a US state where like you're driving down the road and like the road is like full of potholes and it's like bum 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 bum. Okay. And it's like, where the hell are my taxes going? So, all right. Yeah. And we also have no maternal leave, no universal health care. We work way too much. You know what I mean? It's just so okay. Jesus. Yeah, guys, right now, I'm speaking of taxes. Right now, I have no electricity in my house. I live in Ohio. Yesterday, we had 60-mile-per-hour winds. There are hundreds of thousands of people in Ohio right now that don't have electricity. I'm one of them. I'm currently running this computer on a generator, and it's cold. It's about 30 degrees outside, so I'm having to wear this thing, right? Now, I would love to pay taxes if we nationalized our energy grid and put all those lines underground so that a little wind wouldn't destroy our electric grid. All right, like we let these private tyrants control our electric grid, and then they don't want to spend money on protecting the electrical lines, so then our electricity goes out all the time. This happens a lot to me in Ohio, where my electricity goes out, and we claim to be like oh, we're the epitome of civilization, the greatest country on earth. We can't even keep our electric lines growing because private tyrants don't want to spend money on it. I'd gladly pay taxes to own this shit collectively so that the American people can democratically ensure our electric grid is working for everyone. Anyway, you guys get my point here, right?
They would never be reelected. It seems like a death spiral. I don't know how we get out of it. What president could convince the people, listen, I know it sounds crazy, but this is better for the economy in the long run, and then just implement a much harsher sweeping tax? I don't think anyone can do it.
And I mean, I'll go as far as to say that extreme wealth concentration, you
Yep.
could either have like massive income and wealth inequality and extreme wealth concentration among the top 1%, or you can have democracy. I
Mhm.
genuinely think they're incompatible. That if you have the amount of income and wealth inequality that we see, if you have people like Elon Musk who has like
Exactly, Paul
$850 billion,
Squall.
he's nearly a fucking
New
trillionaire.
trillionaire. Yeah.
When you look at that, like, so the Epstein class has more power than entire governments, and that is unsustainable.
Weird amorphous blob. One day you collectively own the energy industry, and the next day you have gulags. It's a slippery slope.
Because what they do is they effectively buy various governments around the world, rig the rules in their favor, run out the back door with all the money,
Yep.
and then leave people with the shittiest jobs where they make next to nothing and they can't even survive. They can't even afford to put a fucking roof over their head and food on the table. So I need people to start looking at this in a way.
Elaney, I would edit that. I see what you're saying. Elaney here says, I think we shouldn't tax the poor people and only tax rich people who gain a lot from society and owe the society more. Yeah, I don't, Elaney, I agree with you, except I would say, I would edit that to say, I don't think we should have poor people. I know you agree with that, right? But we shouldn't have poor people, and we can easily fix that. We don't have to have poor people, folks. We have the wealthiest country in human history. Why do we have people who are poor? Everyone should be thriving and doing well. And I do think everyone should be taxed. But we should have it so that there's no poor people. Literally, you can just do that. You can just do that. I know that's shocking. Most people have trouble thinking that way. We could literally just do that. We could just end poverty right now if we wanted to. We could just end it. We could end homelessness. We have the wealth and the resources to do that. Like, it's like you can just do it. But of course, we won't. So, okay. Anyway, regardless, all right.
Where it's like a life and death matter. I think we should have a no billionaires
Yeah,
tax.
invalid axiom. I agree. If you're poor, it should mean that you have a house, food, healthcare, childcare, maternity, and paternity leave. Yep, I agree.
Think literally everything over 999 million should be taxed at 100%. And, I'm sympathetic to people in my audience who might say,
You're
Kyle,
right,
you're being
public
too
domain.
kind. Maybe we should cut it off at over 100 million or over 500 million instead of a billion.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think there should be billionaires. Billionaires shouldn't be allowed. I would go so far as to say, I know this is a bit extreme. I don't think anyone should have $1 million. But I'm willing to compromise here. All right. I think we could go pretty hot. We could, fine, maybe 500 billion, 100 million, whatever, if we have to compromise, but, or even a billion, but there should be no billionaires. No billionaires. It's insane that we let people like Jeffrey Epstein own an entire goddamn island while there are children who can't eat, while there are people who can't get dental. Right now, I have all these, see this on my desk? These are a bunch of over-the-counter painkillers because I have a tooth that is constantly hurting me. But I can't afford to go get that damn thing fixed. It'll require a surgery. It's gonna really hurt. It'll cost thousands of dollars. I can't afford that shit, so I have to rely on over-the-counter pills to sort of keep the pain away while I'm live streaming. Like, meanwhile, Jeffrey Epstein owns an entire island, and okay. You see what I mean? What are we doing? Why do we let private tyrants rule over our society? It's not like why are we okay with living in the Middle Ages, like having a feudal power structure where there are these nobles that have an inordinate amount of power and wealth? It's crazy to me.
No, I know.
And by the way, that enables bad behavior. If you can afford your own goddamn island and you can afford all that privacy and all that power, You can do things like assault children and get away with it. You can do things like hide the bad stuff you're doing. It enables bad behavior.
I don't disagree at all. We basically don't have a democracy right now. The fact that all of our mainstream media is about to be owned by like 3 people, right? When the Ellisons get their hands on CNN and everything else, the way like you look at the difference between the average person and the average media pundit is allowed to talk about Israel.
Yes.
The fact that Trump gets sane washed in even nominally liberal publications talking
Oh
about
my
him,
God,
where they
yes.
assign a level of coherence or response.
Do you remember who was it? Which where was it? Was it CNN where when Trump was elected and gave a speech? Yeah, the Princeton State. We don't have a democracy, by the way, public domain. You know this, right? We live in an oligarchy. I'm kind of sick of people being like, we have to protect the democracy. I get it. We need to protect what's left of it, but we don't have a democracy. It's an oligarchy. There have been multiple studies, including the Princeton study by Martin Gillis, showing that what the people want don't really matter. Only what the top 10% of people want matter. Anyway, regardless, what was I going to say here? Oh, I can't remember. God, I completely lost what I was going to say here. Christy Nome, Princeton study. Shit. Oh, what? I can't remember now. It doesn't matter. Screw it. Well, I'll see what I remember.
Ability that is clearly not there. Like Trump mentally is in the shits. He's not present. No, we barely have a functioning democracy. This has always been the critique
It's
of
not a democracy, Vaush, at this point, literally. Okay. It's an oligarchy.
bourgeois democracy, right? Like you can give everyone a vote, but if the only information people are working off of to cast that vote is given to them by the ruling class, you're not going to get representative outcomes. Certainly, you're not going to get somebody who
Okay, Vaush is understating the point here.
represents the interests of the working class.
Who represents the interest of the working class? No one. Right? We all agree, right, that the Republican Party definitely doesn't represent the interest of the working class. Does the Democratic Party represent the interest of the working class? Like, come on. Come on. Okay. There might be like a few on the left edge of the Democratic Party that do. But yeah, the unions don't okay. Clearly in the United States, the Democratic Party does not represent the interest of the working class. And because of our yeah, I know, guys. I know Paul Squaw, I get it. I know you don't like Vaush. Vaush is not perfect, right? He does have some takes that I don't think are a little bit understated, okay? But he does make a lot of good points. Regardless, there is no working class representation in this country right now. We have a two-party system. Technically, there's only one party. It's the party of business and the owning class, right? And then it's split into the Democrats and Republicans. And the Republicans are much more severe. They are they are pro oligarchs. They're pro feudalism, basically techno feudalism. And then the Democrats are corporatists who kind of like the status quo, which is corporatism. So okay, it's a duopoly, right? And our unions are really weak, guys. I see people mentioning unions in here. We need new unions in this country. I'm sorry, but a lot of the old unions are deeply in bed with the Democratic Party and refuse to think outside of the Democratic Party. And it's a big problem. And they're corrupt. A lot of the unions are corrupt because they have deals with Democratic operatives. I can give you an example. The AFL-CIO is really in bed with the Democratic Party in a lot of ways. Okay, we need mutual aid groups. Yeah, I agree, Elaine. We also need mutual aid groups. We need unions and mutual aid groups. Oftentimes they should overlap, but we need to do something about this, okay? Yeah, so anyway. Right.
This administration has been so bad in both its open advocacy for corruption and wealth concentration that I'm black-pilled on democracy at this point. I think we basically don't have one anyway. I think that we need a strong arm to get us pushed in the correct direction. I don't think there's a clean way of doing that. I think the start is that the Republican Party has to be treated like a criminal organization and everyone.
I agree with that. As I said, guys, it is not enough for us to vote in someone new. We also need to hold this party accountable. We need to hold the Trump administration accountable. I want there to be public trials. I want there to be mass investigations. Oh my God. Am I authoritarian? Oh, no. Okay. On behalf of the people of the United States, we need to hold investigations of all these Republicans. I want them to be investigated I want them to be put under a microscope. I want there to be indictments. I want there to be arrests. We cannot let the elites get away with this shit. I am sick of them getting away with this shit. They're getting away with the Jeffrey Epstein shit. They got away with January 6th. We cannot let them keep getting away with this shit. It's going to keep enabling them. Can we please, 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 please hold these people accountable after this hell we're living in? Well, it might still be a hell afterwards. After this ends, if it ends, okay? All right, we need a Nuremberg 2.0, but we need a much better Nuremberg. Let's put it that way. We need a non-show trial Nuremberg, where people get found guilty. All right, like okay. I don't care. I don't care. Make it a show trial. I don't give a shit. Okay, Jonas, thank you for the contribution there. All right, so let's finish this up, guys.
Who lied to facilitate their interest needs to be investigated criminally as well. I know that's a very wide cut, but it's based, in my opinion, it's that or the country dies. It's that or we are in the end days of the Republic and we're going to turn into Russia. We're going to turn into just this fetid, poor, hilariously unequal was-been of a country where you have a couple of oligarchs raping kids in their palaces.
Correct, public domain.
And everyone else is trying to, keep the pipes from freezing in their outhouse. And that's it. And that's the future of America, maybe for 10, maybe for 100 years, unless we do something, and we might be running out of time to do it.
Yeah. And one of the things...
Guys, we're closer to Russia than you think, okay? Russia's basically a mafia state. It's a capitalist kleptocracy where there's a bunch of essentially, what are they called? Oligarchs who control most sectors of the economy, and they extract all the wealth from the economy while everyone else suffers. Basically, I'm kind of overstating the point. And then there's Putin is sort of a dictator, but he's backed by the oligarchs. Without the oligarchs, he wouldn't have power. We're pretty close to that. I got to tell you, we're pretty close to that. All right. Now we're not. There are some slight differences, but we are kind of a corporate kleptocracy with a bunch of oligarchs, right? Okay.
I felt very similar this
entire...
entire...
Grand Car, America did do that to Russia because, as Fox Emblem knows, the neoliberalization, the Chicago boys, all that shit.
Their second Trump term, because what I've come to understand more now that I never understood it before, I certainly understand it now, is I get where the instinct of authoritarian leftism comes from. Because... you look at what Cuba had to deal with the United States, routinely trying to fuck the country, overthrow it, steal it back for the oligarchs. You go, okay, yeah, I guess the leaders had to get their hands a little bit dirty and do some fucked up things just to keep their project.
Yeah, there you go, Outer Signal. The difference is the PR, right? Right, Outer Signal?
Right, and so I understand that. I also, now when I look at China and I see the centralization of power, certainly when it comes to their economic stuff, obviously I don't agree with the...
Correct, Macon. We don't, well... Yes, Macon. Technically, you're right, Grankar. It wasn't only the United States, but regardless. So Macon says we don't have presidential rule by decree. You're right, Macon. We kind of do. So here's the thing, right? We don't have it where the president has legal authority to do presidential rule by decree, but Congress continuously allows the president to do that. So we basically functionally have rule by decree because Congress is always like, fine, go ahead, do it. We don't care. We're not going to push back at all. Okay. Anyway,
whatever restrictions on free speech and a free press and stuff like that. But when it comes to centralization of power in terms of making economic decisions for the country, I look at that and I go, they just seem to be able to get shit done. Whereas here, even in a best case scenario, it's so fucking limp dick and procedural in nature.
And our infrastructure is falling apart. It's not they're still interested in nation building. We are actually falling apart at the seams.
Right.
And we were before Trump, too. This is not just a Trump problem. There is a structural problem with our priorities in this country. We shifted everything towards financialization. The only thing we care about is making sure investors get steady returns on their investments. Everything else has been thrown to the wayside with a fraction of the money that we could have skimmed off the top of the stock market. Listen, we could still have billionaires. I don't want them, but we could have had them. All we would need to do is
that's fair, Loiso. I'm not an expert on Russia, so I'll take your word for it. Loiso says it's top down. Actually, Putin creates and destroys oligarchs as reward and punishment. You know what? You're right, Loiso. I have heard about that. Them consolidating power does have some influence over his strategy, but fundamentally they're not the source. Fair, Loiso. I will take that correction. Okay, I'm not as versed on Russian policy. I just know that the oligarchs are extremely powerful, and I know that he like kills them or removes them or takes away their business interest when it suits him. So that's fair.
Responsibly cut off a couple percentage points of the wealth that circulates in the stock market, and we could have been living in a fucking paradise. All of our roads, pipes, bridges, everything, all of it easily taken care of. We would have had a surplus. We would have paid down the debt. Everything could have been taken care of. And we were so unwilling to fuck with the money. We were so unwilling to touch the streams that we allowed everything to fall apart. And I mean, again, Biden tried, right? The Infrastructure Act, he passed it through, the budget reconciliation. What has it done? It's done some good. It's done nowhere near enough.
Of course,
a tiny fraction of the amount we need to reinvest in this country, and that was the keystone.
Now, so Gwen, you say Biden pumped a lot of money into states for roads and bridges. Yeah, but big part of that infrastructure deal was privatizing some public roads and giving those roads and bridges to private companies to turn into toll roads and shit like that. So, yeah, Biden did pump a lot of money for infrastructure, but a lot of that infrastructure is going to be privately owned. Not all of it. It was good overall, but it was not the best. Yeah. Okay.
Accomplishment of an entire presidency. That's how far behind we are. It takes a president.
Don't worry, Trump failed. What's his name? The Secretary of Transportation under Biden, Pete Buttigieg. Don't worry, he'll protect the infrastructure. If Trump failed, said, don't get me started on the infrastructure of our railways. I'm surprised we don't have an accident every day. I get nervous at a train stop. Yeah, basically, guys, you do know our trains in this country are basically giant moving bombs, right? They're giant moving bombs. Because of how unsafe they are and how few regulations there are on trains. By the way, you can partially thank Buttigieg for that. He didn't do anything about that. When asked about why there was a train that exploded in East Palestine, Ohio, where I live, if you all remember if you all remember when that train blew up or crashed in East Palestine, Ohio, he said that, you know what we need to do to make the train safer? We need more diverse people in the train industry. I know, Eleni, right? God, as a gay man, I'm repulsed by how his sexuality is used to excuse how much he's not different than anyone else. Okay, anyway, how he was like, the reason what we need in the locomotive industry is more diversity. That's the big problem, guys. That's the big problem is we don't have enough diversity. That's why there's trains exploding. You know what's funny about that statement? Yeah, you know what's funny about that statement is that the locomotive industry is one of the most diverse industries in the United States. It is not majority white. It has tons of black and brown people. It is one of the most diverse industries in the country. You can look it up. So why the hell is he talking about we need more diversity? You know what we need? We need massive regulations on these industries. We need safety regulations. We need it so that these trains aren't 200 cars long or whatever, and harder to stop and full of dangerous chemicals. All right. So anyway, I can't stand Pete Buttigieg, and the media laps it up and they're like, oh, look, he's gay. He must be great. He's on your side. And he's really good at talking. So people think that he's going to be the savior, but he's not. Anyway, moving on. I hate it. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. It's fine. It's just a nip thing I nitpick.
And years of advocacy to get passed through a budget bill, a fraction of the work we need. Meanwhile, China just built 5 new cities.
Right.
How do we compete with that?
And the Republicans come in immediately after a Democrat. Even if a Democrat does
I wonder why
the most minor, mild tweak to the
public ownership would be nice.
System to slightly improve it.
But let's not go crazy, Eleni. That's communism. Ooh, Eleni is a communist, a socialist. You want to throw people into gulags. Oh my God, you're Stalin, Eleni. Eleni is Stalin.
The Republicans come in with a fucking sledgehammer.
Just break it.
And go to work immediately. Yeah, and by the way, to your point here, I actually just talked about this in a segment I did before we recorded here. But so the war is costing $1 to $2 billion a day. And this was actually posted by Newsom's press office. I know that account. I would vote for whoever runs that account over Gavin Newsom, because the person that runs that account knows what the fuck they're doing. But they said the war costing up to $2 billion a day. That's the same as 270,000 Pell Grants, a full year of rent for 143,000 families, nearly 4 years of 988 suicide crisis hotline, 3 months of WIC nutrition for moms and babies, 29 days of free breakfast and lunch for every public school kid in America, and the list goes on and on here. A month of Medicaid for nearly 3 million Americans. That's one day in this stupid, illegal, and offensive war against a country that didn't attack us and is not a threat to us.
I was reading on a relation between like excess costs
It would be
garnered
funny,
by this
like-
administration and the fact that many of our major cities, I think I was reading on Philadelphia. I could be misremembering. But major cities are having like degrading sewage pipes that
Yes.
in many cases the
Guys, does it, for the people who aren't in America, did you hear about Flint, Michigan? For the non-Americans in here, have you heard about what happened in Flint, Michigan? I don't know if this story went outside the United States much. So Flint, Michigan is a city in America, right? A pretty big city. Yeah, and it had lots of lead pipes. Lots of lead pipes, and lead was leaking into the water supply and doing permanent brain damage to children, especially black families, okay, to children, to adults, doing permanent brain damage, and the government covered it up and hid it and allowed more brain damage to occur. And only recently, finally started replacing the lead pipes. Yeah, okay, like just literally poisoning this whole city because the government was so incompetent and literally was hiding the fact that they were doing permanent brain damage to children. Because we live in apparently the Stone Age and we have, pipes made of lead still in this country. That's, by the way, this isn't the only place that's not the only place where that certainly is happening and people don't even know about it. And yet, guys, being out, what? Rumors on Bibi being out. There's rumors on Bibi being out. You mean removed from the government? If that's true, I will have a party. Guys, if Bibi gets removed from the Israeli government, I will literally have a giant celebration on stream. Okay? What do you mean? He came out of the closet? What do you mean? If he came out of the closet, I'm going to... Oh, Matt Saiga, I doubt he's dead. I'll take a look. Okay, like the man... I don't want to say things that are going to be demonetized, but I feel like that man will never die. I feel like I'm going to be called anti-Semitic if I use a certain word to describe him. I'm not anti-Semitic, folks. Jewish people are not the same as Israelis, but he's like a cockroach, okay? It's impossible for him to die, I swear to God, okay? It has nothing to do with him being Jewish, the reason I'm saying that. Okay, anyway. He came out of the closet. What? Okay, I'll take a look at this. Yeah, can someone source their claims? I will literally have a party stream. Not because I like death, guys, but if Bibi Netanyahu, one of the worst war criminals of my lifetime, genocideers, has in fact bit the dust, I will be happy about that. Thank you, Cybersnake. Okay, thank you. Oh, Cybersnake. Okay. Oh God. God. Okay, right. You see rumors that he's dead. I don't think he is dead. I'll have to check, guys. I'll have to check here, right? It's also, by the way, would be good for Jewish folks because Bibi Netanyahu and the Israeli government are some of the biggest causes of anti-Semitism in the world. He is Joey P. Okay, if he's guys, please don't make me happy, right? That's the only source that he hasn't been seen for a while. That's it. Oh, okay. Okay, so we'll wait till it's something official. I don't know. Like I want that to be verified. Elaney, I know, right? Well, I wouldn't say he's a moderate, but he's definitely not the farthest right one can go on the Israeli political spectrum, okay? I find it weird to put moderate and Bibi in the same sentence. Okay. Anyway, guys, as I was saying, Israel is one of the most anti-Semitic states on the planet. It is the state of Israel, the government of Israel is constantly trying to conflate Judaism with Zionism everywhere. Okay, and guys, I went to a Jewish graduate school. I taught at a Jewish school. There are lots of anti-Zionist Jews who do not like Israel, but the fact that the Israeli government is constantly screaming about, that Israel or that Zionism is Judaism and that Israel is Judaism and that if you go against Israel, you're anti-Semitic, it creates more anti-Semitism, right? So they are the one, yeah, right, not great for Jews. So it would be also great for Jews if Bibi Netanyahu and that regime were disappeared, okay? If the current regime of Israel disappeared. Okay, anyway. So, by the way, some of the best anti-Zionists are Jewish, okay? Like if you Norman Finkelstein, well, I could mention Noam Chomsky, but after the Epstein stuff, that's not great. All right. moving on here. Let's keep watching this.
That we haven't even mapped out their entire sewage lines. We know there are holes. We know excess sewage is being spilled into like rivers, and we're barely able to get the money together to put band-aids on it. And with the tiny fraction of the money that they're spending every single day in Iran or with Iran, major American cities could be patched up like that. The money is there. The money has always been there. The idea, this, and we argue over Medicaid for all. We argue over free college education or like free bachelor's degree up to whatever level you want. We argue.
But guys, I make a promise to my community now. If Netanyahu is in fact gone, we will have an on-stream, I don't want to say celebration, okay? We will have a you know what I mean, okay? We will have a stream where we talk about his legacy. Joey P, sorry if unclear. I agree his personal political instincts and racism and humanity is terrible for the prospects of Jewish Americans of the future. I got you, Joey P. Okay.
Over this, there is.
I don't want to say
money.
a party.
This
okay, I know Jonas. I know Jonas will be in mourning. Okay, I know a lot of guys. It's okay. Don't cry. Don't cry over the notion that that he might be gone. Now, again, we absolutely need proof of this. Okay, but even the idea of it. You know what? I'm digging myself a hole. I'm going to keep watching this.
And I mean, whether it's MMT or not or Keynesian, there is so much money out there. We are such a potentially wealthy country. All we have to do is just mildly inconvenience the wealthiest and most evil people alive. That's it. They're the worst humans alive. We just have to mildly. We would take away maybe 1 year of the wealth they've accrued.
Really?
Between
God
like
damn it,
2025 and 2026. That's it. Just a tiny little drop, and we could fix the entire
Hello,
country.
Dead Inside. I know. Looking Dead Inside's crying now too. I'm sorry, guys, to make you all cry. Yes. Did you see that episode, Cybersnake, about South Park when that Kyle's mom actually went to Israel and was like yelling at Netanyahu, blaming him for all the anti-Semitism, which is true, right? Like it's so true. Thank you, Cybersnake. Thank you. All right. I feel bad. That seems weird. It's kind of like Cybersnake. You giving me permission as a Jewish person is kind of like me saying, well, I have a Jewish friend, and they so. But thank you, Cybersnake. Okay.
Nothing. But we can't even get that. I sometimes, it's not just America too, right? Europe might not be as financialized, but there's such a huge schism between what the voters want and what their leadership wants, especially with like Israel, for example, right? Like Chancellor Merz or Starmer, very unpopular decision-making with their support for U.S. intervention in Iran, even though the population there is much, much, much more anti-Israel than the American population. It seems like the West has collectively agreed to suicide. Like we will not do anything.
Yeah, Trump failed.
To address this. We will never fix that schism. We will never inconvenience the ruling class.
I think that's exactly right. Let me ask you this question. I've referred to this as moral collapse, in my opinion. I'm curious what your thoughts of it are.
Yep.
So, like, The Nation has an article out today. Steph Curry works with Penny Jar Capital, which has invested in a pair of Israeli cybersecurity startups. It highlights a pipeline of cash that goes from Silicon Valley to the Israeli private sector tech security scene with its close ties to the IDF. So, you have
Joey P?
Curry investing in that. Actually, Kevin Durant also invested in Israeli drones and was like called out on it and had like some like pithy response.
Like, oh my God, it's so bad. It's so bad. Oh my God.
You have LeBron James in a press conference who was like, "Oh yeah, I'd love to visit Israel. I've only heard good things." This is what he said. So like when I look at that, and maybe it's unique to American elites, but I have a sense it probably has gone beyond that too. I call this moral collapse because it's this idea of like, I don't know, just hyper individualization to the point where you're obsessed with what you're obsessed with, and you focus on whatever you want to focus on, and you sort of like disconnect and detach from the impacts on the rest of the world. And so that's how we can have like these multi-millionaire celebrity athletes who everybody looks at like they're their friend, and they're like, yeah, I invested in Israeli drones that are currently murdering babies. It is what it is. What's your sense of that phenomenon of like seemingly the moral collapse of this entire country?
Yeah, I think it goes back to a lack of consequences. You know, I mean, the elites have always engaged in this behavior. It's just we used to have a sense of decorum, and I think the decorum was a good thing. I think that for the most part, since the ruling class sets the moral guidelines for society, it is
okay. We're gonna stop there, folks, on this interview, okay? Because we're in the last little part here. It's only a few moments left. I think we get the general idea. I actually thought that was great. Okay, I think this was great. Right? I think this was a good interview. I agree with a lot of what he says. The empire is in collapse. It's in terminal decline. Trump is accelerating that process with his outrageous war in the Middle East. That is, we're going to lose, by the way. And I'm gonna what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna go check my generator. Okay, I'm gonna go check my generator, get a little bit of food. All right. And I'll be right back. Please stay around. We'll talk about some news items, and then we have some other things to watch. So again, as you guys know, before I go do that though, guys, if you like the content, you become a member on YouTube for as little as about $1 a month. You get access to members only emojis and a cute little jester hat next to your name. You can also please subscribe over on Twitch. If you subscribe over on Twitch, thank you. You can do it for free using Amazon Prime. Or you can do a regular subscription, in which case you no longer have to see ads over there. I'm trying to grow my channels, folks. I've only been doing this for about 10 months. So please follow my channel if you haven't already. Please like the stream if you haven't already over on YouTube. Please follow me, do whatever you can to support, comment on the videos, help me get the word out there so I can build a larger community. Also, please join our Discord. It is linked at the top of both the YouTube chat and the Twitch stream. We have a great and fast growing community over on Discord, and you can send videos to recommend that you recommend for me to react to. This video that we just watched was recommended to me by someone on Discord, so please go over there, join there. You can also send me buy me a coffee. There's a QR code next to my face on the screen. If you send me $5 or more, I'll send you a video response. You can also send me bits over on Twitch or a super chat over on YouTube. All right. Okay, guys. And you know what? If we get 5 super chats or 5 donations of bits, I'll put on the jester hat. If we get to 10, I'll put on the collar. Okay. So that's just something we can do. Yeah, guys, my electricity has been out since yesterday, so I'm running on a generator because we had high winds in Ohio, which knocked out. There's hundreds of thousands of people in Ohio right now that don't have electricity. I'm one of them, so that's why the background is not very bright because I'm trying to, keep the generator going and not overuse electricity. But anyway, so right now I don't have power. I'll be right back, guys. Please stay around for more. Happy Saturday, by the way. I'll be right back. Give me one moment.
How do we close this door? How do you switch up your mindset? Rain doesn't care if today you planned a picnic. But I stopped thinking about what they think of me. Yeah, I stopped thinking about what they think of me. Who knew that we had the power to be whatever we wanted? Light up, just light up, illuminate you. So light up, just light up, throw your fears away. 'Cause I stopped thinking about what they think of me. Yeah, I stopped thinking about what they think of me. You know that we have the power to be whatever we So how do we close this door? And how do you switch up your mindset? When rain doesn't care if today you planned a picnic. But I stopped thinking about what they think of me. Yeah, I stopped thinking about what they think of me. Who knew that we had the power to be whatever we wanted?
I'm back, guys. Aren't you excited? I know I am. I am so excited. Yay. We're going to have fun. We're going to have fun. I, of course, did get some food because you all know I can't help it. I can't help it. I can't help it but eat. By the way, I am almost out of gas in the generator. So I refilled it. Now, I will say I'm very disappointed that this generator is eating up so much gas because given the war happening, that gas is not cheap, right? So that's good. I love poisoning the environment and paying a lot of money for gas. Anyway, it's awful. Ugh. Yay. I know, Drusilla, it's okay. I know you missed me. I know you missed me. It's okay. I'm back. No one needs to panic. How is everyone? All right. So obviously we're the world is going to hell in a handbasket. Exactly, Sir Bartholomew. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. Trump has launched a massive war of aggression against Iran that we cannot win. Okay, I'm gonna put my put a scene back up here. Do we get any donations or anything when I was gone that I need to call out? That I need to call out. Nope. Okay, so let me put my where's my fake? All right, there we go. Hellmart Simulator. Oh well, yeah, right. Meowser, it is like Hellmart Simulator. All right, aren't these good? These are good. Oh, I know. I'll get my Roomba. Joey P, I forgot to mention that for BB, the death speculation was because they've been releasing AI. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I don't, unfortunately, this isn't Fallout making. So, no, I don't have a mini nuclear reactor in my home. All right. I wish. Ground troops now looks dire. So, yep. So, you're right, HGM. Welcome, HGMAs. I will talk about that actually in a second. Oh, my God. I'm so jealous, Fox. I want to eat some West African food. So, guys. Maybe you know what? Maybe we'll do that soon, Rizzo. Maybe we'll play the food game. It is Saturday. We'll play that in a little bit. So, guys, let me do a summary of what's happening in Iran, right? Give you a few takes on this shit. Can I chew into the mic for you? Only if you want me to, JMac. Do you guys like that? Do you guys like, what is it called? What is it called? The thing where you like the ASMR when you eat shit? Crap, what's that word when you eat food and it's ASMR? God damn it. I have it at the top of my head. Crap. What is it called? Someone tell me. Is like God damn it, what is that word? I'm gonna lose my mind. It doesn't matter. Mukbang, thank you. Oh my god, I couldn't remember it. Mukbang, thank you. Let's do some mukbang. Okay, we're done. That's it. No more mukbang. Okay, you know what, Invalid Axiom? You're gross. You're gross. Okay, you're gross. You're gross. You're all gross. I hate all of you. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, you know what? So let us now. By the way, I need a new staff, guys. I broke my jester stick again. This is like the second time I've broken my jester stick. All right, I need to get a new jester stick. I might buy a nice one. I want one that has a jester head on it. Okay, fine, Jonas. Whatever. All right. You would know, Jonas. All you Brits out there, you know, you're all experts in overly dry cracker things. Okay. All right. You know what, Matt Saiga, you're gross. And so are you, Weirdomorphous Blob. Matt Saiga, you get a bonk. Bonk. Weirdomorphous Blob, you get a bonk. Bonk. Anyone else? Do I need to punish anyone else? Pulse Squad, you disgust me. You get a bonk. Bonk. Jesus Christ. All right, moving on. So, Sasha Khan, don't laugh. Don't laugh, Sasha Khan. How dare you? Yeah, that was your first bonk, Weirdomorphous Blob. Right. Okay, moving on. Hello, Joey P. Joey P, you get a boop. Boop. Okay. So, guys, moving on. So, let's talk about the war that we're going to lose. Okay, let's talk about that. So, yesterday, well, first of all, for those who don't know, the United States is apparently sending around 2,500 Marines to the Middle East, okay? Now, okay, whatever. It happens. Sometimes a ground war just breaks out. You know how it goes. So the funny thing about this, Drusilla, you disgust me, okay? The funny thing about this, by the way, is that for people who are saying it's 5,000 now, is that true? Has it gone up to 5,000? I thought I read that there were 2,500 Marines and then 2,500 sailors or so. Regardless, it doesn't really matter, okay? I will say this, 2,500 Marines or 5,000 Marines are not enough to occupy a whole country. They're not. You would need over 1 million troops to occupy Iran. So there are several. So I doubt that these forces are there for a ground invasion of Iran. And now there is something called the fog of war. It's possible that those aren't the true troop numbers and there's actually a lot more going over. It would also be very hard to occupy like the coastline of Iran or whatever, invade Iran with those many troops alone. It might be that Trump might try to use them to do a raid into Tehran to take out the government, which will be disastrous because this is not Venezuela, and which was also bad. It also could be that he's trying to intimidate the Iranian regime. I don't know why they're being sent there. Whatever it is, it's not a good sign. Okay, it's more further sign that we might put troops on the ground. And on a note here, if we do that, we will lose. We will lose. You know why? You know why we'll lose? Okay. Uh, right, Jonas. Okay. No. We will lose because Iran is a massive country with 90 million people in it, much larger than Iraq. It has mountainous terrain. The Iranian Republic, Iran has prepared for a ground invasion for years and years and years and years and years. They have mass numbers of militants, of people who are trained in guerrilla warfare to repel an armed invasion. Okay, it would, and you know, it's not. It would be an absolute shit show. Not only that, the American public already doesn't really support the war, and they will definitely not support it if troops are on the ground. The political pushback would be extreme. It would be a disaster. It would be an absolute godforsaken disaster. Now, here's the other problem. Here's the other problem we're experiencing, guys. amongst all the problems we have, we are stuck in something. I've mentioned this at the very beginning of the stream, but there's a lot more people in here, so I'm going to say it again. We're stuck in something called the escalation trap. Okay, the escalation trap, whereby Iran holds all the cards right now, right? Because the plan that Trump had was to let's bomb the shit out of Iran. Let's kill a bunch of girls in a school. Let's murder a bunch of civilians. You know how it goes. You know, and shit like that. And then the regime will magically disappear, apparently, and a new regime will come to power magically that supports the United States. That ain't happening. It's not going to happen. There has not been a single air campaign in history. I say this again. There has not been a single air campaign in history that has been able to successfully overthrow a regime by itself, okay, without ground forces. Now, what this means is that if Trump wants to accomplish the goals of a regime change, for example, he has to put troops on the ground to accomplish those goals. If he I don't know what his goals are, though, to be honest. It could just be to destroy Iran, in which case he hasn't succeeded. Bombing alone isn't just going to destroy Iran and accomplish whatever those goals are, which also means troops on the ground. What does this mean? Right now, that means Iran is winning the war because Trump yesterday said that they had hit all the ground targets they could in Iran, and they haven't accomplished their goals yet, which means Trump will have to put troops on the ground if he wants to keep going with this, and Iran will win that war. So Iran right now has no reason to stop fighting. They can keep demanding what they want from this war because they have no reason to stop fighting. They're winning. So even if Trump were to magically be like, you know what, this was a bad idea. You know, we've killed enough children and stuff. Let's stop the war. Iran has no incentive to stop the war. Okay. They could literally just keep bombing other countries in order to force the United States to make concessions and Israel to make concessions, which, hey, I'm all for that. So right now, Trump has led us down a path, well, where he's trapped us. We've been entrapped. Okay, he's trapped us because we're stupid, or the government is stupid, and it's all going to be bad. Okay, you see what I mean? All right, because basically we'll have to put troops on the ground if we want to keep fighting, and we all know that'll go poorly. So Iran really holds the cards right now. Meanwhile, Iran also is strangling the Straits of Hormuz, which may cause the collapse of the global economy eventually. If holding on to the Strait of Hormuz lasts for long enough, you will see a decline in growth across the globe. It could launch a depression. It could also, by the way, because 20% of the world's oil goes through the Straits of Hormuz, it could also, by the way, cause stagflation in the United States and elsewhere, where the economy doesn't grow and inflation goes up, which could cause problems all over the planet. So Iran holds all the cards. That is a lot of power. And I don't know what the end goal here is. We still have not heard what the end goal is from the Trump administration.
A couple days ago or yesterday, Trump was asked, "What is your end goal?" Do we know what his response was? He says, "I'll know the war is over when I feel it in my bones." That's a direct quote, by the way. The war will be over when I feel it in my bones. Okay, so I guess, guys, we're going off vibes here to see when the war is over. All right, that's great. Very fascist, by the way. Fascists love emotion. They don't care about rationality. It's all about, my fifis. So Trump is all about his fifis. If he feels like the war should be over, I guess it'll be over, right? Anyway, so that's good. It'll be over when, he feels like it, when he feels it in his bones. Oops. All right. So that's good. Love that. Now, by the way, also, Iran closing the Straits of Hormuz hurts other countries more than the U.S. It still hurts the U.S., though. It hurts Europe. It hurts Japan. It hurts China. Like, that's going to put pressure on those countries to not like the United States or to push back against the United States. So Iran has all the cards. Okay, yay, 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 yay. So there we go. All right, that's good. I mean, I support that. I want them to win, honestly, because they're the victims of an American war of imperialist aggression. But, it also just shows how stupid our regime is that they thought that this would be a good idea. Okay. Love that. Don't we love the vibes thing? So let's just read this article by the AP. Let's look at this article by the AP. All right. So this is fun. I love this for us. Tehran threatens Middle East busiest port as Iran war enters its third week. By the way, guys, can I just point out that all of this was deeply predictable? Like, any real expert on Iran and oil would tell you that this would happen if you went to war with Iran. It's been well known for a while. If you think that other presidents haven't wanted to go to war with Iran, you're mistaken. But they at least took the advice that that's not a good idea. Like, that's just not a good idea. That it'd be very hard for us to win that war, and it would cause massive global shocks to the economy. But Trump is like, screw it. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Europe should be sanctioning the United States. All right. So, all right. Iran openly threatened a neighboring country's non-U.S. assets for the first time Saturday, warning people to immediately evacuate the busiest port in the Middle East and two others in the United Arab Emirates as the U.S.-Israel war with Iran entered its third week. A missile struck a helipad inside the U.S. Embassy compound in Baghdad, and debris from an intercepted Iranian drone hit an oil facility in the UAE, further increasing global anxiety about oil supplies. Okay. Okay. Until the philosophy which holds one race is superior and another inferior defeated, there will be Okay, Daly Riley, I agree with you. Okay, yeah. Now it's a bit more complicated than that, Daly Riley, but excuse me. But you're right. Okay, the racist notion that Iranians are somehow inferior. Okay, yeah. All right, is wrong. Meanwhile, guys, yesterday, so predictable. Yesterday, a very important island. I'll show you here. So on Friday, President Donald Trump said the U.S. obliterated military sites on Karg Island, home to the main terminal that handles Iran's oil exports. He warned that Iran's oil infrastructure would be next if Tehran continues to interfere with the passage of ships through the Straits of Hormuz, where vessels are backed up and where 1/5 of global oil supplies usually transit. That's cute. Yeah, right, Dolly, right? That's cute. So wait a minute. So he's saying that if you don't open up the Straits of Hormuz to oil, I will destroy your oil facilities, which is where a lot of the oil comes from. That doesn't make much sense. Though I do know that he's also trying to stop, he wants Iran to allow oil from the Gulf countries to also come out of there. Regardless, we bombed the hell out of Karg Island yesterday. And as a historian, this is sort of a side note, that very much made me sad. Obviously, I'm sad because it's a war crime, because it's a war of aggression against a sovereign country, because it's stupid. Thank you, Dally Riley. Oh, thank you. I love you too. Oh, please stay around. Okay, join the Discord. It's posted at the top of the stream. Okay. All right. So, moving on. So Karg Island, by the way. Oh my God, what the hell is this? This was not what I wanted. Karsa. Oops, I spelled that wrong. I don't know. That must be a disease. That's gross. We're gonna go over here. Sorry for traumatizing people. Karg Island, by the way, is home to some of the most ancient sites in the world in terms of archaeology and history. Okay, so it's also very sad to me. Look at this. I hope none of this was destroyed. It's just one of those pet peeves of mine. The destruction of ancient things. All right. And can I point out something? So here's an image of Karg Island. Look at this. So that's an oil facility, but look at all this there's an ancient mosque. There's a bunch of archaeological digs. It's a very ancient island with tons of historic and ancient sites. So let's hope the Trump administration just didn't do an ISIS and destroy a bunch of historic and archaeological sites, which is funny, by the way, because the Trump administration and past administrations were always screaming about ISIS being horrible terrorists who were destroying archaeological sites while we're bombing the shit out of, and now we're bombing the shit out of an island that has some very ancient historical sites and archaeological sites. Anyway, just a side note there. I know that's a small thing, but it's just a little pet peeve of mine. Yeah, destruction of cultural heritage. Who cares? No one cares. No one cares. All right. So, right, Sir Bartholomew, you're not wrong. Remember, Pete Hegseth called for a crusade. Okay, be careful so HR doesn't find you, CR. What do you mean, HR? Okay. Right, oh, the irony, right? Okay. Trump said Saturday on social media that he hopes China, France, Japan, South Korea, and the UK and others will send warships to keep the strait open and safe. So, okay. Yeah, Joey P. I genuinely believe Iran is an incredibly underrated country. In my opinion, we have genuinely set them back by about 50 years. Oh, yeah. For a while, we've been setting them back. It was truly a beautiful country with a rich culture. Oh, absolutely, Joey P. It has an ancient Persian culture there. It's beautiful. Yeah, totally, Joey P. Okay. There, Mithril. It's what archaeologists call hyper-accelerated excavation, right? Okay. Yeah, so you're right, Louise. I hope these countries don't send warships. Now, I went into the Department of State's website, and on the Department of State's website, there's a document on their national security goals. All right. Let me just show this to you. National security policy document. And this is a very clear sign of declining empire. All right. So let me explain what I mean. National security. It's the national security strategy document that the Trump administration created. And what it does is it's an official document that it outlines the general overview of American national security aims across the planet. I read through this thing because, I'm a nerd and under Trump. And I wanted to read to you what a part of it that I thought was interesting. Okay. A lot of it is interesting in terms of what we're doing. But all right. It's very, very, we want to build the empire, all that crap. Let's maintain the empire. Let me find it here. Okay, right here, this section right here. All right, let's talk about this. So, Persia is yep, it is. Okay. So this section, this is from the Trump administration, says the following. It's called burden sharing and burden shifting. And I have noticed this in the current war. The days of the United States propping up the entire, this is what it says, okay? The days of the United States propping up the entire world order like Atlas are over. First of all, the mixing of mythological language in this, saying that the United States is like Atlas propping up the world order, very fascist shit right there, okay? Very fascist shit, okay? So there's that, okay? We count among our many allies and partners dozens of wealthy, sophisticated nations that must assume primary responsibility for their regions and contribute far more to our collective defense. President Trump has set a new global standard with the Hague Commitment, which pledges NATO countries will contribute more, blah, 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 blah. Okay. The United States will organize a burden-sharing network with our government as convener and supporter. All right. So these countries that will willingly take more responsibility and security for their neighborhoods and align with things that are good for us. Okay. So the reason I don't want to read the whole thing. It's boring. Okay. You get it though. Burden sharing and burden shifting. What it's basically saying, if it goes on here, it says that if the United States has a global conflict, it's going to have its allies do the fighting for it. Okay, so it is slightly different, Lacroix. In this case, before the United States was saying that our allies should do some of the, should pay for more of our violent conquest. Now the Trump administration is saying, no, 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 no. Our allies also have to fight when we are doing global conquests, and it's implying that we will bully countries that do not fight for us when we start wars. Okay, what we're seeing is, based on what I just said, is Trump has been doing that. He's been demanding that the Gulf states get actually involved in attacking Iran. He's been demanding that like European allies get involved in attacking Iran, sending vessels, sending ships, actually getting directly involved. And if you read closely through this document, the implication here is that our allies need to share the burden of taking losses from the war. As in, okay, uh, uh, as in, we need foreign countries' people to die for us rather than just our troops dying. Now, this is empires, when they're on their last legs, slowly start relying more on foreign armies to fight their wars for them. Okay, this is more of a sign of weakness than anything else. And you can imagine, yeah, Paul Squaw, you can imagine that when the Roman Empire started doing this, okay, when the Roman Empire started doing this, it was on its last legs. Okay, it was on its last legs. It started hiring foreign armies, and having them fight wars for it because it couldn't do it itself. And so now, by the way, this accelerates the process of imperial decline, because do you think this is going to improve the relationship between the United States and these countries? To bully them into taking action against enemies that the United States has created? No. All right? No. It's going to further divide them. So, yeah. So, isn't that interesting? All right. Yeah. And it even says in here, this strategic clarity will allow the United States to counter hostile, the United States to counter hostile and subversive influences efficiently while avoiding the overextension and diffuse focus that undermine past efforts. So our empire is openly admitting that it is overextended. It is overextended. It cannot maintain the empire, and so it needs to rely on allies to do the fighting for it. If you didn't think the empire was falling before, they openly admit it in the document. Okay, so going back to this. All right. So this notion, when Trump is saying something like, Trump said Saturday on social media that he hopes China, France, Japan, South Korea, and the UK and others send warships to keep the strait open and safe. That is not what he means. He means that China, France, Japan, South Korea, and the UK need to die for the American war. Citizens from those countries need to go die for America. They need to go spend their treasure and their wealth dying for America. All right, dying for an American war of imperial aggression. And I do hope that the people here that are not, that the people here that are not from the United States understand that and push on your governments to not send you and your militaries and your economies to go die and suffer for an American war of imperial conquest, because that's what the American government's trying to do. All right, we're trying to convince our friends of Rome, which the Roman Empire had, to go do that shit. Okay. Yeah, Jonas, Lindsey Graham literally begging for Arabs to go fight and die for the United States. This is what, yeah, right, Weird Morphous Blob. This is why the Greenland stuff is completely bizarre. Like tearing NATO apart right before you call on it to be your proxy in a total war. Irrationalism. Weird Morphous Blob. Philly Cheese, CR, genuinely, how long do you think the UN has left? I mean, it'll exist for probably a long time. It doesn't have much power. It doesn't have any power. It's able to do some good things on the ground, like when it comes to aid and stuff like that. But other than that, it's not great. Okay, exactly, Dally Riley. Okay, so just be aware of that. And as this war goes on, Trump will beg more and more for our allies, in quotes, to do this. to clarify something about this, okay, to clarify something about this national security strategy of burden sharing. Yeah, friends of the Reich, right, Joey? I know I keep making Roman comparisons, but they're so clear I can't help it. Let me just show you guys something. Amici Roma. I can't remember the exact name here. Amici Roma. What is it? There's a phrase in Latin that the Romans used to use. Friends of Rome. Friends of Rome. God damn it. Friends of Rome. Latin. Here we go. So there were the Amici Populi Romani under the Roman Empire, which translates to friends of the Roman people. And these nations that were called the Amici Populi Romani were called allies or friends of Rome, but they were client states. They didn't really have independence from Rome, but the Roman Empire called them the friends of Rome, and they were viewed as sort of allies to Rome, but they were client states. They couldn't really exist successfully without the Roman Empire, okay, or at least they were under the control of Rome, but they were called the friends of Rome. We are seeing that play out now, where a lot of our Amici Populi Americani, okay, are being called up to fight. And now would be the time for those countries to say, no, thank you. We are not your Amici Populi Romani. We are independent nations. We are not the friends of the United States, in quotes, okay? We are not your vassals, all right? So just something to note there. A lot of times when a country is called an ally of the United States, it's a little bit more than an allyship. Like, think about it. Japan is an ally of the United States, and they became an ally of the United States after we defeated them in a war, established military bases there, nuked 2 of their cities, and controlled them completely. That doesn't really sound like a fair allyship, does it? It doesn't really sound like an equal relationship. You see what I mean? Okay, so just be clear. The Amicitia of the United States are being called to fight, and they shouldn't. All right. All right. So there we go. So just a note there. Again, this war is not going well, and we're gonna lose. Yay! And it's not helping any of us, by the way. On top of all the war crimes and shit. All those little things that are not good. All right, so there's that one story, okay? So again, the war continues with no end in sight, and it's not going well. I'm sure we're all deeply happy about this, right? Deeply happy. No problems here at all. Okay, let's go on to the next story here. All right, I guess we are still talking about the war. Let's take a look at what the economic effects of this war are going to be globally, and so you can see the added problems of this, right? There's going to be skyrocketing energy prices. This is Fortune magazine, which, by the way, is not a left-wing publication, but even they are freaking out. Okay, okay. Amikitai, thank you, Loisa. Okay, that's fair, Loisa. Thank you. I love you, Loisa. You can correct me all you want, even if I yell at you. Okay, I'm glad you remind you. Okay, you hurt my ego, but I appreciate it. Okay, skyrocketing energy prices and inflation woes mount as the absurd reality in Iran sinks in. Okay. So the immediate shock of the U.S. and Israeli war with Iran. Okay, yes, we are, Dolly. We are totally hated. Americans are not liked like in a lot of places. I have a lot of friends who have gone abroad and they've worn Canadian flags so that people don't know they're American because they aren't treated well. All right, the immediate shock of U.S. and Israeli war with Iran is felt most acutely in fuel prices. As the fighting drags into a third week, however, the ripples are spreading across a broader swath of the economy, threatening to affect everything from groceries and work schedules to stock markets and interest rates. Even stagflation, the dreaded S word that plagued American consumers during the 1970s Middle East oil crisis, is in the air again as business leaders, analysts, and policymakers reassess the scope and duration of a conflict that the U.S. government seems to have underestimated. All right. At the center of the widening crisis is the false belief that the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow choke point separating 20% of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas from global markets, would be left untouched from the conflict, said Bob McNally, former White House energy advisor under George W. Bush and founder of the Rapidan Energy Group. All right. Okay. Even the possibility that a hostile power could choke traffic in Hormuz, by far the world's most vital energy and commodity artery, was considered absurd, largely because it hadn't happened before. When I would tell people our analysis shows that in a military conflict with Iran, Hormuz would be shut for weeks, people looked at me like I was high on crack cocaine. I mean, it's obvious, though. The experts all knew, okay? This guy's right. Gas prices are shooting up. The world cannot grow with 20% of its energy being cut off. So the point of this, guys, overall, is that the world growth is going to stop globally. If this continues for much longer, the economic growth is going to stall all across the globe, and stalled economic growth is what leads to recessions and depressions. All right. If you don't see economic growth, if you see economic decline or stalling, you're going to have a depression. And we are heading that way very quickly. All right. This is going to have a global ripple effect. It's also going to cause anger all across the world against the United States, within the United States, against the United States. It's disastrous economically. Okay. I know we're already depressed. We're going to get a lot more depressed there, J-Mac. Okay. Yeah, it's going to cause an economic collapse. It just is. If it continues to go on. And like I said before, right now, the cards are in Iran's hands. And there's not really an off-ramp. Thank you, Donald J. Trump. Okay, so, right, this is why Jerome Powell needs to lower interest rate, right? Okay, yeah, Trump knows what he's doing, okay? Like, he is, all right. Okay, right, Philly Cheese, but the Dow is 50,000 CR, right? What's funny, Philly Cheese, okay, I love that phrase, but on a side note, the stock market is falling, okay, obviously. It's in the lowest it's been in a year. Now, I don't care as much about the stock market. It mainly is the wealthy that benefit from that, but it's still an economic indicator in some ways. In some ways. Yeah, I know, Dolly, right? Daily Riley, I know, right? So good. Good, guys. No worry. This war of aggression that we've launched is going to have massive negative consequences across the globe. No problem here. Okay. So every way to analyze this war doesn't make any sense. So why the hell are we doing this? LaCroix, vibes. We're doing it for vibes. I think it's about vibes. Trump wanted to do vibes. He's a vibe-based guy. He had this vibe. They haven't even been able to articulate, folks, why we're at war. We know this, right? The Trump administration has still not clearly articulated why we're at war or what the goal of the war is or how it ends. Yesterday, when asked, as I said, how do you know the war is over? Trump answered, I'll know it's over when I feel it in my bones. It's a nonsense war, okay? It doesn't, now, I could tell you what the reasons are overall. Okay, I can tell you the reasons. It's partially about Israeli domination of the Middle East. Iran is a global hegemon. Iran is prevents Israeli domination of the Middle East. Iran is also not obedient to the American empire, and America has never liked that Iran is not obedient to the American empire. So there's that. Okay. Iran has gotten friendly relations with China, or friendlier relations with China. The America doesn't like that. There's lots of reasons we could point to that all kind of point to why America may have gone to war, but I personally think it is a suicidal war, and it is like, I don't think realistically, if you look at realism, it's a beneficial war at all. Like, even if you looked at it from like the cruelest, most cold-hearted perspective in terms of what's the calculation here? What are the benefits and the costs? It isn't a good war. But the Trump administration acts on vibes. All right? It does. And it wants to punish anyone who is against American empire. And Iran is like that. And I will point out, guys, Israel apparently was going to start bombing Iran anyway. And oftentimes in the past, when Israel has started bombing Iran, the United States has generally stayed out of it, except except when Iran starts bombing American bases, and then we'll fire a few missiles into Iran to respond. Well, Israel has always wanted the United States to go all in when they start attacking Iran. So this time, Israel told the United States, we're going to bomb Iran. And Trump's like, perfect. If you're bombing Iran, we need to then go all in on Iran and just start the war. So part of the reason we're at war is because of Israel. All right, because Israel wanted to go to war, and Trump, for some reason, who's a dog to Netanyahu, there's many reasons for this. We could speculate, is like, sure, let's go to war aimlessly. All right, yeah, Israeli whispering. So that's good. Love that. I'm still not sure. I'm sure historians are going to have a field day trying to figure out why this war started. Okay, it'll be someone's going to write a very interesting book someday if there's any printing presses left. If there's even departments of education, if there's any like historians left with the way things are going, we'll write an interesting book about this and talk about how insane it was. Okay, anyway, so that's what's happening. Yeah, probably cocaine. All right. Yep, LaCroix. Miriam Adelson gave hundreds of millions of dollars to him for his campaign. A lot of this is, since the 80s, a lot of this is because of Israeli influence in the United States. But admittedly, guys, there's a debate here. Israel is also sort of a vassal state of the United States. Israel's like a giant military base for the United States. America has often benefited from Israel, but I don't think that doing this actually benefits the United States. It really only benefits Israel. We could debate this, but it's not like the Trump administration is rational enough for me to think that they might know that. You know what I mean? Whatever. Joey P., the plan indicates folly in how Israel thinks of other nations, like textbook Israel to bank on Iran collapsing. Yeah, well, but Israel doesn't really care. Israel doesn't care if Iran has a new regime. It just wants a failed state in Iran because Israel wants to dominate the Middle East. Iran stands in the way of that. Okay, so they just want to weaken Iran, even if it falls into infighting and blows up. They would be like, sure, fine, we don't care. We don't care who's in charge of Iran as long as it's a failed state that can't resist our power. Okay. Hello, Gall VS. How's Dad been dealing with everything that's been going? He's not a fan, Gall. Very much not a fan. My dad has been deeply enraged by all of this. He thinks Trump is deeply incompetent, of course. He thinks it's all a very stupid war because it is. So my dad hasn't been happy. Greater Israel. They also want Greater Israel. All right. Israel is a fascist state. It is an imperialist, colonialist, fascist state. And it can get away with whatever it wants because it has the protection of the American empire. All right. When do we get? No, guys, we had one a few days ago. We had a CR Dad stream a few days ago. I don't know if you guys saw it. It's right now only members can see it over on YouTube, but we had a CR Dad stream a few days ago. Okay. All right. So, yay. Isn't that great, guys? Yay. So everything's going to fall apart. Don't worry, guys. Everything's going to fall apart. No problems. All right. Meanwhile, let's see here. Okay. All right. Oh, wait, where did I put this? Meanwhile, guys, this is sort of a side note here. I just wanted to show you how degenerate the American government is, or at least the people in the American government are. Thank you, Invalid Axiom. Thank you. Yeah, well, don't worry. We'll have my dad on more. I know people prefer my dad to me. I know everyone's like, you need your dad here. Why isn't your dad here? Get your dad back on here. We don't like you, CR. We just want to see your dad. I know. But he'll be back on at some point, okay? How about that? All right. Okay. So all right. We got this is multiple so okay. Meanwhile, while the United States is launching a violent war of conquest against Iran, and literally it's being justified by, thank you, TJ, it's being justified by a lot of evangelicals and right-wingers, I know Val Axiom, as a apocalyptic war of the second coming of Jesus Christ. Because, guys, I don't know if you know, our country has a ton of religious lunatics in it, far right-wing religious nutbags, who think that we need to that this is a war that's going to start the apocalypse and bring about the second coming of Christ, and that's a good thing. Literally, our troops were being preached to that, this is a great crusade meant to bring about the second coming of God, of Jesus, okay? But apparently, of course, the right wing is still saying that Muslims are the problem, right? I guess apparently Muslims are the radical, scary ones, while our own regime is doing Christian Zionist apocalyptic talking points about the war. Makes perfect sense to me. Meanwhile, over in Congress, there have been multiple Republicans recently who have been posting things on their social media pages that are extremely Islamophobic, all right? Basically demonizing Muslims. And of course, guys, you should know by now, right? It is perfectly fine to be Islamophobic and hate Muslims in the United States and say it out loud. Zero problem with it. As a matter of fact, you should do that. It might get you some more votes. But a lot of these Republicans, of course, are doing these things. Not a peep. No one is being no, yeah, I know. Look, well, let's ignore Jane. Okay, let's ignore Professor Jane. Okay, no, no, none of them are being held accountable, right? None of them are being held accountable. All right, how dare you, J Mac? Okay, no one's being held accountable. If you were to say that you thought what's happening to Palestine was bad, you will be censured by Congress because you'll be saying, oh, that's anti-Semitic. You can't say that genocide is bad. You can't say that what Israel's doing is bad. You're anti-Semitic. If you are openly anti-Muslim, like in a gross way, nothing bad will happen. You're fine. No problems. Okay? And, that's the state of our society right now. Here we have multiple Republicans who have been putting really horrific anti-Muslim things up. And apparently that's fine. No problem. So congressional Republicans have increasingly expressed anti-Muslim sentiment in the wake of the war with Iran, with several far-right lawmakers posting Islamophobic statements on social media this week following recent attacks on U.S. soil. Okay. We remember, guys, okay, that attack that happened, a couple days ago on that synagogue? The person that did that attack lost 5 family members to a bomb in Lebanon that was launched by Israel. Yeah, they were Muslim. What do you expect to happen? You murder a man's family. Some people who have their families murdered might resort to violence. I don't know about you, but I might resort to violence. Okay, I can't say that. But, if you get your family murdered, it doesn't matter what your religion is. You might take some action on that. Okay? So, yeah, there are some Muslims in the world that are radicalized because their families are being murdered. Their towns are being bombed. Their cities are being destroyed. They're being pushed off their land. Their countries are being exterminated by high-power munitions. What do you expect to happen? So, all right. Predictable, but apparently this is a problem with Muslims, okay? Being Muslim is what causes this, according to American politicians. All right. So anyway, social media posts have fueled bitter tensions. Yeah, Paul Squaw, have fueled bitter tensions inside of Congress. Well, with enraged Democrats vowing disciplinary action against their Republican colleagues, they won't do that, while GOP leaders largely shrug aside the inflammatory rhetoric. Of course they will. Yeah, Dally Riley, okay. Senator Randy, okay, oh my God, I hate this man. Randy Fine, hate him. He is the representative from Israel. He is one of the most voracious, evil Zionists in Congress. He's the one who compared Muslims to dogs a while back. Okay. Complete bitch to Israel. Okay. Absolutely. Anyway, he said he literally posted recently, we need more Islamophobia, not less. Fear of Islam is rational. Okay. Right. Right. Because there's billions of Muslims, and so we need to be afraid of all Muslims. All right. He's a monster. Representative Andy Ugles, Republican Tennessee, said in this series of posts on Thursday, Dolly, that no country is freer and safer because Muslims moved there. And he called immigration a national security threat. Earlier this week, he wrote that Muslims don't belong in American society. Now, you know what's funny about this, guys? You know what's really funny about this is that the most common kind of terrorism in the United States, for those that don't know, are white far right terrorists. Okay. So if we were literally, if you look at the stats, the most common type of terrorism are white far right terrorists who do terrorist attacks, who go into a school and shoot it up. That is the most common type of terrorism, is far right wing terrorism. So if we go off their logic, I guess what they should be saying is that we shouldn't allow any right wingers in the country. We shouldn't allow any right wing white people in the country because obviously that's the biggest threat. So, all right. So that's funny, right? That's kind of funny. I mean, I'm all for following this logic, but then we shouldn't be targeting Muslims. We should be targeting far right wingers. Okay. Anyway, yep, correct, TJ. 100% of the hate crimes that resulted in murder were by whites. Okay, were by white people. Now, obviously, guys, I'm like Casper the Ghost. Look at this. Okay, you can basically see my organs through my skin. I am not a terrorist. Most obviously, the vast majority of white people aren't terrorists. But this just makes my point, right? The vast majority of Muslims are not terrorists. Obviously, come on, obviously. Why am I even saying this? It's stupid to even say this. We all know this. Okay. Um, okay. So, all right. But that's what's stupid about all this, okay? Muslims are human beings. Muslims are human beings, okay? I don't know if we know this. They're human beings. And just because our Neanderthal lizard brain like to tribalize and be like, ooh, scary, they different, they scary. And politicians exploit that by trying to tribalize and demonize entire groups of people does not make it true, right? Do we, how dare you invalidate him? Do we remember how after 9/11 there was a Sikh who wore a turban? Okay. Yeah, you know it, Joey P. There was a Sikh in New York City who was driving a cab, and this monstrous racist man murdered this Sikh while he was driving a cab because he thought he was a Muslim. And I remember the media at the time saying, literally, because there was so much hatred at the time towards Muslims because of 9/11 or whatever, saying, well, the guy thought he was a Muslim, as if that justified it, okay? We need to be very careful in this time that we're at war with Iran, that we do not fall down this trap again, okay? We got to be very careful. All right? So please keep an eye out for the demonization of Muslim folks and fight back against it. Reach out to if you have Muslim neighbors, if you know Muslim folks, check in on them, okay? Because we all know what this country is going to do. It's going to start scapegoating Muslims. The right wing is already doing it. We're seeing it. Okay. I know, right, Jonas? So please look out for your Muslim brothers, sisters, and non-binary people. Okay. They need our support right now in the United States. All right. Brandon Gillis called for no more Muslims immigrating to the United States. All right. Tommy Tuberville, who I hate. Okay, we all hate Tommy Tuberville, shared a post featuring a side-by-side photo of September 11th terrorist attacks and New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. This is so gross. This is so gross. Guys, as I've said before, I kind of, Zohran Mamdani has created the caliphate of New York. I'm all for it. I think we all deserve to live under a Sharia law caliphate. If what that means is if what Zohran Mamdani is doing is Sharia law, I'm all for that. I support Sharia law. I support the caliphate of New York City. Praise Allah. Let's create a national Mamdani Sharia caliphate. I'd love that shit. Okay, let's do it. How dare you, Sir Bartholomew? Don't clip that. You know the right wingers will go crazy, right? If that's what it is, then please, let's do it. Okay, I'd love that sort of society. If what Mamdani is doing is some horrible Muslim thing, then I'm all for it. Okay. All right. You guys get my joke there, right? Okay. Anyway, all right, because he's doing a great job in New York City. All right. Right. God. All right. So here we go. Some more here. Tuberville wrote also, by the way, yeah, where's my prayer? Please get out. I want my prayer rug. Where's Mecca? I need to know where to face Mecca. If free bus rides and forcing landlords to fix linky sinks is Islam, get me my prayer rug. Where's Mecca? Come on. Let's start. I need to do I haven't done my prayers today. You see what I mean? Like, come on. All right. Let's see here. So Tommy Tuberville went on to say the enemy is inside the gates. Wrote Tuberville. Okay. Wow, you're right, Jonas. Okay, that's kind of dark, right? Um. So the enemy is inside the gates. Wrote Tuberville, who was running for governor of Alabama and has been posting the same line in reference to Mamdani, at least one other American Muslim politician on X, since well before the Iran war began. So, guys, using the words like enemy inside the gates, that is scary. Okay, that's very scary. That's like turning people against each other. You guys get the idea, all right? And yeah. And all of this is predictable. All of this is predictable. So be aware of this. We see where this is going. Okay. All right. I'm going to put so that's that story. Just be aware of all this rhetoric, and let's protect our Muslim brothers and sisters out there. All right. All right. Okay. Also, really anyone from anywhere doesn't look, it isn't like a white American, because people will generalize. Okay. All right. Okay. So what else did I wanted to talk with you guys about? Let me put my face up. Is that true, Dally? So what happened to you? Explain to me. If you don't have to, if you don't want to, but you experienced this kind of bias or whatever. So okay, guys, let's all right. Where the hell's my face? Why won't my face come up? There it is. Okay. So guys, the world is looking great, don't you think? By the way, guys, let's see, if we get 3 super chats, I will lower the number required. If we get 3 super chats, I will put on the jester hat. If we get 5, I'll put on the jester collar. Let's just lower that number a little bit. By the way, a super chat counts as $2 or more over on YouTube, or 200 bits over on Twitch. Okay, just I forget to mention that. So that'd be fun, right? If we did that, I can put on the jester and the jester collar. Because for those that are new, by the way, guys, if you're new to the stream, please join our Discord. It is linked in the chat on Twitch at the top of the chat. Thank LaCroix. Automatically, we get the jester hat. Thank you, LaCroix. Thank you. Yay, jester hat. Ba-ba-da-ba. Yay. Okay, we got the jester hat. Now we just need 2 more, and then we'll put on the collar, okay? Because I'm a filthy capitalist pig. Technically not. Thank you, Jonas. Thank you. We only need 1 more now. Thank you, Jonas. All right. So, guys, we, as you know what, Macon, I love you very much. Okay, fine. We'll put on the collar. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to slut it up a little bit because I can't wear the collar with this. So I'm going to have to be slutty for a moment. I'm going to have to strip in front of you. Don't worry. You won't see me completely shirtless, but it's going to have to happen. All right. It's going to have to happen. Regardless, guys. So, on a note here, right? A little note here. So if you like the content, please follow me over on Twitch, right? Follow me. I'm a jester, by the way. Normally I'm dressed like a jester, but you know, today a lot of things have been happening. So follow me if you're over on Twitch, okay? Or if you're on YouTube, follow me and hit the bell icon if you want to be notified of when I go live, okay? If you want to be notified of when I go live, hit the bell icon as well. All right? And woo! There we go. And join our Discord, folks. Join our Discord. Jesters historically, it does, Paul Squaw, kind of count as sex work. Yeah, kind of, I guess. I'm okay with it. All right. Yeah, this is definitely the teacher to streamer pipeline, okay? Or the teacher to stripper pipeline, I guess you could say. All right. There we go, guys. Yay. All right. So, I know everyone's like, why is he suddenly becoming a lunatic? I was always a lunatic. You just didn't see it. Anyway. All right. So, guys, boop. There we go. This is better. So anyway, thank you guys for your contribution. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for allowing me to emotionally blackmail you into contributing. Now, like, all right. So anyway, so the world is falling apart, isn't it great? And we're all suffering while the wealthy are getting wealthy. They're assaulting our children. Isn't that cute? There's a giant cabal of pedophiles who have not been held accountable, which is fun, right? That's fun. Zero problems there. Other countries are kind of holding them accountable, not as much as I would like, but they're doing better than we are. On top of that, our government is run by a fascist POS who also probably has assaulted children and who is a corrupt POS who is launching wars of conquest all over the globe in an effort to, just like basically maintain an empire that's falling anyway. Thank you very much, Paul Squaw, for donating to. There's someone in here called emotional blackmail. That's hilarious. I highly support that. I highly support that because I do emotional blackmail all the time. Thank you, Paul Squaw, for giving an emotional blackmail a gift subscription. Meanwhile, guys, by the way, climate change is destroying everything. Yay! You know what we need? You know what we need? I really would like for us. Let me wait. Let me get my sound bar. Let me get my sound the sound bar up here. Sound, what is it called? What is it called? What is it called? Sound shit. Soundboard. I don't know why I couldn't remember it. Soundboard. We need a little bit of fun here for this because good God, the world is a clown show, is it not? So let's quickly, it's a goddamn clown show. And I don't know how else to deal with it except for laugh. So let's see here. Let's listen. Is that too loud? The war is happening. The economy isn't doing well. We're all struggling. It's hard to afford anything. Not looking good. All right. And the clowns continue to be in power. All right, we get it. We get the idea here, right? We totally get the idea. Okay, zero problems. All right, so, okay, everything's fine. Zero problems. Okay, fine. I'll reduce it. I may have been loud, but I don't really care. Okay, I wanted to, yeah, we're in a clowntocracy, right? I just wanted to deafen everyone. Yeah, I do, Elliot Waffles. I do. I think there is, I absolutely think that I would put it at about 60 or 50% now that there's going to be a ground invasion. Thank you, Lurking. I put it at about 50% now that there's going to be a ground invasion. Originally, I said 30%, but I've increased that, obviously. I think it's about a half chance now. It might even be higher than that right now. But the 2,500 troops are not enough to do a ground invasion of the whole country. Obviously, they might be going to Cargyle Island or something. Whatever the case, it'll be fun. All right. Joey, I have a fixed feeling about, do you believe? Yeah. All right. Anyway. Okay, so that's good. I love it. I'm putting money. I'll put money on the ground invasion of Lebanon. Yeah, invalid axiom. I would not be surprised. By the way, yeah, 50% is basically a guarantee. As I was saying, guys, all roads here militarily are leading towards a ground invasion. I don't know how you get out of this unless you do. That's the next escalatory step. All the options that aren't a ground invasion have essentially been used, except for like a nuclear bomb, but I don't think that'll happen. So, okay. You're right, Joey P. Hitler's 2020. Yeah. Yeah, correct, Joey P. So anyway, so yeah, but okay. Yay! Guys, that has always gone so well for the United States, hasn't it? Whenever we've done a ground invasion. So well. So well. Okay. By the way, with a country as big as Iran, in order to successfully occupy that country, you would need in excess of 1 million troops on the ground. If you were to do a full ground invasion of Iran, there is a non-zero chance that there would need to be a draft. If I sound like I'm crazy, I am not. It is estimated that to successfully occupy a country, you need about 1 soldier for every 20 residents of the country. Iran has 90 million people in it. I don't see how you successfully occupy a whole country of that size without upwards of 1 million troops on the ground. So, in that case, you might need to do a draft. Okay, anyway, I don't know if that'll happen, but it's okay. Yeah, but when asked about whether a draft might be implemented, Trump administration official says we're not taking any options off the table. We're not taking any, so they don't even say no. All right, yeah, Lacroix, if they implement a draft, the Trump regime will collapse, 100%. But this is why it's like we're in a terminal problem here. Okay, we're in a terminal problem. Okay, where like Iran is winning. Okay, you're Doug. That's hilarious. You know I love you, Doug. That's hilarious. You're right. Troops do get better ratios than teachers. Yep, correct, Joey P. I can't see Mithril. I can't see Trump getting a coalition of the. I agree, Mithril. I don't see it. All right. So there we go. Isn't that fun? Zero problems, guys. The world is going in a great direction. Yay. Yay. Oh my goodness. Oh, so happy. I got to eat more crackers. Hey, y'all. Too bad. Hello, Left Turn 91. Hey, y'all. Too bad Barron Trump is too tall for the army, right? Ugh. Okay. So, some other things I thought we could do, guys. Some other things. We let's quickly this is sort of a palate cleanser, okay? Sort of a palate cleanser. I don't want to say you know, I know, don't worry, we'll go back to talking about it's kind of a palate cleanser. Someone posted this over on who was it that posted this? Over in Discord. By the way, join our Discord. It's linked at the top of the Twitch and the YouTube streams. This was sort of a palate cleanser, and not really, but kind of. I know we're going to briefly stop talking about the war in Iran, and we're going to briefly talk about this. So this was, you know, we all know, I know everyone here loves Piers Morgan. I'm sure you all do, right? You all love Piers Morgan. He's great. Zero problems with Piers Morgan. It's not like he's a right-wing lunatic. He's weird though. He sometimes has good takes on things, but then I don't know. He just kind of follows the winds, right? He follows the winds. He follows the winds. And he very much leans conservative right wing, okay? Especially when it comes to trans people. Now, what I wanted to talk about is that he interviewed Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay? Yeah, he interviewed Neil deGrasse Tyson. Weirdamorphous blob. Yeah, exactly. When you stay on the fence, it's easy to have good takes. You just wait till everyone else agrees on something, and then you follow what everyone else does. Anyway, and Neil deGrasse Tyson is not dumb. I know that's an understatement. Neil deGrasse Tyson is very brilliant. Okay, Neil deGrasse Tyson is an excellent communicator when it comes to science. He's absolutely brilliant. Yeah, I know he's not perfect. No one is, but he's great. He's brilliant, and I love he as a teacher. I deeply appreciate his ability to communicate complex topics in a way that simplifies them. It's there. We need more scientists and people like that who are good at communicating to the public. So he got into a debate with Piers Morgan about trans people, and I think that Neil deGrasse Tyson wiped the floor with Piers Morgan. And like the level of thinking he has is just beyond anything that Piers Morgan can possibly achieve. And I thought it'd be kind of fun, right? I think it'd be kind of fun. Okay. Shh, Jonas, be quiet. Okay. That's funny you say that, Jonas. If you're talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson, you're right. Okay. When he was younger. Whew. Whew. Okay. I'm not going to say that because this isn't After Dark, but you're right there, Jonas. Anyway. Let's continue. So let's see what how Neil deGrasse Tyson schools Piers Morgan about trans people. Okay, so let's watch this. He likes to kiss himself in the mirror. I'm sure he does. Okay, anyway. I don't even know what did Piers Morgan look like when he was younger. I think that's who you're referring to, Jonas, because Neil deGrasse Tyson was very attractive when he was younger. Anyway. Hey, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm getting off track. Let's move on. Let's see what they have to say.
Hesitate to lecture you about science, Professor Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay.
I really do that.
I know you guys are annoyed already by Piers Morgan even suggesting he's going to lecture him on science, but let's get up to the good part. That's sort of the...
They tried to do this. They've
All
already
right.
tried to reduce hormone levels. What it doesn't do, that process, is reduce body mass
Okay,
or
shut up.
strength.
I'm
Which
getting
comes
there.
from
That's
which
the
comes
next
from the
level.
male.
What's going on, you guys? We have
Okay.
Piers Morgan
We'll go on.
in these. Play
Let's
the
watch.
clip.
Well, let's talk about gender. Gender
Okay,
is
here we
probably
go.
the most divisive
Okay, Jonas.
theme in the world right now. It's almost like you can't even talk.
Do you know, speaking of what Jonas said, I'm not trying to be gross here, but do we know that Neil deGrasse Tyson used to be a wrestler, and he was very muscular and big, okay? He was a big, strong guy. He was a wrestler, okay? You should look up old pictures of him when he was in college and shit, like, Anyway, just saying, any ladies out there, any straight ladies out there, any gay men, anyone, any bi people, just take a look. You know, I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying you should look up some old pics of him.
about it without
J-Mac, I never said that. I never said I'd want to wrestle him.
people losing their minds. And I guess at the center of it is this core belief, which many put forward, that there is a
I don't know, Sir
biological
Bartholomew.
science towards sex.
Correct, Lacroix. Bi people aren't real. I refuse to acknowledge their existence.
And then there is gender. And that is an identity issue which is separate to sex and biology.
Yeah.
What is your view of this, and why has it got so toxic? And what is the way through this debate?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Guys, I'm sorry. Piers Morgan is just an idiot. It's just a fact. Like, I don't know what else to say. It's just a goddamn fact that there is a biological sex, right? Which, by the way, isn't just male and female. There are people with different chromosomes. There are intersex people. Regardless, there is a biological sex, and then there is a gender expression. That's just a fact. That is just a fact. Joey P, forgive me. There's a joke in this community when I say bi people don't exist, because I accidentally at one point didn't include bi people when I was listing different types of queer folks, and they've never let it down. So now I jokingly say bi people don't exist, but you guys do exist, absolutely, okay? Except for Dolly Boy. Dolly Boy isn't real. Neither is Lacroix. All right, let's continue.
I think I have some insights there brought to you by how we end up classifying things
Right,
in the
Elliot
universe.
Waffles.
In the universe, very few things are discrete in what they are.
Okay.
There's, in almost all cases, a continuum
Joey.
between one kind of object and another. Now, it's hard to have conversations about continua, so
Weird amorphous blob you are. Guys, I'm gonna double down on this. I know it'll offend people. I'm gonna double down on this. Trans people are more advanced human beings. Think about it. Like, trans people are like, now they're not cyborgs, but they are like a more advanced human being who have altered their form, right, to become something greater. It's like so futuristic, the idea of people like sort of changing their bodies, changing these things to become what they want to be, right? It's like kind of like a cool cyborg futuristic thing. Think about it. Yeah, like Optimus Prime. Trans people are badass. No, yes, not all trans people change, but like it's kind of cool. It's like super modern and cool. I will be clear though, obviously trans people have existed forever, but I think it's super badass. And I feel inferior because I have not done that, right? I'm unfortunately cis, so I haven't been able to augment my physical form to become more dominant. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to do that. But I think they are superior to the rest of us. And yeah, okay, I think they're just superior. All right, I just do. I think they're more superior human beings. Okay, obviously everyone's equal, but I think it's badass and it's like super futuristic. Okay, that's my thought on it. I think people who are against it don't care about the future and are regressive. Okay, I want a society of people who can like change their genders at will, can kind of do what they want. It's cool. It's very cool. All right, I'm just saying. All right,
divide it up into as many categories as is sensible, and then you have a way to discuss what's going on in the universe with others. So here we have human beings, where let's go back to the bio part of this, where you have the chromosomes X, 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 Y. There's intersex, where one of the chromosomes is doubled up. No one is arguing that. Just give that to the biologists, and you can call that what sex is it, male sex or female sex? I don't have a problem with that. What I do know is that in the real world, in a free country where, because I remembered some document that said the pursuit of happiness, it seems to me freedom, which is so heavily championed in the West, is accompanied by a pursuit of happiness. Okay. That's foundational to what I'm about to say.
Right, Lacroix?
So, we all know growing up that in the classroom, every year,
Paul Squaw,
there were girls who were a little more tomboyish. In fact, tomboy, who came up with that word? They're really tom girls, right? A tomcat is a boy cat. A tom girl would be a sort of a boy girl, right? I don't know where tomboy came from, but there were tom girls.
Yeah.
They didn't wear skirts. They wanted to play in the mud with the boys. We know they existed. There are boys that were slightly effeminate relative to the others. We know they existed. And so, but we had words for them. They were ridiculed.
Yeah,
whatever.
Jonas.
We live in a time now where people are emboldened to say, you know, today I feel part female and part male. All right?
Guys,
so today, in fact,
wouldn't it be cool? So I think there are some indigenous people in the world who have much more advanced thinking about this than us filthy barbarians, okay? Like, there's something called two-spirit people. The idea of a two-spirit person is that some days you have a male spirit occupying you, others days you have a female spirit occupying you, right? Like, wouldn't it be nice if we could even take the next step, right? And like you on any other day, you could be male or female. Who the hell cares, right? Who the hell cares? Why not? We could even just abolish gender. My point is like, okay, like, wouldn't that be cool? And there are indigenous people that already do that, where like you can be one gender at one point, another gender at another point. You can take on different social roles depending on how you're feeling that day, right? That's kind of cool to me. Like, I think that's super cool and a way of thinking, in my opinion. All right, it doesn't hurt anyone. Like, you know, whatever. If people makes people happy, do what you want.
I will be neutral to you. I will be androgynous.
Yeah.
But you know something? If you're trained in this, you got to be A or B. You got to be a boy. You got to be a girl.
Mm-hmm.
You know what you're doing? You're taking your inability of your human mind. By the way, this is true for all human minds, because we got to categorize. We always have to categorize. All right, it makes it easier to think about it, but in the end, it's just lazy. All right, so you say boy or girl. Are you a boy or a girl? And
Yep,
then
Joey
someone
P.
is androgynous, and it makes you feel uncomfortable.
Yes.
But just because you feel uncomfortable, does that give you the right to come back to a person who's
Yeah.
expressing their freedom of self?
Yes.
It doesn't, but I
And
think
tell
what I
them
would say,
to
what I would say,
change?
right? But what I would say
Oh,
to
God.
this, here's
Years.
where it gets more complicated. Take the issue of transgender athletes in women's sport, for example.
Oh no. Okay.
Okay, no. I got 2 more sentences, and I'll jump right into that.
Okay.
I just want to set the table here.
Yeah.
I'm setting the table where. Okay.
He's just like, shut up, Piers. I'm not done yet. But guys, it's so true. Like, this is what really blows my mind as a gay man, okay, is that other people care so much about what I do. I'm like, oh, thank you. Thank you for thinking I'm special enough that you obsess about what I do in a bedroom. It is kind of weird, though. It's kind of like, why are you always thinking about gay sex? Like, I don't even thinking about it that much, but you guys are always like obsessing about, oh, what are gay people doing in a bedroom? What are they doing in a bedroom? I hate what gay people do in a bedroom. We should stop what they're doing in a bedroom. You would think a lot about gay sex. Like, also, a lot of these people form entire organizations to combat that sort of behavior, and it's like, really, you're spending your whole life obsessing about gay sex and what gay men are doing in a bedroom. There's something kind of weird going on there. Like, that seems like there's something going on with you, if you know what I mean. That's all you can think about, or like thinking about all you think about are like 2 men getting married. Like, why are you so obsessed with 2 men getting married? Why are you always thinking about 2 gay married men or 2 gay married women or 2 men married women? Like, why are you like, you're thinking a lot about this shit? Or when it comes to trans people, why are you always thinking about other people's genitals? Like, why are you so obsessed with what a person's genitals are all the time? Like, it's really, I think it highlights a kind of mental health issue, in my opinion, that you have that people like these have these fixations on these things. But of course, oh God, what's his name? I think I'm mind blank. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson was nicer about that. He's like, but why do you need to judge other people for what they're doing, right? I would go further and say, if you are obsessing about that, why? Like, what is going on with you psychologically? But okay, like, it doesn't affect you. Who cares, right? And I have found, guys, that men who are like, especially men, because I've been in a relationship with men, et cetera, et cetera. I'm in a relationship with men. Men who are very insecure in their own sexuality are the ones who always go after other people. Because if you're secure in your sexuality, like you don't, like, you're not going to worry about gay people, right? You're not going to worry about those things. You know, you're secure in your sexuality. You know it doesn't make you gay to like defend gay people. You see what I mean? But if you're not secure in your sexuality, you always have to distance yourself from that. You always have to be like, well, I'm not gay. Gay people are bad. They're, what they do in the bedroom is so disgusting. I think about it all the time. I can't stop thinking about it. I can't stop thinking about it. It's horrible. Okay. You see what I mean? All right. So just a note there. Yeah, I think so, Joey. Yeah, there you go, Lois. So you're securely whoever sexual, right? You don't need to. Anyway, moving on. Same thing with trans people. It's like, who cares? Why are you always thinking about their genitals? Okay, it's really weird to me.
Okay, that if we allow gender to appear on a spectrum, gender expression, to appear on a spectrum, as is apparently the case in the real world, where people have the freedom to do so, then for you to put your limited capacity to think on a spectrum in a law that inhibits the freedom of others, that's not a free country. Okay, so now take it.
And for those who are used to dealing,
Oh, I know, lurking snow leopard. Like, TVs and movies are always shoving straight-coded stuff in our faces, right? Like, I don't want to, I don't want to talk too much about that sort of thing, but yeah, but of course, no one cares about that because that's normal, right? But like, according to our society, who cares? Like, I really don't care. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares?
with conservatives and right-wing thinkers, you can see the point at which Pierre's Morgan
my
brain
God, J-Mac.
starts to melt, in which Neil deGrasse Tyson
Okay.
is starting to
So if they're probably about to talk about transgender people in sports, there's a very easy solution to this. I haven't watched this whole thing, but I hope Neil deGrasse Tyson brings it up.
trigger some type of
Yeah,
small brain
right.
thinking.
Lurking snow leopard. When I was a teacher, I had this little small rainbow flag on my desk in my room. It wasn't even mine. The last teacher had left it there, and I'm just like, I'll just keep it here. And a student came up and caught it on fire with a lighter, and then the school punished the student by giving them 1 day suspension after committing an arson and burning this flag on my desk. Like, and obviously that's a child, but a lot of people go crazy if they see a rainbow flag. Like, they lose their goddamn minds, and I do not understand it. I do not understand. Like, the rainbow flag is supposed to indicate that everyone is different and we respect everyone, including straight people. Okay, like, it's supposed to be like, look at all these colors in the rainbow. We like them all. Who cares? Okay. Yeah, left turn, guys. Left turn. It is not a coincidence that a lot of far right-wing people who rail against trans people always end up, a lot of times it gets revealed that they're really into trans people, if you know what I mean. Suddenly someone looks at their internet history. You see what I mean? That happens a lot. Okay, that happens a lot. Okay? All right.
Going on, and Piers is wanting to
Yeah,
make
Paul
sense, wanting to argue, really just
Yeah,
out
GMS.
of lack, out of not
Yeah, J-Mac,
knowing
you know what I mean by into. You know what I mean by into, okay? Do you condemn Andy?
anything.
To the next step. Where do you want to take that?
Well, what I want to take it to is I don't disagree with that. I think in a free country, you should be allowed to identify whatever the hell you want to identify as. It's fine.
Do
I've
you?
got no problem with
Do
that.
you?
Okay, so
Piers?
now where are you taking it?
So what I'm taking it specifically to say the issue of transgender athletes in women's sport, which I think has in an
Lacroix,
attempt
if
to
if Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't cover the easy solution, it's not, I guess, easy, but it's a solution we could do. Then I'll tell you what the solution is, in my opinion. Okay.
provide fairness and equality for trans athletes in women's sport. It doesn't apply the other way in men's sport. In women's sport, it's created a new inequality and unfairness where you have trans women born with superior, powerful male
That's insane,
biological
lurking snow leopard.
bodies who are beginning to beat women with comfortable ease in many sports, and yet they were very unsuccessful comparatively when they competed against other biological males as they were before they transitioned. So my question, I guess, there is, isn't that a clear case where science...
Yeah, exactly, word amorphous blob. And there's an easy way to, I'll explain this in a second. But like, by the way, these people do not care about women's sports, as Drusilla said, okay? Exactly, Paul Squall. Thank you. Paul Squall, damn it, you stole my thunder, Paul Squall. Paul Squall says, Michael Phelps is more anatomically radical than any trans woman. Yeah. Guys, a lot of the best athletes in the world have genetic things that make them the best. Michael Phelps, the swimmer, has kind of webbed hands. He also has very mobile joints that allow him to, like, he has genetic things that are beneficial to him. So I guess he shouldn't be allowed to play in sports, right? He has a bunch of biological benefits, right? You see what I mean? He also has a very long torso and shit that, like, he has a lot of things that make it easier for him to win. Same thing with Lance Armstrong, though, except he was cheating. A lot of, like, bikers have an increased lung capacity. Yeah. So, like, Usain Bolt also is a genetic freak. Like, so does that mean that they shouldn't be allowed to compete? They have an inherent advantage. They do. They have an inherent advantage. Okay. So, all right. Like, anyway, but moving on here.
To be the determining factor, because if you remove that from this equation, then you end up with gender neutral Olympics, and women don't ever win an Olympic medal again.
Oh,
Well,
shut up, Piers. I hate it. Here's the thing, guys. I actually do buy partially the argument that, yeah, sometimes, like men, if they've gone through puberty, on average, may have more muscle mass. Okay, on average, I'm not. This needs to be done on a case by case basis. All right. So, but yeah, they do. Now, does that mean that? So, okay, let's see if he talks about the solution to this. All right. Let me. But I know that sounds like I'm against trans people in sports. I'm not. I want him to come to the solution to this. There's a very easy solution to this that no one thinks about. The issue here is sports, how we structure sports. It is not trans people in sports. Okay. Yeah, exactly. By 4 hours of HRT reduces correct weird amorphous blob. It's not like exactly. You'll see what I mean.
There's certain events that the men,
Yeah,
like the uneven bars. You
Here we
won't
go.
find men on the uneven bars. It doesn't work with
All
male
right, they might win a
physiology
few.
on that one. Okay.
But my point
But-
being, there
so
are
I
reasons
think-
why we
Right.
provide the sexes in sport, is my point. And the moment you start
got you.
allowing
I-
gender identity to overcome
got you.
biology, I see there's a problem.
Okay. So all that means is
Here we
we
go.
are on a
Say it.
frontier that has not been previously breached, which is what do you do in a sport where now there's an inherent advantage or disadvantage
Yes, say it.
based on the rules that existed for that sport, whereas previously those advantages or disadvantages didn't exist. So this is not complicated. In high school, in college, and a little
Okay.
bit of graduate school, I wrestled. Okay, I was captain
Oh,
of my high
yes,
school
he
wrestling
did,
team,
guys.
and
Oh, look up pictures. He did wrestle.
undefeated. I weighed in high school 190 pounds. Do I wrestle
All muscle, folks. All muscle.
the 125 pounder? No, that would be unfair. Because I'm 65
Yes,
pounds
he's gonna
heavier,
say it.
twice
He's
as
gonna say it.
strong, and maybe even faster. So they set up a rule. I only wrestle people my weight. Wrestling has 10 weight categories to make
Oh,
it an
they are
interesting
showing a picture.
contest. Okay, so let me just
Sorry,
make
I'll
this
stop.
up now, just as a starter point.
Come on, guys. I'm not wrong, right? Did you see the picture? Right? Don't make me out to be a pervert, right? You all saw that, right? I'm not crazy. I'm not making shit up. All right?
The transgenderism usually involves
Yeah, Lacroix.
hormone readjustments, okay? Testosterone, estrogen. And so we can imagine a future of sports where you're not contesting men against women, you're contesting people in
Fairly
certain
so.
brackets of hormone
Yes.
levels.
So, guys,
And
now,
why not?
Because
Yeah.
it
Any
doesn't
different-
why do we? Here's what he's saying, and I love this. I don't think we should have men versus women. I don't think we should have men and women's sports at all. Okay? I think we should have brackets of size and ability and things like that, like they do in wrestling. Okay? Like he's saying hormones. I don't know if that would fully work, but why don't we just have different tiers? Like, why don't we have like heavyweight people like that play football, and then you have middleweight people or whatever, regardless if it's a man or a woman? Why don't we do it? Why don't we tier it? That would allow for individual differences. Okay, like we should just tier the sports systems instead of so like women can play with men all the time if they want it, but as long as they're in the tier, that would also allow for better competitions. Okay, that would allow for better competitions, right? If people are at the similar skill level and similar ability level, it would make it a lot closer all the time, right? I would much rather like Michael Phelps be competing with other Michael Phelps than always winning every single race because he has this biological advantage, this advantage linked to his body. You see what I mean? Okay, like it doesn't just create different categories. And anyway,
from separating.
I know,
us.
invalid axiom.
And I really just want to pause the vid for a second to enjoy what Neil deGrasse Tyson
I think that's
had
what
said.
he's saying.
You know, we are in a time that has never been here before, right? So it's not the people that are failing, right? It's not. We don't have to demonize the trans.
Yes, it's the system.
Trans people whatsoever, and say, okay, well, you know, oh, this is you, and you have to do this, and you know, I think that we have to look more at the system. Hey, well, can we, you know, maybe make a change to the system? Can we see?
Joey. Agree. For instance, natural bodybuilding has different leagues, events, and rules and testing protocols. But like, why don't we just do that for all sports? Why do we have to gender everything, right? If there are women out there who are perfectly capable of playing, you know, male sports with men, okay, if they're in the same bracket, the same. I don't know how we could measure this. There's lots of ways you could measure it, but let's not do it based off gender, okay? Like, I think that's stupid. It also gets rid of a lot of variability amongst people.
How the system is now starting to be outdated instead of wanting to change the people and keep on fitting people in these boxes that are outdated, that are simply just no longer there, that we are growing past.
I hesitate to lecture you about science, Professor Neil deGrasse Tyson. I really do. But I'll tell you why not. Because what they've already tried to do this. They've already tried to reduce hormone levels. What it doesn't do, that process,
That's
which
the next
comes from the
level.
male
Yes, very
biology.
Right. If you went through puberty as a male,
yes,
and then transitioned afterwards, right, then you'll have a bigger, typically bigger, stronger
and that's
body,
where I just think
and
it's
even
unfair.
faster
Look,
in
I don't
terms
have
of
a
reflexes.
transphobic bone in my
Let's
body.
get there. I'm getting there.
I want fairness and equality for trans athletes.
Correct,
but
outer signal.
There's a big but here, I think.
I'm working my way up to that. So one possibility, like I said, I'm just making this.
Sylvie, I understand. I know he shouldn't have used the word transgenderism. Admittedly, though, Sylvie, he's being extremely pro-transgender right now, okay, or extremely pro-trans people. And it may have just been a slip. I think Piers used that word, so he slipped and used it too. But he's being very, pro-transgender, okay, pro-trans people right now. I get it, though. I get it. He is with us, though. I will say.
This up on the fly is you have hormone categories. If that does not solve the problem, or to the extent that it doesn't,
yes,
then you put in other rules that separate who's competing with whom. Like I said, we do this all the time.
Yes, we do.
All right? And by the way, are you going to go to Michael Phelps and say, you're genetically taller, and we have a floppier, I don't know if all of this is true, but some
You thought of this first. Someone else thought of this first earlier, talking about Michael Phelps, and then I started doing it. So whoever mentioned Michael Phelps first gets credit. You thought of it before Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It's true. You have floppier ankles and webbed fingers, and so we're not going to compete you in this race because you'll have an advantage that other people don't. No, we don't do that, do we? In fact, when you really analyze it, practically every gold medal, record-setting Olympic athlete has some genetic thing going on in them that other people don't have.
They do, but my response, my response to that would be that I think Serena Williams has been on record as saying that she would lose to the top 1,000 male tennis players. So my point is, you could be number 999 best in the world as a male tennis player.
But like, doesn't that mean that then why doesn't she compete against other men, the men who aren't in the top 1,000? Why don't we have a different bracket? You see what I mean? Like, why don't we just have a different bracket for her? I don't get and that would be better competition for her. It would be better sports, okay?
Immediately, if you decided to identify as a woman, the greatest women tennis player of all time. Is that fair? I don't know.
There you go, Paul Squall. You're the genius.
Okay, so now watch. So it turns out, and I've done this, but others have done it as well, but I did it for myself to know it. If you look at world records from world-class athletes.
Biological sex. And who cares? Then we need to change the system so that they can do sports, right? Obviously. So why don't we just create brackets, like every other, like lots of other sports do.
The 100 meters.
And make it not about men and women, because it shouldn't have been that anyway. It should be people against people.
Men are about 10% faster. 200 meters, 10%. It fluctuates, but on average, it's about 10. The marathon, the men do it about 10% faster, okay? And you look at reflexes, it's about 10% faster. Where you have the biggest differences in weightlifting. But for speed and reflexes, it's about 10% faster. So if you wanted to find out where the top women's athlete would land among men, you look at serving speeds.
Correct,
for example.
Eleni. That's another point, Eleni. Eleni says this is a wedge issue. Trans people are 0.2% of the population, and even less of them play sports. As a matter of fact, in Germany, okay, Jewish people were less than 1% of the population. Less than 1%. And the Nazis said that all the country's problems are due to the Jews, even though they're less than 1% of the German population. It is not uncommon at all that small minority groups are targeted and are what's the term? Targeted and scapegoated. Even if it's a tiny group that clearly doesn't dominate anything. This is what's happening to trans people, okay? A very small portion of the population that's being massively targeted as if it's like this really powerful group. Yeah, exactly, Sylvie. So why not, Sylvie? Why not then let women go against men, right? Like, that's the issue. Like, I don't think we should gender any of this shit. Have co-ed teams, let men play women, women play men, let mixed co-ed teams go against each other, and have weight brackets. You see what I mean? Okay. Oh, no, I don't think it is a bad comparison, Eleni. Right now, trans people are being scapegoated all over the planet, just like the Jews were. Now, we're not seeing, and there is some sort of genocidal language going on. I think it's a good comparison. Oftentimes when fascist scapegoat groups, they scapegoat tiny minorities. No, but that's what I'm saying, Eleni, is that Jewish people were less than 1% of the population. They weren't 1%. They were much less than 1% of the population, very similar to trans people, okay? Very small portion of society, okay? Like, it's exactly the same. That's my point.
Because that's how fast you can bring the racket to the ball and find the point where the women's serving speeds match up with the men's serving speeds, okay? And then that's where you would land in the world rankings. What I will tell you is people pay to watch sports not for how good the athlete is. They watch sports for how good the contest is.
Yep.
Let's remind ourselves of this. If we only watched sports for the greatest of athletes,
and guys, we've seen, remember, like, there's states passing laws that are taking away trans people's IDs because they claim that they have to change their sex on the IDs. Like, trans people are being massively targeted. They're one of the most oppressed groups right now by the Trump administration. Okay.
You would never watch college football. Never. Because the worst NFL, the national, in the London audience here, National Football League, the worst National Football League team there ever was, could wipe their ass with the best college team there ever was.
Right.
Because everyone in the professions, each one of them was the...
I don't know why everyone... Okay, I'm getting frustrated. Why are you all coming after me for making the percentage argument? My point here is I'm showing similarities, right? How could less than 1% of the population have an overwhelming amount of power and influence and be destroying society? That's what the Nazis said about Jewish people. Okay, they said that less than 1% of the population is destroying the society and controls everything. They're saying that in the United States, they're claiming that 0.2% of the population is a massive threat to the society, okay? And they're scapegoating this very small percentage of the society when clearly there's no dominance there. What is the problem here? Why can't I say that? That is just a fact. I'm talking about the stupidity of scapegoating such a tiny portion of society, okay? Yeah, but that's 1%. That's not, I'm saying, okay, we're not talking about like a bunch of billionaire, millionaire people. We're talking about average people who are just transgender, all right? They don't have an inordinate amount of wealth or power, all right? But anyway, less than 1%, right? And by the way, that's not even true. It's 10% of the population that dominates everything. 10%, not 1%. All the studies show that it is 1%. It is 10% that make decisions for the society. So even that argument that that's less than 1% is not true. Now, the majority of the wealth is controlled by by less than 1%, but there are elites in the top 10%. So I don't know. It doesn't matter. Who cares, right? Who cares? You all are just kind of you all are just nitpicking me for no particular reason and completely missing the argument, okay?
best in their college. Okay, so, but we love watching college football. Why? Because the contest is equal. And you don't know who's going to win in advance. If you knew who was going to win in advance, you would
But
never watch the sport,
that would be
even if it was the best.
To bring this bit of the interview to I think a closure, I would say I get that completely. But the most important thing as a sports fan is you want to get a sense it's a fair playing field. That, I think, is really the crux of it.
So what you do
Thank you, Sylvie.
in the future, what you would do is, so if the hormone levels categories don't work, then there are other categories, reflex categories. Okay, have people compete in reflex categories. I would love that. Okay, then there are people with
Thank you, Lacroix. I'm
pretty
sure you
slow
will be.
reflexes. They'll have different strategies and how they would win, and group them together. By the way, in chess tournaments, your chess rating
Thank you, Batter Signal.
puts you in a category where you only compete with other people in that rating.
That's
you
true.
don't compete against people where you beat them in 10 moves.
That is
so
true.
So we're still at the dawn of how we
No, Elaney, what's the fact? Tell me what the fact is that you're referring to.
will or should organize the future of sports in recognition of the gender spectrum. And
So there we go. Once again, Neil deGrasse Tyson, as educated in astronomy and other scientific matters, he's also very well versed in these social matters. He understands that, Neil deGrasse Tyson understands that this is an outdated system. The system has been going on for 2,000 years. That we are just starting to use different things such as, ELO, as Neil deGrasse Tyson was bringing up, what they use in chess. These different ways of gauging, okay, well, who can play who? How can we make this more fair? I believe that could lead even to more fairness going on later down the road than, how it may be set up even right now. Maybe there's a reason why this system has to change, right? Instead of wanting to hold on to the way that things are always going to be, the way that things have always been, and just allowing us to get complacent, we are always going to push the progress forward, as Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying, as Piers Morgan is really having to submit to at this point. And it's funny how he doesn't bring up these
okay. So there we go. That was a great argument by Piers, guys. Great argument. Not by Piers, I'm sorry, by Neil deGrasse Tyson. Just make a tiered sports system. Why not? It should never have been gendered anyway, okay? It just shouldn't have been gendered anyway. Who cares? That'd be a way to fix it, in my opinion. Just make a tiered sports system. It would also make the sports more entertaining to watch. Okay? Make it more entertaining to watch. All right? Okay. Wait, Elaney, I don't understand, Elaney. It's like you're implying that Jewish people weren't being marginalized in Nazi Germany. What do you mean? Okay. Knew he was a Piers Morgan fan. I like art and literature. What do you mean? Anyway. All right. Okay. So, all right, you guys. Ugh. All right, guys. Okay. So then why? You know what? I'm not gonna get stun locked on this. I'm getting frustrated. All right, guys. So, let's see here. So there we go. That's cute, right? That's lovely. I love it when Piers Morgan is a goddamn, is a fool. Okay, I love when he gets put in his place by someone who's much smarter than him, which it's not easy. It's not hard to be smarter than Piers Morgan, I got to tell you. But Neil deGrasse Tyson definitely crushing it. And I also kind of like the condescending way in which he did crush Piers Morgan, which I deeply appreciated. Okay. Okay. All right. So, some other shit here. Some other shit. All right. Let's see here. Okay. I have some other stuff I could show all of you. Israel. Wait, JMac, please. Okay, that's fair, Elaney. I'm very confused. Okay, I'm not sure. See here. Israel said Netanyahu is dead. Are you okay, JMac? If you're lying to me, J-Mac, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind, and I'm gonna come after you with more boinks than are imaginable. I'm gonna boink you into eternity, J-Mac. If this is true, J-Mac, and if this isn't true, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. Okay? So I'm gonna look it up, J-Mac. And because J-Mac, I have a stream here. I have a stream here with people watching. So if you're spreading misinformation, I'm going to boink you to eternity. Okay? Okay. No news? Okay, J-Mac. How dare you? Boink, 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 boink. I'm gonna boink you until you cannot take any more boinks. Okay. Dear God, I swear to God, how dare you make me happy? Okay, for like 5 seconds there, I felt a tinge of joy. All right, a tinge of joy, and then you took it away from me, J-Mac. All right, let's see what Elaney sent us. What about it? What about it? This doesn't tell me. We don't know if he's gone or not. I'm not sure what I'm looking at here. Okay. Anyway, whatever. It's fine. Okay. Whatever. How dare you? Everyone humiliate J-Mac publicly. How dare you, J-Mac? All right. You are J-Mac. You're like the boy who cried wolf. How dare you? You have any idea how many of us would start a party and start drinking immediately if that were true? Anyway. Okay. J-Mac. I swear to God. I swear to God. All right. He's literally there 9 hours. What do you mean? No, guys. No, yeah, this is not. It's not a reliable source. We don't, guys. We don't know if he's gone. Okay, there's a lot of. That's disgusting, Mithril. That's disgusting. We don't know. Okay, we don't know if he's gone. I doubt he is. I really doubt he is. He might be, but there's zero evidence that is good in that regard that he's gone. Okay, I know we're all hoping for it, but there's zero good evidence in that regard. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, because I don't know. I don't think it's true, J-Mac. I don't know if that he is gone. There were lots of AI videos. Okay, lots of AI videos and shit out there of it. Okay. No, Matt Saigai, that's not what I mean. That's not. I'm not saying this is okay. Like what is this? Six Fingers video starts concerns. It's talking about an AI edited video that has six. That's not reliable. Like I don't know. It might be saying something about it, but okay. This summary, by the way, is AI generated. I don't know what. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay. Yeah, we don't know. Like, okay, we're whatever. We will if he's dead, we will find out. Okay. All right, whatever. Okay, but like the summary of that video is AI generated too. I'm not gonna. All right, moving on. It's fine. Okay, I'm not. Whatever. Screw it. God damn it, Matt Saigai. All right. I am curious, Matt Saigai. So, how is NDTV generally? I don't know enough about them. You know what? Let me look up NDTV. I don't know much about them. Exactly. That's my point. Is like it's not. I shouldn't say it's not reliable. It's just not a good source for showing that he's dead. It's talking about online shit. I don't know. I'm just reading about it. It's a. Okay, New Delhi Television is an Indian news media company focusing on broadcast and digital news publication. It was founded in 1984 by economist Pranoy Roy and journalist Radhika Roy. It is oh, no, guys. Do not watch this. Oh my God, Matt Saigai, how dare you not tell me this? Matt Saigai, it has a close association with the BJP. That's what it says. Yeah, right. It's It's associated with Modi. Okay, I got you. Dear God. Okay, yeah, no. Okay, Matt Sagai, forgive me. I didn't mean to yell at you. I'm being racist, Matt Sagai. Okay. It's associated with the far-right political party. Okay. I know. I'm sorry, Matt Sagai. I love you. I apologize. Okay, I'm just being an asshole. Okay, this is like associated with the Modi party. Okay, it is like not. It is not. Okay. But even then, it doesn't matter. All right. Because that source is not a good source. All right. Okay. All right. So anyway. So again, it's not even a good article anyway. Right? It's not a good article anyway. It doesn't tell us anything. It's talking about the online reaction to this shit. I know people really want him to be dead, but alas, we don't have confirmation of that yet. All right, moving on. So, what else we got here to do here, guys? What else we got to do here, guys? All right. We got other stuff we can do. Playlists. This is, okay, just as somewhat of a palate cleanser, I really like, right, LaCroix, I really like, yeah, see, Gwen, but exactly, fact check is, yeah, all right, doesn't matter, okay, so this is, forgive me, Matt Saga, for yelling at you, okay, I'm just being an asshole, I'm stressed, okay, yeah, Sylvia, you didn't see that. Okay, eventually, Sylvia, I'm going to do a reaction to that, but we're not doing it today. All right. This was going to come out eventually. Kat, forgive me. I know I'm a racist POS. I can't pronounce her last name. Abu Ghazala, Kat Abu Ghazala, who is like a progressive candidate. I love her. She's very pro-Palestine. She has put her life on the line to go protest for Gaza and stuff. She's a really cool person. Okay, she's badass. She released a oh really? Thank you, Matt Saga. I hope you're not joking. I hope you're not making fun of me. Okay. Oh, thank you guys. All right. So this is an ad that she has put on the internet. And I think, does she, Matt Saga? Okay, I haven't read about that. Really? Oh, did she say she would intervene in Taiwan if China invaded? Okay, well, regardless, she's still a lot better than most people. Regardless, let's listen. This is just an ad she posted. I think it's brilliant. I think this is a good ad. Let's watch.
Kat Abu Ghazaleh is the kind of radical Democrat Fox News warned you about. Kat believes you deserve universal health care, groceries, and housing. Pfft, where does she think we are? The richest country on earth? Kat isn't a millionaire. She doesn't take PAC money. She can't even afford health insurance herself. How can she possibly relate to normal, hardworking corporations like you and me? And it gets worse. As a journalist, Kat's reporting helped lead to Tucker Carlson's departure from Fox News. Is that who you want fighting extremists in Washington? Kat claims the Democratic Party should not bow down to Trump or his billionaire friends. Does she think strongly worded letters count as bowing? Kat Abu Ghazaleh represents a new generation of progressive Democrats working to redefine the party's future. And she plans to do it with her ferocious
the kitty.
attack cat by her side. Is this who you want representing us?
I'm Kat Abu Ghazaleh, and I approve this message.
Oh, that was great. I like that. That was pretty good. That was pretty cute. Hello, Dolly Boy. Dolly Boy, I'm so glad you're here. Hello. You will protect me, Dolly Boy, from these degenerates. You'll protect me, right, Dolly Boy? Okay. So Paul Squall says she did not say she would invade Taiwan. She made clumsy gesture towards universe. Okay. Yeah, I know. A lot of the left is always screaming about any little thing someone says wrong. I know. I forgive all of you. All right. All right. That's lovely. That's cute. So I like her shit. Protect you. I'm the biggest one. Yes, you are, Dolly Boy. You're going to protect me. All right. I'm just kidding. I love all of you. All right. I really would like my electricity to come back on, though. It's very cold. Question. If there was an Israeli security cabinet meeting, would you expect Netanyahu to be present? Yes, Matt Saigai. I would. But the reason here's the thing, though. They're in the middle of a war, and Iran has been bombing Israel. It is possible that this is a small likelihood, but there's also the fog of war. We don't know if they might be doing that because they're concerned Iran might be able to target the security meeting. We just need more evidence. We need like direct evidence of this. Remember how careful I was when they announced the dear leader? I mean, the dear leader, excuse me. The supreme leader of Iran was dead. Yeah, I know. It ended up being that he was dead, but I want verification. Okay, that's possible, TJ. If that makes sense, all right. Right. Okay, so what else we got here? We're still talking about this. I keep getting stun locked. Whatever, it's okay. I hate all of you. What's this?
Libertarians sometimes.
Oh, I know what I wanted to watch. I know what I wanted to watch, guys. There is apparently someone put in the reactions channel something kind of funny. Where is this shit? Where is this shit? So someone put down a video. Where'd this can go? A really funny video that apparently implies where'd it go? God damn it, I can't find this shit. Bad day in the Strait, $1,500 per Okay, someone in here sent me a video that implied that Lindsey Graham might be gay. And I was deeply ready to watch that because I thought it would be funny. Because he's one of the most gay-coded monsters on the planet. Oh, here we go. We'll do this one. It was Gwen. Gwen?
Good morning.
Thank you. Gwen, let's watch this. This looks like it'll be fun. Let's make it kind of fun. Okay, this is fun. Yeah, I know. I just thought it'd be kind of fun. But first, guys, yeah, it was set in general. Thank you. Thank you, Gwen. Thank you. I saw that you posted this, and I'm like, oh my God, I want to see what this is about. I know. I like doing some dark wokeness and accusing Republicans of being gay when they're very anti-gay and anti-trans and shit. But first, guys, first bit of news here. Dane, I didn't even do anything, and he hates me. I love you, LaQual. I love you, LaQual. What do you mean I love you so much? Okay. Elaney, mod Dolly Boy. Why? Why should I mod Dolly Boy? I could mod Dolly Boy if Dolly Boy wants to be modded. Dolly Boy is already kind of an attack dog. All right. I gotta love Dolly Boy. So what I'm gonna do first, though, guys, is I've got to go piss. I have got to go piss. All right, so I'm gonna go take a urination. I have a very small bladder. It's a congenital problem. It isn't. I just drink a lot. Okay, not of alcohol, of water and shit. Regardless, I need to go pee, and I need to make sure the generator isn't about to shut down. I'll avoid an invalid axiom. I'll avoid aiming the urine at the generator. So I am going to go and pee, and then I'll be right back, and I'm going to check the generator. You all be good. Don't make me hand out boinks when I get back. I will hand out boinks and bromps aplenty if I need to. All right?
Biatch.
Right. Okay. Bye-bye. I'll be right back. Be good. Don't be naughty. Don't be naughty. As soon as I get up the music and shit, don't be naughty.
I'm walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life.
What are you all doing in here? Have you been behaving? I'm on to you. Let me see. What have people been saying here in the chat? Whenever I come back from using the restroom, I don't trust any of you. Some sort of plot has been happening, some sort of unionization. I'm gotta have to put this in the, gotta crush this before it gets out of hand. Hello, TJ. Hello. Okay. Looks like you're all being okay. Looks like you all behaved. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Good boys. Good girls. Good boys, girls, and non-binary people. Whatever. Fine. All right. All right. Hello, Drusilla. Okay, Drusilla. Right. Yeah, I don't know. That makes me even more suspicious, Drusilla. I know you don't have a halo, Drusilla. I know. I know. All right. Okay, guys, let's watch this video. This should be fun, right? We're all gonna have a grand old time. He hasn't called on to what, LaCroix? By the way, folks, let me do a little self-promotion here. If you'd like to kind of become a member on YouTube for as little as $1 a month, hit the join button. You can do that. You'll get a cute little jester hat next to your name that'll change colors the longer you're in the community. And you'll get access to gender only, member only emojis and shit in the chat over on YouTube. You can also contribute on YouTube using a super chat, which will ensure I read it aloud. Then over on Twitch, you can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime. Exactly, Miroslav. You can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime over on Twitch, and then you don't have to see ads anymore. Or you can just subscribe regularly, which I would deeply appreciate while I try to do this long term. Thank you. And you can also send bits over on Twitch if you want to. You could also send me a buy me a coffee, which is linked right. If you use your phone, you can use this QR code right next to my face on the screen that I'm pointing at with my staff. Or it's also linked at the top of the chat, both in Twitch and YouTube. How about this? If we get 2 more super chats, we will play a game. We will play the food game. How about that? If we get 2 more, you know what? No. 3 more. If we get 3 more, either 200-bit donations or $2 donations, we will play the game, the food identification game together, okay? In which case we will absolutely have to get a gastronomical genius or I will lose my shit. Okay, I will lose my shit and I'll blame all of you. All right. And NB people can't use. I agree, LaCroix. Okay, yeah. NB people aren't allowed to. Neither are bi people, LaCroix. That includes you. Bi people and non-binary people don't exist. To be clear, God, I should stop making this joke. People who come in here are going to think I hate non-binary people or bi people, whatever. I only hate bi people. Okay, just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm making it worse. Okay. So let's see here. Jonas says Farage regrets taking over Worcestershire Council because of its financial difficulties, but still thinks he can manage the country. That's for sure. He's not the brightest in the bunch. Okay. Drusilla says, I do my naughty play in the Discord. I know you do, Drusilla. Dear God, we had to make a whole channel for Drusilla to spew her nonsense. What bisexual man hurt you, streamer? Every single one I've ever met, though I've never met one because they don't exist. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I love bi people. They're fine. They're great. Okay. I've had some lovely relationships with bisexual men. I got to tell you, they're fine. They're fine too, if you know what I mean. Anyway, moving on. So what was I going to say here? Oh, yes. So, yes, all that shit. Thank you, everyone who's donated, etc. I love you all very much. Let's hand out some boops, shall we? Have we done boops today? We've done a few boops, but I think we need another round of boops because y'all have been standing around. Okay. That's so stupid, Elaney. Really? He said that? That is so stupid. Ignore Vaush on that. Okay, I don't care. People are non-binary. Okay, anyway. Fine. Okay, all right. So let's do some boops. Drusilla, you get a boop. Boop. Outer Signal gets a boop. Boop. Elaney gets a boop. Boop. Drusilla gets a... you already got one, Drusilla. Paul Squall, you get a boop. Boop. Who else wants a boop? LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Did I miss anyone? TJ gets a boop. Boop. A Bright Love gets a boop. Boop. Weird Amorphous Blob gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Remember, guys, we got boops, bromps, and bonks. The boops are a compliment. Bromps are where I remove a boop. After you've received a boop, if you've been bad, I remove your last boop, and that's a bromp. And then a bonk is where I'm punishing you. All right? Who else wants a boop? Anyone else want a boop? Okay. Oh, boop. Oh, Inverted Panda says, oh, boops. I thought you said boobs. I got so excited. You disgust me. All right. I'll give you a boop, Inverted Panda. Boop. All right. Anyone else want a boop? Anyone else want a boop before we continue? Anyone else need a boop? I can hand out some more boops. No problem handing out the boops. Boops are great. Everyone loves a boop. Okay, fine. Whatever. Macon gets a boop. Boop. I'm sorry, Macon. Macon, you get 2 boops. Boop. There you go. Because Macon at least is good. Macon's a good person. A lot of you are just annoying. I have been booped. Praise Gazoo. Yes, everyone, please pray the great sky whale Gazoo. Under his fin. Under his fin, we all are, well, much better off under Gazoo, the great sky whale god that we've created, okay? For those who don't know, Gazoo is our deity. We've decided, according to the great prophet Retro Asher, we have created our own deity called Gazoo, the sky whale, who we call out in prayer and blessing to. And unlike other certain gods, Gazoo loves everyone and doesn't like genocide and stuff. So we all pray to great Gazoo, the sky whale. Yes, under the fin, right? We all live under the fin of Gazoo. If you think we're insane, well, that's partially true. All right. Anyway, we are the anti-cult cult. All right. So we've created our anyway. You guys know what I mean. Correct, a bright love. But is Pathfinder better than D&D? I haven't really ever tried. I don't think I've ever tried Pathfinder, but I know D&D. I've played D&D. I don't know if I've tried Pathfinder. Okay. Okay. So let's watch that video we just brought up here. Why not? Happy Saturday, everyone. Normally the streams we do a little lesson. Exactly, LaQual. It's an anti-cult social cult. There you go. We're the anti-cult cult. All right. And of course, I mean, obviously, look, your leader here has a uniform and everything. I'm like a goddamn. I'm like I don't know. What's his name? David Koresh or Charles Manson or something. Okay, maybe I shouldn't make those comparisons. But look at me, look at this. I'm like, oh, your deity. Okay, anyway, I'm like the Pope, right? I'm like the Pope. I'm definitely like the Pope. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like I'd cover up sexual assault scandals. I'm also not going to assault little children, right? Let's put it this way. I am better than other cult leaders because I don't like assaulting children. I think we can say that fairly, right? I think we can say that to be fair. You are anti yourself. Correct, Inverted Panda. I am anti myself. Anti myself. Which is why at the end of every stream, I say, don't blindly listen to me because I'm just some guy on the internet, all right? Anyway. All right, moving on. Let's watch this video, shall we? Let's get into it. All right, let's do it. So this, by the way, this guy's kind of cute. He's kind of cute, too. I'm sorry, guys. I don't know why. I'm like, okay. Yes, Matt Saigai. What do you want, Matt Saigai? What do you want, Matt Saigai? You want to boot Matt Saigai? Boop. You got to boot Matt Saigai. Is that what you wanted, Matt Saigai? Who wouldn't want to boop? Let's watch this video. Okay, this video is MAGA Senator. Okay, yeah, I know. Maybe we should do something about that. Like, well, all right. Why so many religions lead to child abuse? Okay, MAGA Senator caught at a gay bar, right? Let's watch this. This should be fun. Everyone ready for this? I'm excited.
We have some breaking news that is not going to change a goddamn thing, but perhaps could put a smile on your face and a frown on a MAGA senator who is caught in a major set of circumstances. We'll put it like that.
Bright Love.
Where MAGA senator has been accused and called out and pulled out of the closet by a reporter on X saying that this senator is gay and has been seen in gay bars. There's a photo, and it's the same reporter who did this to Lindsey Graham.
Hey, Lindsey, why don't you just admit that you...
Matt Saigai, you said my name and then you have nothing to say to me. You just wanted me to call you out, Matt Saigai? Because now you're talking about The Pit, which I love. I love watching The Pit. Okay, but how dare you, Matt Saigai?
Gay, and then people won't blackmail you anymore.
Yeah, I know, Marzipan Power. Don't even get me started on that.
Oh, one more time. One more time.
Hey, Lindsey, why don't you just admit that you're gay and then people won't blackmail you anymore?
Beautiful. Now, Lindsey Graham also, this reporter also shared this intel about Lindsey Graham just to show that this guy kind of knows his stuff. He said, a self-identified gay guy. I love that you put a gay guy in quotes. Known as
That's funny.
quote Jesse Vessel, reportedly alleged via DM Senator Graham hired me in 2013 and 2014 off Rent Boy and expressed his willingness to tell his story.
Obviously, Matt Saigai, the main doctor guy, the guy with the beard. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he's such a complex character. The trauma he experienced and shit like that. I just really like him. I really like him a lot. I also like the one of the doctors there that is on that is in residence. I can't remember his name. I really can't. Matt Saigai. Not off the top of my head. That one the woman, the doctor who's in residence, who's younger and whose parents work at the hospital, so she has to navigate kind of being viewed as like a nepo baby, and also being very young and very educated. Anyway, she's interesting.
Publicly.
Yeah,
All right.
there you go, Matt
Interesting.
Saigai.
As we see up until this point, I just want to say, up to this point and every point after, everything I'm saying here is
I know, me too, Matt Saigai, because she's very bright. Exactly. And that's what the shame is, like the image of being a nepo baby, even though she got there all by her own volition, right? But that image persists.
It's rumors. We don't know if it's true or not. Okay? Now, I'm just going to tell you what people are saying. I don't know if it's true or not. So there you go. There's my disclaimer. Could be true, could not be true. Might not be true, could be true. We don't
Okay.
know. So
This
we're
guy
just
is
gonna say
evil.
that this is all based on rumors and that folks have said this for a long
I
time.
got more
but we don't
crackers.
know. We don't know. But could be true.
Oh, wow. So wait. So he hired someone off Rent Boy. That's kind of funny. For those who don't know, Rent Boy is a site where you can get a male escort, right? Which is basically a sex worker. They can decide whether to have sex with you or not, but it's like you can hire a guy to come with you to an event and then, all right. Well, I don't know if it's true, but we can see.
All right. So, and just to
Yeah,
put a
many
final
people
point on
are
this,
saying
like
it.
people just know, like Donald Trump in 2016 said this about Lindsey Graham.
Let Russia drop. For instance, this guy, Lindsey Graham. You have a guy, he's one of the dumbest human beings I've ever seen. He runs against.
Crazy how much he's changed. I know when you get older, you get slower, but
Wait.
Donald Trump really lost his.
What is a slur, Dolly Boy? Rent Boy? Is that true? Rent Boy? That's a slur? Yeah, Loy, so you're mentioned, yay. By the way, that is not an easy job, Loy. So, like, seriously, that takes some serious skill. Good on you, Loy. So, Rent Boy, really, Dolly Boy? No, it's not a slur here. It's literally the name of a website.
Basketball. Wow.
Against me, okay? He runs against me for president. He starts off at 6%, and he goes to 5%, 4%. He ends up at zero. Here's a guy running for the presidency. He's at zero. He leaves in disgrace, in my opinion. I think he's disgraced. He comes here. He thinks this is going to be good. He had like 2 points here, and I had 42, right? I was at 42.
Yeah,
He's
Gwen,
a
it's
sitting
sex
United
work.
States Senator from South Carolina. He's at 2%. I saw him on television this morning, and I think he lost it. He's saying Donald Trump, he couldn't even talk. He was shaking. The hatred.
Real fast, some of the there women escorts. So there's some female escorts out there right now. An escort is slightly different. So a lot of escorts are sex workers, but escorts don't technically have to be sex workers because they can decide whether they're going to do that with the person that they're being rented by. Though you get the implication there, but they are typically sex workers. There are some women who are escorts, okay, who have PhDs, who have master's degrees, and make tons of money doing it. And it takes a lot of skill because you have to, like, you're trying to build a relationship with this person, trying to make them feel like you're there for them. You have to do a lot of faking of your emotions and shit. Oftentimes, they'll want to have very in-depth conversations with you. And on top of the fact that you might get hurt or, it takes a lot of navigation to do that kind of sex work, or I should say that being an escort. Okay, so yeah.
Say, what do you think of Donald Trump? Oh, wow, he went crazy. The guy is a nut job. I mean, and honestly, I don't want his endorsement. I don't want anything to do with him. And his thinking, he says, I know so much. He does about the military. I could push him over with a little thimble. Boom.
Oh my God, I love that.
Okay, so now what we have heard about Senator Tom Cotton. Patrick Hawley said,
Right, Elaine? That might be the first and only thing true he's ever said.
I've been told that this is a photo of Tom Cotton's candy. They call him Cotton Candy. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Gotta hand him that one. Cotton Candy.
Well, I hate the administrator, Matt Saigai, that runs the whole hospital. We don't actually see her that often, but the head administrator annoys me. I've only seen her in like one episode. Maybe I'm wrong. I can't stand her. I also don't like, you know what I mean? I don't like her. It might be only one episode that we've seen her in, though. But like, I always remember her when she was like yelling at the main doctor guy. Be like, well, this hospital has certain. Okay, well, there's her. But some other people I hate. I hate the other doctor in residence who is just a dick. Who's just a dick and has a big ego and shit. Now, she has seen some personal growth throughout the series. Guys, I highly recommend you watch The Pit. It's also a very good lefty show. I know that sounds weird, but it's very subversive. Thank you. I'm really bad with names. Santos, okay? I really recommend, guys. Dr. King, by the way, is great too. Fantastic. I highly recommend you guys watch The Pit. I know. Dang, a hospital show with I know, LaQual, but it's true. But like, it's a really good show. It shows, American healthcare in action and like all these structural issues that doctors and healthcare providers have to deal with on the ground while working in an emergency room. And it does not let up. It shows you the trauma. It shows you the issues with administration. It is having to deal with life and death. It is a very good show. Very, very, very good show. I recommend it, guys. If you want to kind of improve. Yeah, if you want to improve your sense of sociological imagination, understanding where issues come in, like how individuals are affected by larger systems, watch The Pit, okay? Really good show. Really good show. Matt Saiga, who's your favorite character, and which character do you not like? Everyone, tell me who your favorite characters are. I'm really bad with names. I can't remember the name of various doctors and stuff, but just explain which character it is, and I'll know who you're talking about.
I'm Cotton Candy.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, our signal, right? Yep. When they talked about the synagogue terrorist attack, they pointed out how Muslims helped fund the rebuild. Correct. Okay.
At the JR's Gay Bar in DuPont Circle in Washington, D.C., there is that photo. What does Tom Cotton actually look like? Tom Cotton. All right. Okay. Tom Cotton and Tom Cotton. Do we do side by side? I don't know if I can with this software, but we're going to try.
One of the earlier... Sorry, I know I keep talking about this. Tom Cotton... Hello, Nightfall. Tom Cotton is a lunatic Republican. Let's just put it that way, Nightfall. He's a monster. He's a monster. Let's put it that way, okay? I got Mithril. I promise you, Scrubs is not good compared to The Pit. Can I just real fast one more thing about The Pit here, which again I highly recommend. I get so mad at certain characters in that show. Like there was I don't know if you guys remember one of the earlier episodes of The Pit. In one of the early episodes of The Pit, there was these two, I guess, children, and their father was dying, and they absolutely refused to let him go. And like, I was gonna like lose my mind. I had trouble watching that episode because this guy was suffering, and they just refused to let him go. They're like, they forced the doctor to intubate this guy, and like put him through so much pain, even though it was all unnecessary because he was not gonna live. Anyway, if you watch the show, it can be rough to watch. No, I'm not Inverted Panda. I'm not spoiling it, really. Watch, okay? I'm not spoiling anything. Because that's like the setup of the episode. It's not okay. But just watch it, okay? It's very good. But just be cautious. Have some tissues nearby if you're sensitive about that sort of thing. Yeah. But guys, it's like reality. And not all the episodes are super hyper depressing, obviously, but that's what doctors have to deal with. Okay. A lot of people, that's what healthcare providers have to deal with. Okay. And you can imagine like the healthcare providers can only make recommendations, and then because of our laws, anyway, just watch. Okay. I recommend watch it. Not everything is horrible about it, but okay.
There you go. Hell yeah. Tom Cotton. I don't know. that nose and the chin and the neck. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
Matt Saigai, me too.
As we said, we don't know. We don't know. It could be. It could not be. But it could be. It's looking very similar to me. Now, someone else alleged that Tom Cotton was having a sexual affair with one of his male donors per.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm not focusing on this. I'm gonna remove this. Okay. Yeah. A lot of Republic. It's not that it's a bad video. I'm just not very focused on it. I'm gonna put my face back up here. Okay. So let's just chat a little bit about a few things, guys. Yeah, you're right, Nightfall. Okay. Does anyone in here work in healthcare? Right? Yeah, me too, Matt. Like, anyone here work in healthcare? I know Mayflower Kid does. I don't know if anyone else does. But let's just chat for a little bit about a few things. Since we're on that thing, I got a very strong appreciation for healthcare workers when I worked in a group home for teens with severe behavioral problems. Now, that was not it got okay. Well, there you go, Inverted Panda. That could be. I mean, that could be healthcare if you're working in a hospital or something. You used to work in a medical devices company. Okay. That's fair, Gwen. No, it was good, Gwen. I just am not focused, unfortunately. I got a massively big appreciation for healthcare workers. I used to work in a group home for teens with severe behavioral problems, which meant it was a group home where basically teens up to age 19, so they weren't all teens, but most of them were children, would basically, if they were dangerous to themselves, their families, their community, but and basically parents were having trouble raising them on their own, the state would be able to put them into a group home to sort of help out the parents and to make sure the kids stayed safe. That sounds bad, but I could tell you stories. But anyway, or like if a kid was being abused or something and they needed a temporary placement while finding a foster family for them, they would be put into a group home. There were lots of problems with this. But there were lots of benefits to it too. It's actually a lot more progressive than a lot of states, actually having them in a group. Some states will throw kids into these big institutions, but Massachusetts will actually put you into a home that runs like a house. Anyway, and I was a counselor there, so I partially had to do some healthcare things, kind of. I would have to do like hand out meds and stuff, but I would often have to be the one to take these kids to a hospital for a number of reasons. A lot of times there was suicidality in the house or mental health breakdowns. A lot of these clients had severe mental health issues. We had people who were diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, so people who were literally sociopaths. I voted for Hakeem Jeffries. How dare you, Elena? You know I didn't. Okay. Or people who had bipolar, pretty severe bipolar, or who had violent histories, okay, or who were drug dealers, or I even had I can't go into too many details here, but there was a resident who was 16 years old and had been a sex worker underneath a pimp, and this individual was convinced that this pimp was her boyfriend. Because and I had to do all these trainings about how to work with girls who had been rescued from sexual slavery. She was convinced that he was her boyfriend. We had to go through a whole deprogramming thing with her to convince her, hey, this guy is not your boyfriend. He is not here for you. He is exploiting you. There is no love between him and you. Okay. And we had to help the police try to find where he was, etc. I know you might get mad at me for working with the police in some ways, but I'm sorry, I don't have any mercy for the people that I was helping the police find, okay? Because trust me. And it got to the point where that pimp actually came to the group home and left a message in our mailbox threatening all of us and saying he was going to kill all the staff there and our families because we had one of his girls. Okay. Anyway, I could tell you all kinds of stories, but a lot of the time, guys, I don't know, Nightfall. I don't know. There were times, guys, this was not a locked facility. So if the children would leave, we could not stop them. We would have to call the police. So we had to develop relationships with the police so that the police would be able to know which way they were heading and things like that. And so that girl would sometimes leave and go find her boyfriend, if you know what I mean. Okay. Anyway, but I would oftentimes have to take these children to a hospital if again, if they were having a mental health crisis, if they had harmed themselves. There was a few people who were headbangers who would do self-harming where they'd sit up against, yeah, it wasn't Nightfall. It wasn't a locked facility. Who would literally just lean up against the wall and start bashing their heads against the wall because of form of self-harm. I got lots of stories. Regardless, it doesn't matter. And one other thing too, I would often have to go to the hospital because part of my job was doing physical restraints. So if one of these people, if one of these clients got was in threat of harming themselves or harming someone else, it was my job to coordinate a physical restraint, literally holding them and restraining them to prevent them from hurting themselves or someone else. And when you do that, guys, you will get injured, okay? I got a concussion once. I got headbutted in the face when one of our restraints failed. I got, one of the times I walked into this building, there was another employee that ran out the door as I was walking in. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And I entered the building, and immediately a pan comes flying across the room and narrowly misses my head, and it left a hole in the wall where my head had been. Okay, like I would get bitten and have to go get shots immediately at a hospital. Regardless, yeah, guys, it is okay. Regardless, taking so many kids to the hospital and being in the hospital so often, healthcare workers, oh my God, the shit they have to put up with constantly, right? Not only do you have to constantly put up with being harassed by people, especially female healthcare providers are like constantly being harassed, like pretty constantly and consistently. Not only do you have to put up with the constant harassment, the constant being dehumanized, the constant being yelled at for things you can't control, you on top of that have to still be able to think clearly and prescribe things for people and protect them and make sure they're safe and make sure you're giving the right dose of this or that and and cleaning up after them. Like it is a mix of I don't want to say torture, of psychological stress, constant psychological stress mixed with the need to remain cool, calm, and collected. And I don't know about you, that's kind of a contradiction in a lot of ways. It's really hard to do. Okay. So like, yeah, exactly, Inverted Panda. If you haven't been spit on at least once a week, you ain't doing it right. Okay. Like I started forming relationships with a lot of the nurses and doctors there, and oh my God, some of the stuff they have to put up with. And like, it's not necessarily the patient's fault. Sometimes it is, okay, being rude to staff. But there's a lot of burnout in that profession. And their two most burnt out professions are healthcare and teaching. I felt the burnout in teaching, but I still, to this day, think that healthcare is definitely harder. Okay, because dear God, and I was burnt out by working in the group home. I didn't work there terribly long. I worked there for about a year and a half. I think it was about a year and a half before I'm like, I need to do something else. This is a bit much. But yeah. So I highly recommend you watch The Pit to see what healthcare providers go through, and sort of what like the mental strength and emotional strength you have to do that shit. Okay, because it is a lot. It is a lot. Okay. It is. And I know a lot of us don't like the police. I don't like the police either. But again, I know I'm taking a step back here, but I did have a relationship with the police because I had to constantly deal with these sort of things. And as a matter of fact, one of the times I was driving to work, okay, I was driving in my car, and someone went through a red light and T-boned the side of my car directly. My car almost flipped, and I almost could have died because my car actually almost rammed into a tree. It didn't. But I was like so disoriented and shit. And this is just to show you how close of a relationship I had to have with the police. Okay. The first person to arrive on the scene was a police officer who I had worked with in this group home. Um, okay. Okay. And yeah, and this police officer opens the door to my car and goes, "Oh, well, okay, what have the kids done to you now?" Okay, he was joking, but it's really funny how like a lot of healthcare providers and police, they have a very dark sense of humor. Okay, anyway, that's just a little side story there. Okay, like, well, what have the kids done to you now? All right, okay. While I'm sitting there dazed. Okay. But yeah, and it sucks, guys. There are structural reasons that have resulted in those kids being left behind. Okay. And one of the reasons I stopped working there is that it was endless. It's like you couldn't actually fix these problems because this is one of the things that majorly radicalized me was working there. Because these were structural issues that were causing these kids to have to be in this home. And it's almost like there's almost so much you can do. Only so much you can do to help these people when the whole society is working against them getting help. All right. You know what I mean? So, ugh. All right. Sam, do you want to watch the voice of Hin? Maybe it depends, Matt Guy. I'll see how I'm doing. Anyway, I know I'm rambling on here, but my point is healthcare providers can be angelic and important. Okay. I recommend you watch that show I just recommended, The Pit. All right. Okay. I have all sorts of stories I can tell you guys. I can tell you another one. I would oftentimes have to go around the group home because people would bring drugs in there. And a lot of these kids were very smart. They would take bags of cocaine or bags of, I know I'm just saying this like it's nothing, but it was common, bags of marijuana or whatever. And they would put them on bags and they would put a string on the bags and then they would lower the bags into vents and then tape the string to the side of the vent so that these things were hidden in the vents. So when there'd be drug sweeps throughout when there'd be a drug sweep in the home, you wouldn't be able to find it. So I would have to go around every morning and like open up the vents and like take a look to make sure there were no bags of drugs hidden down in the vents. I have a lot of weird stories, guys, for them. But when it's time to increase, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, social workers go through a lot of shit too, Gwen. I got to tell you. And this is where like I've worked as a teacher and I've worked in a group home. My point is that these professions are professions where you get to experience what society has wrought. Okay? Healthcare providers too. These are frontline positions where you get to experience what the society has created. Okay? And if you do it for long enough, you really start to see that we have some big problems. All right? We have some very big problems. Okay? Yeah. All right? It's easy to, and I know you guys know this, okay? It's easy to sort of sit back and be like, oh, there's some issues in society, but at least we have the police, or at least we have doctors and nurses. When, you don't have to deal with what the society is doing, right? If you're like a rich person sitting somewhere in like a upper middle class neighborhood, you don't see or experience what those policies are actually doing. You don't see the the badness of it. I did. Okay. Healthcare providers do. Healthcare providers do. Okay. Well, Loisa, what would you call it? There are all kinds of people who work in healthcare. I'm not going to say doctors because there's also nurses, people who provide healthcare services, healthcare workers. You can say healthcare providers, healthcare workers, whatever. It doesn't matter. So, okay. Anyway. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Gwen. Yep. Yep. I saw a story in Texas where foster kids were sleeping in social workers' offices. Yeah, that would happen. There was a social worker that worked with us where they actually took one of the kids home and let them sleep there because there was nowhere else for the kid to go. Okay. Loic, lots of people don't see the violence. Exactly, Lacroix. Guys, I don't mean to be, I'm not trying to be self-aggrandizing here, but you have to understand the amount of violence happening to people every day because of this system. It is a lot. I have nightmares. I'm not joking. I still have nightmares about my experience at that group home from some of the things I saw and experienced. I have nightmares from being a teacher, some of the things I saw and experienced. Healthcare workers are renowned for developing PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Okay, like the people are being traumatized every day, and it doesn't need to happen. Anyway, I'm just saying that's why you should watch The Pit. Is my conclusion here. Okay. One of the reasons I'm doing this right now is because this is much better for my mental health. Even if I'm not making nearly as much money as I used to, I much prefer doing this. Okay. For the sake of my own mental health. Yeah, yep, inverted panda. Yes, I do get therapy. It was required when I worked in the group home. And I still get therapy to this day. I feel everyone should get therapy, in my opinion. But you need people to talk to this shit about. You absolutely do. I'm not trying to be dark here, but yeah. Yes, you need therapy. Yeah, inverted panda. So, especially you're a psychologist, right? Inverted panda, so you know. We work very closely with a lot of psychologists. A lot of guys. There's also another issue here that you don't really think about. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Thank you, Dolly Boy, for that. That 100 bits. Yeah, right. Ugh, inverted panda, right? Ugh. We barely were paid either. Regardless, there is something called you have to have boundaries, right? Obviously, when you're around these kids, or the reason we call them clients is to sort of give some separation. You form relationships with the people you're serving. I'm sure any psychologist would know this. You have to have professional boundaries, but it's hard. You start caring for people. I'm not talking like sexually or like relationship wise, obviously, but like you start caring for the people you are trying to assist in a group home. You start caring for people who, if you're a healthcare provider and you're caring for someone with cancer, you start caring for them. It's also an emotional strain to have to try to dehumanize people to some extent. What do I mean by that? You have to separate yourself emotionally a lot of the time, okay? Because it is a natural human instinct to form relationships with people and to care about them. Well, it's going to be really hard to do that if you have someone who's dying of cancer and they might end up dying and you have formed a relationship with one and you're not going to be able to make as good of decisions. So that's also I know people don't think about this. It takes energy to not form these relationships and to not care so much that it affects you. All right. Yeah. So that's another thing you always have to worry about in these positions. Okay. And so a lot of times you'll notice that if you ever go to an ER, you might have a doctor who has kind of an, doesn't seem to care about you, right? Who has this sort of blank expression and seems to be purely clinical with how they talk to you. That you have to do that. They have learned to do that because otherwise they would lose their minds. It's not that they don't think you're human. It's that they are protecting themselves. There you go, Gwen, exactly. You noticed how I said clients because it is hard for me if I start saying kids. Anyway, I'm having flashbacks just talking about this. Moving on. But you guys get the idea here. Anyway, I'll shut up. You all get the idea here. I know I'm going on my own little ramble here. I lost some people viewing me because I'm ranting about this. Yeah, there you go, Lacroix. Criminal defense, too, right? Being a defense lawyer. Anyway, you all know what I'm saying, okay? Just be aware of that. There are people every day. I was not strong enough to do that permanently professionally. I just wasn't. But real props to the people who can do that are suffering. Okay. Exactly, inverted panda. That's why so many people in the field make dark jokes, not because they don't care, but because it's a coping mechanism, right? There is a joke, guys, have you ever heard a surgeon's sense of humor? Surgeons have a dark sense of humor because if you're constantly cutting open human beings in doing life or death things, you kind of got to cope in a certain way. You have to kind of I have a dark sense of humor. If you guys didn't notice, I'm wearing a jester outfit and talking about the destruction of the planet. It's a coping mechanism. That's also fun, right? Anyway, yeah, gallows humor. Absolutely. Okay. So anyway, just a note there. All right. What time is it? 3:17? Thank you. Dolly Boy, that is enough. So let's play we could play the food game, guys. Yeah, it is. It is a disaster. When the justice system is a disaster, lots of disasters out there. Okay. Oh my God, no one's watching now. I scared everyone away with my rambling. Okay. Anyway, let's go on here. Let's find something else to do. God, I can't monetize the suffering in the world, so I have to talk about something else. All right. Jesus. All right. Let's see here, guys. Speaking of COVID, it's sort of funny how many criminal defense attorneys have. Yeah, I know, right? So do teachers, LaCroix. So many teachers absolutely love to smoke marijuana. I gotta tell you, I have met so many teachers who smoke so much marijuana or drink a lot. Okay. All right. Woo, got us the food game. You did, Dolly Boy. Thank you for getting us the food game. Let's play the food game, guys. I need a mental break here. We got yeah, all right. Let's play the food game. So guys, when we play the food game, this is how this works. Okay, Louise says, I worked 30 plus years ago at a halfway house for kids that had left the foster system or care home they'd been placed in. They were 16 to 17 years old and expected to adult. I still think about the kids I met there, wondering. You're going to make me cry, Louise. I know. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if you, for the people who worked in these fields, there are certain faces you don't forget, or certain people, clients, if you want to put it that way, patients you do not forget. And they will pop up in your dreams. They will pop up in your waking thoughts even. You'll suddenly have a flashback and be like, I wonder where this person is. Yeah. You know, Louise. Okay. You guys know exactly what I mean. They actually show that really well in The Pit with the doctor, some of the flashbacks he has. And you just, yeah. Okay. Anyway, it's something you learn to have to cope with, and then you might get a therapist to help you go through it. But anyway, so guys, let's go on here to the food guesser. You know it, Outer Signal. Yeah. You spent a week at an orphanage and still think about the kids. The refugee camps were even worse. Absolutely. I agree, Gwen. It is cruel. All right. It's cruel. A lot of it is. Okay. So this is what we're going to do, guys. You all know that, if we get enough, I typically do a quick little game. Now, this is how this game works. On the screen, some food will appear. There will be food on the screen from somewhere in the world. It is our job to figure out what country. Yeah, Loiso, I've heard that too, because I worked with some people who have been sex workers, Loiso. You say I have that with some of the colleagues from the time I did sex work with. Yeah. There's trauma around that too, because sex workers definitely experience some shit. Okay. You know this, Loiso. Okay. Sex workers are also on the front lines to a large extent. Yeah. All right. And get the brunt of the society's failures. Okay. Absolutely. All right. Okay. Sylvie, thank you. I know. Yeah. Okay. My mother is one of the best at distancing herself emotionally. She was crying after a weekend going around helping elderly people still at home. They had so little time. Yeah, Drusilla. Yeah. Okay. So let's play food guesser, guys. So what we're going to do is there's going to be an image, so like this one, and then I will tell you what the ingredients of the dish are. So this one, for example, is lentils, chicken or lamb, onions, garlic, ginger, curry powder, carrots, celery, rice, or coconut milk, And there are two pictures of it. Yeah, fun now, fun. Yay, guys, we're gonna have fun. Yeah, I'm a jester. Okay. Here we have. So I don't know what this is. Now we have to guess what world does this come from. What world? What country does it come from? Okay. We have 5 guesses. When we put in the name of a country, it'll tell us how hot or cold we are, depending on geographical location. So if the dish is from India, but we say the United States, it's going to say we're very, very cold, and we're going to have to figure out where it is. Right, Louise? Big turnaround here, guys. Look, there are more people coming into the stream now. Hey, look, I'm a jester. Everything's happy here. Woo! Yay. Okay, good. That's better. That is better. So let's do some fun now, guys. All right. So what do we think, guys? Where do we think this is from? I see India. Some people say India. You think it's dal from India? Is that true? You think you could do we all think India? Let's try India. Okay. Now, guys, if we get it wrong, everyone who gets it right gets a boop, and everyone who gets it wrong gets either a boink or a brump, depending on how wrong you are. Okay. So let's try India. And we have to get, Oh, okay. You know what? You all get a boop. Everyone who got it right gets a boop. Boop. All right. No one got it wrong, I don't think. So you all got a boop. Good job, guys. Good job. So this is Mulligatawny. Mulligatawny. It's a soup originating from South India. It looks delicious. Derives from the Tamil words milagu, which means pepper, and tani, meaning water, meaning pepper water. Oh, that's easy. All right, lovely, lovely. Shall we go on to the next one? We better get, if we don't get gastronomical genius, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. Okay. What about this one? Corned beef, potatoes, onions, garlic, tomatoes, cooking oil, black pepper. Is this America? I don't know. So corned beef, or is it Irish? You think, oh, it could be LaCroix, it could be Irish. You think USA, you think Irish? Ooh, American Irish, it could be. Corned beef, potatoes, onions, garlic, tomatoes, cooking oil, black pepper. It's corned beef hash. So that is Irish? No cabbage, not Irish. Philippines? You think it's US? Okay, let's try the USA. Let's try the USA, right? Let's try the USA. Because it does kind of look like a USA shenanigans. The Irish would never make it look that ugly. How dare you, Dolly Boy? Okay, I'm sorry. I love you, Dolly Boy. Go back to the UK, which is the country you're living in, Dolly Boy. Anyway, let's see here. USA. Oh, no, we were deeply wrong. We were very deeply wrong. It's to the northwest of the United States, and we're ice cold. Dolly Boy. Guys, I don't know. Northwest United States, no. In a van down by the river, right, Global? Northwest of the United States, and we're ice cold. Is it Russian? I don't know how it could be. Yeah, it could be. You think it's Russia? Really? It could be Russia. We can try Russia. I'll try Russia. I doubt it's Russia, but we'll try it. Like, I don't know. We'll see how close Russia is. Let's put it that way. No. Oh my God. What? You know what? I bet it's Australia or New Zealand. It's cold, but it's to the southeast of Russia. Let's try. Okay, I'm going to try Australia. No. You know what? Maybe it is the Philippines. It's cool from Australia. God, we're not doing well on this one. I'm going to try the Philippines. Because the Philippines was owned by America, so a lot of dishes there are directly derived from... Oh my God! Oh, wait a minute. Who was it originally that's... Chopper! Chopper? Chopper, are you still here, Chopper? Chopper, you get the biggest boop imaginable. Boop! Because Chopper was the only one that got this right. It was, in fact, there you go, Chopper. It was, in fact, the Philippines. Shame on the rest of you. We lost so many points on this one because of your incompetence. You all need to learn your cuisines better. This is insane. This is insane, okay? LaCroix, well, no, it is Australia was west of America, though, on a globe, I guess, all right? So, how dare you? You all are horrible except for Chopper. As a matter of fact, all of you get a boink. Boink! All of you get a boink. Okay? Shame on you. Jesus, I'm embarrassing. How embarrassing that was. Okay. No, you weren't wrong. You weren't right. Okay? Moving on. I'm ashamed. Okay. Oh, this looks delicious. Flour, sugar, salt, yeast, milk, water. Good, Drizella. You should hang your head in shame, okay? Flour, sugar, salt, yeast, milk, water, unsalted butter, eggs, cinnamon, raisins, icing, glaze. And what do we think here? Yeah, Gwen, you should be ashamed, okay? So this looks delicious, by the way. Yeah, damn right, Ox. You did get boinked. You should have been in here sooner to help me, okay? Don't boink me out. You'll do what, Silva? You'll do what? Anyway, I love you all. Okay. Yeah. So we think, what is this, guys? Like flour, sugar, salt. It looks like a donut. It's a fritter, but where are fritters from? I feel like this is a dish is a popular square-shaped glazed pastry filled with raisins. Its unique texture is characterized. You think it's Danish? Oh, maybe it is from Denmark. It might be a honey roll. It doesn't say there's any honey in it though. Do we think if you boink me, I might cheese? How dare you, Liquid Alcorn? How dare you? Okay. No, Chopper. No, it's not Israeli. I refuse to write that word into the chat. Okay. Just kidding. Okay. Let's try Denmark, just because Danish sounds, I don't know. That sounds right. I don't know. It probably isn't. I don't know. This could be from anywhere. Denmark, I guess. I don't know. No, we're wrong. It's to the northwest of Denmark, and we're cold. Do we think it's the UK, maybe? Let's try the UK. It might be the UK. Nope. Dear God. Okay, northwest of the UK. Maybe it's America or Canada. Okay, God damn it. Okay, fine. We'll try America. We'll try the USA. Oh, it's Canada. It borders the UK. I mean, it borders America. It's Canada. God damn it. This is why we need to invade that country, because they're making me lose this game. Sorry, that's a dark joke. Okay. There we go. God damn it. Okay, guys, can we get our shit together? We are not going to get Gastronomical Genius, and I'm going to be forced to play this game again, because I do not accept failure. If we don't get Gastronomical Genius, we're going to have to play this game twice, and I don't really want that. Okay? I don't really want that shit, okay? So I hope you know, Snow Leopard, I'm joking, okay? All right. Dear God. Oh, sweet Jesus. Ugh. Oh, how dare all of you. I'm just so mad. I'm just infuriated. I'm going to spare all of you this time, because this is the deep incompetence here. Okay. Next one. Flour, butter, sugar, eggs, currants, sultanas, raisins, gloss cherries, candied peel, lemon zest, orange zest, ground almonds, mixed spice, cinnamon, marzipan, apricot jam, milk, brandy, nutmeg. Here are some other pictures of it. What is simnel cake, Louise? Is that the UK? Oh, it does kind of look like the UK. Is simnel cake a UK thing? This dish is a rich, fruit-laden... It is? Okay. We'll do the UK. I believe everyone will owe Louise something. Louise, I have to officially announce Louise is my new favorite. Okay, Louise is absolutely my new favorite. Louise, you get the boop of a lifetime. You've never had a boop bigger than this, okay? Boop for Louise, okay? The rest of you are failures, as always. Okay? Failures as always. Shame on all of you. Although, admittedly, some of the rest of you did get it right, I guess. Chopper was kind of right. Kind of. But I'm not gonna give it to you. Chopper, you were too late. Okay? All right. Yeah, right, Sylvie? All right. Drusilla, you get nothing, Drusilla. You get nothing. All right? Moving on. Next round. Yeah, Chopper, you're a failure. Okay, here we go. This is bread, olive oil, garlic, tomatoes, basil, mozzarella, balsamic vinegar, prosciutto, ricotta, mushrooms, and anchovies. Lurking Snow Leopard. Dolly Boy. I'm on the fence with Fruga, sticky top. Jonas, you know that sound. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm being weird, Jonas. Jonas says I'm on the fence with fruitcake, sticky toffee pudding. That sounds like mildly homophobic, Jonas. I'm on the fence with fruitcakes. Sorry, anyway, I just thought that was funny. We think we think Italy. We think Italy. We think Italy. Okay. Well, okay, we'll go Italy. I believe you all that it's Italy. All right, I believe you all that it's Italy. Italia, Italy. Wow. Okay, not bad, guys. Not bad. Not bad. That is a crostini, which is a crostini, meaning little toasts in Italian. Well, that's self-explanatory. Is an appetizer consisting of small slices of grilled. Okay, you know what, guys? Everyone gets a boop. Everyone, sometimes I like them, sometimes I don't think they have a right to exist. What are you, a Zionist, Jonas? Okay, anyway. Oh, I'm sorry, that was a very rude joke, but you get my point here. Okay, anyway. Right. Well, except they never like the people they don't want to exist. But anyway, okay, spotted. That's true. I'm going to give everyone a boop here. Everyone gets a boop. Boop. Good job, everyone. Good job, everyone. All right. Final score. Now, guys, if we do not get gastronomical genius, I am going to lose my shit. Okay? I'm going to lose my shit. Fine, Gwen. You get a boop. Boop. All right. Fine, Gwen. All right. Final score. Okay. We did get gastronomical genius. We did. I am very proud of all of you. That being said, I am slightly disappointed. That's pretty low score for gastronomical genius. Let's play it one more time, and I want us to get at least 23,000 points. Okay? This is the last. We're going to play it one more time, and you have to get at least 23,000 points. Everyone ready? Let's try it one more time. Okay? Let's try it one more time. Play again. All right. We've already seen this one. This is from Russia, isn't it? You know what? We're gonna restart it. This is baked milk, which is from Russia. We're gonna restart the game. Inverted panda. Okay. We're gonna restart this because we've already seen this one. Oh, okay. Here we go. Beef, soy sauce, sugar, garlic, sesame oil, pear juice or grated pear, green onions, black pepper, sesame. This looks delicious. Beef, soy sauce, sugar, garlic, sesame oil, pear juice. Paul Squaw. That's my new stage name, Hot Russian Milk. Hilarious. You think Korea? This kind of look like Korean barbecue, doesn't? Okay, so I see 3 options here: Korea, China, and Japan. Can we narrow it down? Can we narrow it down? Okay, I see more people saying Korea. Let's try South Korea. South Korea. Yay! All right. So here we go. Here we go. Who do I punish? Who do I punish? First of all, LaCroix. Bonk! It was not Japan. LaCroix is a racist. He mixed up the Koreans with the Japanese. Who else is a racist? Jonas is a racist. Bonk! How dare you mix up those countries? They're different. All right? Anyway. Shame on all of you. Again, yes, I love bulgogi. Bulgogi is delicious. I guess this is bulgogi. I didn't know it was bulgogi. All right, whatever. You're not racist. I'm just being an asshole. Moving on. This is okay. Churrasco beef or lomito pork, bread, green beans, tomatoes, avocado, mayonnaise, chili pepper, salt. Is this Mexico? This looks delicious though. This does look delicious. Churrasco beef or lomito pork, bread, green beans, tomatoes, avocado, mayonnaise, chili pepper, salt, pepper, garlic. This is Mexico, right? Like this kind of looks Mexican to me. This kind of sounds Mexican to me. It kind of looks like it tastes Mexican. Yeah. Do we think Louise, why are you supporting LaCroix? What is you are making the wrong alliances here, Louise. You should ally with the power holder, okay? You think Mexico? You think U.S. South? Okay, you're right. It is kind of, you know what? Let's try Mexico. And then if it isn't, if it is America, it'll at least tell us that it borders the country. Oh my God, we were very wrong. It's to the southeast of Mexico. Is this Brazil? LaCroix, I swear to God. I swear to God, LaCroix. I don't like the solidarity I see in this chat right now. I don't like the solidarity. Okay, you know what? Let's try Brazil. Nope. God damn it. It's to the southwest, or warm. It's to the southwest of Brazil. Argentina? Okay, let's try. Oh my God, we're not doing well on this one. Let's try Argentina. Argentina. Oh, it borders Argentina. It must be Chile. It must be Chile. Okay, it must be Chile. But dear God, guys, we did not do well on this one if it is Chile. Yes. Oh my God. Do better! I'm sorry. That was very loud. I apologize. I'm just very enraged. Whoever said Chile first gets a boop. Inverted panda, you get a boop. Boop. LaCroix, you get nothing. All right. You know what? You guys aren't even worth me punishing. Okay. You're not even worth me punishing. Okay. Dolly Boy, don't start with me, Dolly Boy. Okay. But just do better. Okay. I'm very disappointed in you. I'm gonna send an email to all your parents detailing this crime against me. All right. So whatever. Okay. You're not even worth my time. Let's go on here. All right. What's this thing? This is pasta, rice, tomato sauce, meat ragu. This looks amazing. Cheese, eggs, breadcrumbs, butter, onions, garlic, peas, mozzarella. This is Italian. Loiso, fine. You get a boop, Loiso. Boop. All right. Okay. I don't want your excuses, Gwen. Try harder next time. All right. Jonas, don't be mean to me, Jonas. I'm just an innocent little American. We're just trying to spread freedom and democracy. Why are you so mean to me, Jonas? Why don't you like us spreading our freedom and democracy? Come on. Okay, anyway. This looks really good though. Mushrooms, bechamel sauce, ham, and sausages. Okay. All right. This is yeah, this looks very Italian. Oh my God, look how Italian that looks, right? I mean, my God, this is screaming Italian. This is just like screaming its ass off that it's Italian, right? Like, look at this shit. Look at all that. Look at, oh my God, I want to get my mouth around those sauce. I should not phrase it that way. I would love to eat this food. Okay. I phrase that in a way that's going to be taken out of context. Anyway, so what do we think here? Nothing, Dolly Boy. I said nothing. Where do we really think this is Italy? Do we think this is Italy? It's from Tuscany. Okay, so we can try it. We'll try it. We'll try it. Really, it does kind of look like it could be French. What? Okay, let's see if we can read what's back here. There's something on this. That doesn't help much. That's a very badly unfocused. Okay, you know what? Honestly, it looks like French. You didn't hear. I didn't say anything. So do we think you didn't hear anything, Drusilla? Okay, let's try France. I'm gonna go with France, but if it's Italy, that's fine. Oh, okay, it's Italy. God damn it. God damn it. That was not my fault, though. That was not my fault. You all should have been more convincing. You all should have been more convincing. That was not my fault. I have no free will. That was all of your fault, okay? I did nothing wrong. I've never make any mistakes, okay? This was clearly all of your fault, and you should all be aware of that, okay? I am perfect. I make no mistakes. Yeah, it was definitely a misclick. Yeah, honestly, it was the computer that made that mistake. I actually did put in Italy. It just happened to switch over to France. Okay, you know what, Loiso? I didn't do that. That was a mistake. The computer had a glitch in it. I take no responsibility for that. Okay, you know what? That's it. You all get a bonk. Bonk! Don't defy my authority. Okay, clearly, this was all of your fault. Every single one of you was wrong. Okay. All right. Moving on. Go to the next one here. This looks good. This is eel. Ugh, eel. I'm not a big fan of eel, guys. Eel, rice, tare sauce, sake. This is Japan. This is Japan. You know what, Lurking Snow Leopard? I know. My hat lost one of its bells. Okay, I'll fix it. Well, I'll fix it. One of my bells fell off. Okay, how dare you? Don't point out my missing bell. This is totally Japan. I don't think we even need to go. Sancho pepper, pickled ginger. Yeah, this is. Did you say Alabama? No, invalid axiom. How dare you? Okay, no, it's Japan. We're gonna say Japan, right? Japan. Japan. Smoked. I don't like eel, guys. I just don't like it. Unadon. Ooh, delicious. Unadon. Unadon, known as unagi donburi, is a Japanese dish consisting of grilled eel on a bed of rice. Oh, cool. All right, that looks good. That looks good. All right, next one. This is European, I think. I could be wrong, but this looks very bland. Okay. Dried fruits. Actually, it doesn't sound that bad. Dried fruits, water, sugar, cinnamon, cardamom, tapioca, lemon juice, berries, raisins, apple juice. So it's a fruit soup, right? It's like a fruit soup, right? This dish is as a sweet fruit soup, typically, yeah, it's a fruit. There you go. Typically served as a dessert or snack. It's made by simmering dried fruits like raisins, apricots, and prunes. That sounds European. With water, sugar, and spices such as cinnamon and cloves. Yeah, it's like a watery compote. Eastern European, you think? The second pick doesn't look great. Like, what is that? Okay. Yeah, it could be German, let's be honest. You think Syria or Iraq? Are you crazy, Chopper? Have you lost your goddamn mind? Okay. You know, I'm going to try Germany, and then if Chopper is right again, I'm going to lose my mind. I'll try Germany. This looks like it could be a German thing. I don't know. All right. And if it's Poland, well, that belongs in Germany. I'm sorry. Oops. That was rude. I shouldn't have said that. Okay. That was not my inner German coming out. All right. So, let's try. Oh God. Wait, no, I didn't say Algeria. Oh my God. It automatically, I didn't mean to click Algeria. Whatever. We're going to try Germany. No, we're warm. It's to the northeast of Germany. No. It's to the north. Ooh, is it Denmark? No. It must be Finland or Sweden. Let's try Sweden. Sweden. Yep, it's Sweden. Okay, that wasn't that bad. Drewzilla. It was Norway or Sweden. And you said it was Syria? Drewzilla. What is wrong with you? Drewzilla is from Norway. You didn't know your own dish? I am ashamed with you, Drewzilla. How dare you? Okay. Guys, it was Sweden and Norway. So for the lunatics out there who said, it's Syria or it's Iraq, what is wrong with you? And you too, Prince Andoon. What do you mean it's Austria? Okay, shame on you. Shame on you, Drusilla. You're a bad Norwegian. Okay, shame on you, everyone else. Chopper, shame on you. You know what, Chopper? I'm removing your last boop. Brump. Okay. So shame on all of you. How dare you, Drusilla? No, I haven't, LaCroix, and you're asking that about every dish. LaCroix's like, you've never had a fruit sapa, Sam? You asked that previously. You're like, you've never had Syrian fruit soup? Yeah, I saw that, LaCroix. You're just trying to make me feel inferior, okay? You get a brump, too. No. Yeah, you get a brump. I'm removing your last boot. Brump! And you get a bonk. Bonk for trying to humiliate me. Okay. This is our final score. All right, so let's see how we did. Guys, we still only got 22,000. This is like some of the worst thing. You know what, Snow Leopard? All right. Okay, I love that. LaCroix Bois said, brump, bonk, combo. Okay. So, all right, we still did just as bad as last time. Okay, you know what? Last time, we have to do it one more time. We do. Normally, I would get off by now, but like, I don't care. I need us to have a better score. All right, I need us to have a better score. All right. Yeah, Gwen, you should have been better at this. I'm ashamed with you, Gwen. Sopa is soup in Swedish. Thanks, Drusilla. Wow, that's really helpful at this moment. That certainly wouldn't have been helpful previously, would it? Okay, you know what? All right. Okay, let's do this one. This is onions, bell peppers, celery, butter, flour, garlic, chicken or seafood stock, Worcestershire sauce, hot sauce, salt, black pepper, cayenne pepper, paprika, bay leaves. This is a weird mix. Cayenne pepper, bay leaves, thyme, parsley, green onion, shrimp, or crawfish. What? And there's... Yeah, this looks really... You think it's American? It could be American. You're right. It looks Cajun. Let's try the USA. Okay. This would actually be a good... How dare you, Sylvie? How dare all of you? This would actually be this would be one of the few dishes from America they've shown that actually isn't that bad. Gwen, how dare you? All right. All right, let's try this. I don't know if it's true, but oh, you know what, guys? I am proud. This is like the only dish that they've ever had that's American that actually looks pretty good. Okay, I'm very proud of them. They're not racist against Americans. All right, at least in this case. All right, they don't. Yeah, you're right. So this is etouffee, which is this is in fact a Cajun dish. All right. Popular Cajun and Creole dish that originated in Louisiana. All right. Specifically in the Acadian region, Acadania region. See, I can't even pronounce things in America. It's fine. The word étouffée translates to smothered in French. Oh, correct. It doesn't, Drusilla, because it's from a region of the United States that was colonized by the French. So there's a whole separate, there's sort of a whole Cajun culture that's a mix of Caribbean and French down in New Orleans, and things like that. Okay. No, it's not French, Lois. So it is a mix of Cajun. So it's a mix of Caribbean and local American and all this other shit. Okay. Cajun is great. Cajun is great. All right. All right. So yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah. No, Lois. So it's not. It's American. Cajun is specifically American. How dare you? Okay. Whatever. It's fine. I hate all of you. Moving on. All right. This is stolen bread, I'm pretty sure, which is German. I automatically can tell, okay? Flour, yeast, milk, sugar, butter, eggs, salt, raisins, candied citrus peel, almonds, vanilla extract, rum or brandy, powdered sugar, cardamom, nutmeg, marzipan. I think this is I think that this is stolen bread. Okay, stolen bread. I think it's from Germany. Yeah. I don't know though. This makes it look like it could also just be what is it called? A fruit not fruit loaf. Um fruit damn it, I can't whatever doesn't matter. Fruit cake or whatever, but I think it's stolen. So we're going to say Germany. Stolen. Yep. Yay, see, this is why you all have me here, okay? See what I did there? Without me, you would all completely fail, right? Look at this. We did very well. We've gotten this looks great. Okay. This is why you watch me. Look at this. Look at the genius you've just witnessed. Okay, look at this genius. I knew immediately it was stolen. Das ist stolen von Deutschland. Okay. So clearly stolen. All right, clearly stolen. We actually bake stolen bread in my household. Okay, we bake stolen bread here during the holidays. That's why I know this. Okay, don't worry, guys. I just know a lot about different German dishes. I speak German, and I have a bunch of Nazi artifacts. Nothing worrisome, nothing to worry about there. Dolly Boy says clearly stolen by who? It belonged to Germany, even though it was Polish. Nothing wrong. It wasn't stolen from anyone. Okay, I'm sorry. That's a joke. All right. Okay, I think I just shut up, all of you. It's a joke. Okay, anyway. So this is stolen bread, right? Okay. Going on. Moving on here. This is pork belly, squid, soy sauce. This looks I don't know. Okay. What'd you say? What kind of bullshit did you say, Dolly Boy? Oh yes, Dolly Boy said clearly stolen, but by who? Oh wow, you're so clever, Dolly Boy. Wow. Here, you want a mercy boop? Boop. I'm giving you a boop that like kind of an embarrassed boop. Okay, it's kind of an embarrassed boop. All right. Pork belly, squid, soy sauce, gochujang, garu, garlic. Hey, this is Korean. This is Korean. I'm gonna just okay. Look, well, don't laugh at Dolly Boy. Okay, let's let's do Korea, South Korea. Dolly Boy. All right, let's do South Korea. Yeah, it looks Korean, right? I think this is Korea. Yeah, it's Korea. Oh my God, it's a different kind of bulgogi. Who would have thought? Yeah, who would have thought? I'm gonna give myself credit for that. I'm not going to acknowledge anyone else got that right. I deserve all the credit for that. Ron, Prince. You were Ron, Prince. Okay, you were Ron, Prince. All right. Let's go back. Let's go to the next one, guys. We're almost here. This is just cheese. Okay. Cow's milk, Renette, salt water, annatto for coloring. This dish is a soft white semi-hard cheese known for its stringy texture akin to mozzarella. It's traditionally made by stretching the curds in hot water and forming them into a ball. Is this just like, what the hell is this? Okay, this looks like a tortilla. So I'm thinking Mexico. Great job, Gwen. Thank you. Gwen, you get a boop for bowing to me. Boop. So we think, is this like Mexico? It's just cheese, but it like looks kind of like, yeah, I don't know. It just looks like cheese to me, but like it's all stretched out over here. This kind of looks like a tortilla. It might be a Oaxaca. Yeah, it could be. Okay, let's try Mexico. Let's try Mexico. I don't trust you, Prince Andoon, anymore. Okay, I'm just kidding. I'm sure you're the best. Let's see here. Let's try Mexico. Yes! Oh my God, I love it. Yes, we are doing extremely well this time, guys. We might, if we get a perfect score, I think it would be the first time we've ever gotten a perfect score. Drusilla, how dare you? Okay, so if we don't get the next one perfect, you will have ruined all of our progress. Okay, what's this? This is mackerel. Oh my God, this is Japan. This is an easy one. You can tell. Mackerel, miso, sake. This is all Japanese shit, okay? Mackerel, miso, sake, mirin, sugar, ginger, soy sauce, water. Okay. Oh my God, this is so Japanese. That's crazy. It's screaming Japan. Screaming Japan. You can tell by the, like, look, it's like okay. Look, oh my God. Japan! That's what it's screaming. Jesus Christ. This looks amazing, though. I kind of want this. That looks like there's some rice. Okay, this is so Japan. All right, this is so Japan. Let's try Japan. Everyone ready for Japan? Japan. Oh my God, guys. Did we get a perfect score? That would be the first time, literally. That would be literally the first time. Gwen, that sounds amazing. Okay. Let's see here. This is the first time we got 25,000 out of 25,000. Oh my God, I'm going to take a screenshot. I'm going to take a screenshot. We need this. The community has triumphed for the first time ever. You know what? For the first time ever, we displayed our competence. Okay, God damn it. I need to take a picture. Shit. I need to post this in the Discord, guys. Please join our Discord. We need to post this shit in the Discord. Look at this shit. Okay, look at this. Grandmaster. Oh my God. No. Oh my God. We've never gotten gastronomical grandmaster. That's like a new classification. Okay, you know what? We're going to take a screenshot. Gastronomical grandmaster. All right. Oh my God. I'm going to post that in the Discord. Guys. Oh my God. I'm so happy. Oh, guys, you make me so happy and I'm going to cry. Okay, I'm going to put my face screen up here, okay? Oh my God. I'm so happy. I'm so smart. I'm so glad I accomplished that. I'm so glad it was me that did that and no one else, right? I'm going to tell everyone how smart I am and how I single-handedly gained gastronomical grandmaster for the sake of the community without any help, really. It was all me. I didn't do any, clearly that was all me that did that. We all should be aware of that. It was definitely all me. Okay, so guys, I love you all very much. Yes, gastronomical grand jester, right? It was, got no help for that. This is why you watch me, guys. Look at that. That was just genius. Genius run on my end there, okay? All right, so, Loisa, thank you, Loisa. All right, I know you're giving me a heart. Drusilla rolling her eyes in joy at me. Drusilla absolutely rolling her eyes because of how happy she is. Yes, Gwen, exactly. I am a superior being. You know it, Gwen. You know it. Okay. Thank you, guys. I know. Please. This is great, right? This is great. Everyone, we got to, Gazoo the Sky Whale has blessed me. You know what? No, Gazoo the Sky Whale didn't do this. This was all me. Anyway. All right, you guys. Well done. I'm very proud of me. And I'm gonna get off now, guys. No, not that way. No, don't be degenerates out there. I'm gonna go get off. And tomorrow is my day off, technically. Sunday is technically my day off. Now, I might still come back on anyway. Garnet the Jesta stole your heart. There you go. Yes, okay. I might come back on yesterday because there is a lot of news and shit, but normally I almost said I don't come on Sundays. That would be very bad phrasing. I don't come on stream on Sundays. Ew, that made it even worse. I don't stream on Sundays normally. Okay, whatever. Screw all of you. I don't know nitpick my language. I might be back on tomorrow if I'm in the mood and if I have electricity. Otherwise, I will not be back on tomorrow as is normal. But I love you all very much. Please, quiet. Don't you dare laugh at me. Don't you laugh. No. Louise, no. Gwen, no. Dolly Boy, bad. LaCroix, bad. Anyway, guys, please join our Discord community. It's linked at the top of both the Twitch and the YouTube chat. Shame on all of you. You all have dirty minds. Okay, really, you all will have dirty minds. All right, electricity is overrated, right? We want to see you. I'm not going to say that out loud, Prince. I'm sorry, Loisa, okay? Prince and dude, I'm not going to say that out loud. Okay, I don't. God, you guys are disgusting. You guys, you all are disgusting. I'm not going to say out loud the things that are being said in chat right now because you're all disgusting degenerates, okay? How dare all of you? I feel offended. I am a pure angel, all right? I don't even know what those words mean, okay? I don't know what any of that means. I am pure as the driven snow. Anyway, all right, you guys. I love you all very much. I actually might... There is a small possibility that I'll come back on later today as well, but I don't think I will, but I might. We'll see, okay? So keep your eyes open. Please hit the bell icon if you haven't already. Join on Twitch if you want to be notified when I go live. Okay, guys. You all know what I'm about to say. First of all, free Palestine, guys. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. That includes when you watch... the best way to resist is to not blindly listen to authority figures. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. The jester thing is a bit, right? The whole point is that you shouldn't blindly listen to me, right? You shouldn't blindly listen to anyone on the internet. You all, I am no better than any of you. You know that, right? That the arrogance is a joke, right? That I'm making fun of the authority, right? Okay. So don't blindly listen to anyone on the internet. See what other people are saying. Check, make sure I'm telling you true things, all right? I'm just a guy on the internet. You don't really know me, right? You know what I mean? Okay. I love all of you, though, of course. We are living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. We need major reforms in this country. You need major reforms. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Do not let the fascists walk all over you. Don't do it. Don't be a slug. On the wall behind me is a sword. It's right back there. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. Chainbreaker is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners, and it's been passed on in my family for many years. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. Please do not let their sacrifices go to waste, folks. Our ancestors struggled a lot to get some of the things we have today. Don't let their sacrifice go to waste, and always fight for a better future, guys. And on that note, folks, I love you very much. You all have a good rest of your day. Join our Discord if you haven't already. I will see you maybe tomorrow, but likely on Monday, okay? If you want to chat with me more, though, I'll probably be over on the Discord occasionally, so feel free to chat to me over there, okay?